習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
帅扶手。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shut of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait.
As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. Break this song, I'm trying to form my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you, my soul, time to find my own demons. Just whatever hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Believe forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your king is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this road now, trade it for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you, my soul, time to find my own demons. Just whenever hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Lay forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The I know your king is back.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is NARAKA, here with Dunkin' Donuts, and we are moving on into a fantastic day of trios competition. How are you feeling this morning or evening, wherever you're at?
It's morning for me. It is almost 9 a.m. and it's gonna be a very interesting day, as it is our last day of trios before the bi-weekly final. So, as usual, you know, we play 3 days. Well, we get to see 3 days. Each of the players, they get to play 2, as it's the different groups combined, and they're fighting it out to try and secure their spot in the bi-weekly finals this weekend. But one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, to remind you of is the Twitch drops. So you want to make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account if you haven't done so already, just so that you can make sure you get your hands on these free goodies. You know, you don't want to be missing out on free stuff. But back to NARAKA. Yes, it's going to be an exciting day. Last week, you know, every day of trios, it's been rather topsy-turvy and exciting, and considering that we've been seeing lots of different interesting compositions come out to play, and a lot of us don't really know what to think about some of these character choices.
Yeah, but that's really kind of the fun of it in a way. Innovations occurring every single week. We're getting the swap-ups as well of those mirror matches at the start of the day. But, Duncan, I think that you're bearing the lead here a little bit when you say this is the final day of trios competition before the bi-weekly finals. This is the final day of regular bi-weekly competition before we get to the finals, the LCQ, and then the spring finals in general. So we've been diving into a really fantastic set of games throughout the course of week after week. And while we still see development, at the same time, things are really heating up to a fever pitch because competition has never gotten tighter or more dramatic than where we are here for the finals of the fall. Let's take a look at the standings, where we are going on into this decisive final day.
And it's sitting at the bottom. Unfortunately, BBE has their work cut out for them today. They're going to have to pull out some big numbers, some big games if they want to secure their chances in the bi-weekly final. So let's see. Middle of the pack, 6 teams, all of them are going to be playing today. And then the top 6 are in fact going to be the teams that aren't playing today. So the cutoff point for qualification is going to be at least 90 points, which is quite a lot of points. 90 is a lot. Considering that BBE is currently at less than 20, you know, it's a bit, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to get. So we'll see if any teams are going to be able to actually catch up to that and make sure that they make their way in by eliminating WZ.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the demands to maybe reach that very top of the table might not actually be in reach for any of these teams. That is just an eye-watering number of points that we see achieved by JL there for that top slot. But certainly, survival is the name of the game. People need to try to push past that 12-point cutoff, because if you get past 12th place, you're in there, you're able to push for the finals, and then that gives you extra scoring opportunities moving on to the LCQ and then the finals like we're talking about. We just saw the map rotation right there, as well as the teams we'll be witnessing locked in for all of our players there for the first 2 games. But we got a really interesting 6-game roster today, and I think that we're going to get a lot of shifts up there on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. We will be having a lot of ups and downs for a lot of these teams. I think that BB, they have it in them. They could maybe make it, but it's going to have to be a massive day. It's not going to be easy, though, because considering that every team that is playing today is in that sort of bottom 12, you know, like, it means that every team is going to be scrapping it out. So there's, like, the top 6 aren't going to be put in the bottom 6 today. That's not going to happen. So there are going to be teams eliminated from the bi-weekly final. It's going to happen, absolutely. And it's not, I highly doubt I have to say, I highly doubt that WZ is actually in danger, because with 90 points, you know, it's 90 points is pretty secure, you know, in the standings for the bi-weekly final. So we'll see. We shall see. It might go crazy. But you're right. We were taking a look at the games that we're going to be having today, and we're going to be kicking it off with Takeda Tianhai Karumi. Now, I have to say, this composition, I fully side with Raven. This comp is pretty sus G. It's not the best in my eyes, to be honest with you. It doesn't... I don't know. It just doesn't really seem like it's worth playing for the most part. But then again, we're kind of in a situation where a lot of these teams just have to play certain things. And if you're going to be choosing either that or something far more suspicious, you know, you'd rather play that than, what was it, ACOS Shayol Yushan or something silly, or last week or the week before. It's just, yeah, so it's all right. It's okay, but it's not great.
Duncan, here's what I'll say. To paraphrase a very famous Pixar movie, if everybody is forced to play a suboptimal version of a Tianhai composition, then nobody's playing a suboptimal version of a Tianhai composition. Because when everybody's brought down to the same playing field, I'm firmly of the mind that we shouldn't just be playing the meta. I think that going forward, if the NBPL is going to stick with this format where we get these two mirror match games at the start of the day, they should just start throwing darts at a wall full of Post-it notes and just pick 3 random characters, jam them together, force our players to innovate, learn, and figure out what they can do in terms of synergies between them. And so I don't think that we're going suboptimal enough, personally. I want to see absolutely wild stuff go on the board for the future. But for now, I'm more despairing that it's another monk composition than I am despairing that it isn't the best monk composition to necessarily run, given where we're currently at.
I mean, the idea of forcing them to play the most, you know, suboptimal comp would be interesting. It would be an interesting thing to see them do that, you know. But then again, you know, the comps that get played during the mirror match, they're comps. They're chosen based off of the pick rate. So outside of the mirror matches, so like it changes every single week, and so the mirror match is decided entirely based off of what's, you know, like what's being picked up the most. So it's like, but it's not the thing that's being picked up the most at the same time, because it's like everyone was playing Syra, Viper, Tamalka, or Justina, you know, that's what we had last week, but it was just like, it was changing because of that. I think I'm a little bit confused as to why it's not, you know, the Syra, Viper, Justina, but we'll see. Regardless, it is going to be an interesting start to our day, as we've got the Takeda Tianhai Karumi comps mirror matchup, and then I believe it's another Tianhai game immediately after that, which is going to be with Kylin and Zipping, which is much more standard at the moment, which makes a lot more sense. But you know, kicking it off with the Takeda, let's see what they've got cooked up. It's a I can imagine that it might end up being a very slow game, because obviously Tianhai likes to get the end game, etc. But because the entire team comp really wants to scale up, you know, unless you get very fortunate early on and just get, you know, the gods of RNG smile on you, and you get purple armors, purple weapons very early on, it's gonna be, you're gonna want to like slow it down, try and farm some money somehow, do some gold quests, something along those lines. Obviously you want to be going Yang if possible, but you know, now that we're on the patch where Yang depletion isn't as easy to get rid of anymore, it makes it a lot more difficult of a choice to actually go to Yang. Because if you go and you don't win, you're kind of screwed, I have to say. There aren't many ways to cleanse it anymore.
Yeah, it's a weird spot, right, where I feel that trios got hit even harder by the Yang depletion changes than what we see out of solos, just because the overall pool of opportunities, I think, by how stabilizing having 3 people can be, means that your options shrink even more. You really have to play desperately. People are very good at stonewalling, and this is a composition where fights go long, and it's going to be really hard for you to force the issue to really make the most out of Realm of Yang. So this is going to be a tough one, but I'm super excited because there isn't actually a draft phase for the first 2 games. We're getting right on into the action here for the 3rd day of competition here for the bye week number 4. This should be an interesting one. All of our teams looking ready to go. And here we go, looking at the hero picks. Like we said, going to be the same thing all around. We're going to get that Kurumi, Tianhai, and the Takeda to round us out as a whole. A little bit. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, what is happening with you over there? But Kurumi is going to pop on in for them. CJS, I think, in a similar position. Going to be getting that Takeda. Yes, there we go. No variation, it looks like, really, in terms of abilities. We've got an F2 versus an F1 split going on here. CJS going for F2 on the Takeda. And Dunky, what do you make of that?
Sussy. It's pretty sussy. I mean, it has value because it was changed. Now, old F2 Takeda was, you know, I don't want to get in trouble for saying a bad word, so I'm not going to say that. It wasn't very good. It was pretty, you know, it was pretty bottom tier. And the only person you'd ever see using it was combo enjoyers who'd like just play Takeda for the memes and then try and desperately extend combos with it, and it's just the only thing that it could be used for, really, because you could not use it in neutral. You could not use it to start up. You couldn't use it dry, so to speak. Like, you couldn't just sort of use it randomly or like in the pocket. You know, you just couldn't, because it had no armor protection. Now you have, like, you're armored with focus armor, so it's a bit more reliable, but even then, you know, it's not the best. I feel like with F1, you know, it allows you to do so much more in a lot of ways. You know, you could jump in and just be frontline. You could just be in there, and it denies players a lot of you know, potential lines in neutral. But the thing is, it's sus G, but considering that you know for certain that everyone's running Takeda, everyone's running Monk, everyone's running Kurumi, it could give rise to a few possibilities that, you know, wouldn't happen otherwise. And it might make it a little bit better. But we shall see. Moving on for the start of the day, we have OUG going up against OA, and the Stone Form release. Jinyu does not care right now. They're trying to close it out, but they actually get turned on OA. They salvage the situation and eliminate OUG right off the rip.
And get ready, because I think this is going to be a big onslaught of aggression early on, and maybe the only aggression we're going to be seeing all the way through to that mid game. I think this might change a little bit with Realm of Yang, but as it currently stands, before we see everybody actually get up to ult charge, this is the time for these players to get at least a few kills under their belt, see what they can maybe do to pivot off that from a material standpoint, and then I think we're really going to start to see the slowing effect that this composition has on the map as a whole. But we aren't there just yet, so let's bask in this opportunity. Bauda maybe looking for something here. TE going to intersect Xiaonan, jiving to the far side of Lin to start things off. Nice 7 trying to follow all the way through. Lin up onto the cliffside wall, going to get counter hit, and that is going to cause him to lose a lot of his armor here. Xiaonan, though, feeling a lot of pressure, going to have to go into Golem for him early in this one. Bauda decides not to try to push this issue, wants to run back just a little bit here. TE, meanwhile, down onto Gem, the one player who unfortunately just could not get out of the way of their own Golem form grabs coming on up. Kurumi gonna further stabilize here, breathing out the healing field for the side of TE. Nice 7 trying to get up close and personal to cut away at the heels, and Jiao Nan. Jiao Nan continuing to try to work as a centralizing force. Going to descend out of the golem form. Doesn't have any armor at the backside of this one. Lin trying to go for a counter hit. Gets it baited out. Now just a sliver. Needs to try to stay alive through this one. Unfortunately, that's Peak falling on the far side for TE. Bauda losing one to bring things right back. Nice 7. Trying to dodge out of the way. Sees an opportunity now that Jiao Nan has once again gotten countered. And down to half health as representative of TE goes. Youth also getting bobbled in the backside of that fight. Now working on the periphery, but Jiao Nan dies, and I think Bauda will finally clear this one up.
They are doing work right now, but oh, okay, there we go. He does finally go down. Bauda are able to fully eliminate this team T. Very nicely done as well. They had the good terrain situation for it because Lin didn't have his Qianhai ultimate, and the enemy monk obviously did, and he was forced to try and retreat, but the cliffside allowed them quite a bit of mobility and allowed them to disengage. Trying to actually catch somebody on a wall with a monk grab when they're on a cliffside is actually very difficult because of how the grab hitbox works. Not the easiest thing to do in that scenario. And they're actually able to take advantage of a pretty bad situation. Now, moving over here, we've got ASE and FPX going head-to-head. And it looks as though ZGE, it was the last man standing for his team and was taken down quite quickly just then with the quick parry from the Kurumi. Very nicely done. And now, I reckon you are right. I reckon this is going to be bit of a slowdown period. The action was going to take place at the beginning, and also obviously since it's Fireflies, we do typically see a lot of action right off the rip in most cases. I reckon we'll probably end up slowing down now.
Yeah, that was a balancing factor. We are going to the night early on in this one, dunking, but you mentioned it before. This is a scaling composition that wants to take it late, and I do think that furthermore, just the way that you have such a space-oriented group of characters, right? With Kurumi wanting to stay in one spot, and with Qianhai not really enjoying the chase either, everybody's just going to kind of establish their own domain, and I think that we're going final circle with, you know, a solid, like, 6, 7, 8 teams left, unfortunately in some cases. Really, we're going to be looking forward to here Spirit Well fights, and then Realm of Yang try to put their hand on the scales in regards to forcing things off the back of people getting the depletion dropped on them.
I mean, that's it's absolutely going to be the case, I reckon. We are for sure going to be going all the way to endgame with quite a lot of teams. As long as everyone doesn't just run it down at Yang. Because, thing is, Yang is now, I think, it's a lot more dangerous now. Yang depletion, you cannot cleanse it by taking down a red buff team. A Vermilion Bird's Might Soul Bloom is now a thing, you know, it doesn't just drop you the normal Soul Bloom that it once did, and so you can't cleanse. It does reset the timer on your Yang depletion, however, that's still just, it's not solving the problem, it's just making it last longer, you know, it's just a little bit different, it's not the same, and so being able to actually fully recover having lost Yang is much more difficult. So we will see. I reckon we're still going to see a full, full filled up slots in the Realm of Yang. Everybody will still be going in, I think, but it is going to be a little bit more dangerous, and we might see some different strategies come out to play to try and, you know, alleviate the Yang depletion. Something reminiscent of the old money strategy that we used to get, where we had money per second, Dark Time coins per second, and teams would run this. And they would always be able to buy back their teammates and always be able to recover their game, regardless of having had Yang depletion, because they just had loads and loads of money for it.
Yeah, that could be an option. We're going to see what everybody strategizes on here. I think that this first game is going to be a little bit telling, especially as we have another Qianhai game coming out the far side of this, too, for a second mirror match on the day. And certainly there's going to be people who want to lock the monk in as we go into the draft period. I think we're probably going to be seeing a lot more focus on Viper, as you mentioned earlier. But this is going to be kind of a sign of the times, sign of what we're going to be getting for all of our 6 games today. Here we go. We do have some of our players beginning to coalesce, buy space for themselves, look for this long haul. as we will see Realm of Yang spawning across the map shortly. Here we go. We've got 521 GG, WB all converging about center stage right now. BBE moving up from that northeast corner. OA moving directly from above. TE and Wolves actually kind of touching one another there on that left side of the map as well. ASE down on the south.
Nobody down in the jellyfish domain. I fully understand that. I don't understand why people go down there at all in the first place. We see quite a few teams like Wolves and GG enjoy going down there for whatever reason. I don't really get it. Jellyfish place is spooky. You don't want to die at the jellyfish, and it's very confusing because everything's, you know, like you're inside a cave, but it's not a cave, and then there's holes in the ceiling, and what's going on? You know, it's just you're just down a rabbit hole, and yeah, it's a little confusing. But no one is down there. Everybody is in that top half of the map right now, except for the one team that are going for the southern realm of Yang. OA, having won their off spawn, were able to secure that that Vulpine essence. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to secure the Realm of Yang, and there you have it. 8 teams have gone in. OUG, ASE, TE, BBE, WBG, Bowder, FPX, and Wolves. And we're going to be taking a look at Wolves and FPX, kicking off our first Realm of Yang of the day. And Kiki is going to be kicking off by getting grabbed instantly. Thankfully, not going to be a double grab, not going to be all that much damage coming on through. Going to have a little bit of monk boxing coming out. The rock, paper, scissors. ZK jumping away, trying to disengage. The ult is at the Kurumi ult was at his feet. The enemy Kurumi ult, that is, ult is going to be coming out now from the Takedas. Water and NHQ going to be popping those ultimates. The slashes coming back and forth. And see, now this is the thing with this composition in the mirror matchup. If you don't turbo win hard early in the fight, it kind of just becomes a stalemate where you kind of go back to neutral. Now the Takedas trading blows. Oh, NHQ just going to be able to cook him with the R&Bs, and there you have it. Wolves able to edge out just that little bit further. They have the golden Takeda ult, and they're able to make full use out of it.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a few of these, I think, domino-style fights where really, however much all you get out of Tian Hai is going to determine whether or not you're winning Realm of Yang here. WBG facing off versus Bowda, or should I say cleaning up Bowda, as Gem is basically just trying to get the heck out of dodge. Iran actually taking a little bit of damage on the approach here. Yali wanted to play this relatively conservatively for the time being. With Lin already gone, though, this is going to be so difficult for Bowda to try to bring back through onto the other side. NY7 doing what they can. Here we go. Good little flank there. Iran actually putting in work here on the far side. Unfortunately, going very low. Gem and company might be able to turn this around, and Bowda out of nowhere just wins the backside of that fight.
Very nicely done by Bowda, able to clutch it up. The Flying Knives Gaming coming out from NY7, looking good on the Flying Knives. But then again, I feel like a lot of people look good on Flying Knives because this weapon is just outrageously good. The tech chase on that LMB is just, you know, absolutely S tier, insanely good weapon, and he's able to make great use of it. That's not to say that if you have Flying Knives, you just auto-win, but it is very, very useful, and the blue Flying Knives are usually better than a purple weapon or a Kinesis. But we've got a fight breaking out right here between BBE and Wolves. ZK taking a lot of damage in the monk fight, having it not guessed right on the rock, paper, scissors, but a huge double parry wins them the fight. Absolutely enormous from BBE, able to grab them, having been parried, having gotten the parries into the double grab, into the double slam, kablam, and BBE are looking solid right off the rip. 6 kills in the first game of the day, having won Realm of Yang as well.
He and company trying to get up top of this cliffside. Immediately going to find themselves face to face with FPX, and that is going to be an ultimate firearm on CPUE. As we do see ASE also on the backside of this one. Roy Hee trying to make this a 1v1. Unfortunately, going to lose off the backside of that parry. Wants to dive back towards the rest of the team here. But Kurumi ultimate is going to come out for them. Roy Hee continually trying to take center stage right now. Has an ultimate in the back pocket to use. Doesn't want to fire it off just yet. Has a lot of armor to play with right now. Unfortunately, there we go. Solid push and entry point by ASE is going to continue to put the health bars in their favor. BBE trying to do what they can. Dofu on the backside. Once again, trying to find a flank angle. But here comes Bauda as well. And this is what I was afraid of. Post-Realm Yang, those that are in desperation mode, those with the freebies, want to go on in. And these fights take so long to resolve because of the Kurumi sustain. Bauda waiting on in, using the cannon to great effect as now we got to fight on bridge. And OUG has 2 members brought to about half health off the backside of that stagger. This is a rough place to be. Jinyu trying to do what they can to control space. Into the Tian High ultimate they go, grabbing Zenemon up. Meanwhile, Lin also struggling. This one means that Bauda all of a sudden is in dire straits as now we see Zem take back to the skies, launching himself onto center stage once again. Will drop down, Shadow closing on in, and it's a fight with multiple teams now deeply involved. Bauda will be able to hoover up one. Meanwhile, on the top side, we got WBG, TE, GG all jockeying for position. OA rounding around the plateau, looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity as another Kurumi ultimate is going to be fired off for WBG to restore their health.
This is exactly what I expected. If we've got 8 teams going into the Realm of Yang, 4 teams are going to have a Yang depletion, and it's going to be a tall order to cleanse, and it's going to end up exploding in a rather ugly fight in the mid-game. It looks as though we only have 1 team fully eliminated so far. But that may change very, very soon as we've got WBG sending it onto 5-2-1. Ivan is going to get grabbed. Yiran is still going to be able to slam. Fortunately for him, not going to lose out too much health. Jumping around, hop, skipping, and jumping, and oh my god, what is that? How are we getting double grabbed?
Yeah, you're wrong. It's just going to be descended upon by hungry wolves here. Bell doesn't matter. 5-2-1 will be able to pick him up.
How are we getting double grab, guys? How? This is just illegal. It's reminiscent of me playing trios and see my 2 teammates get double. How? It's just not okay. Guys, it's very, very iframeable. And it doesn't matter if he's the GOAT, if he's the GOAT at aiming, as long as you tap dodge, you are chilling. OA now going to be going into the Realm of Yang, going head to head with SS1. Or AB jumping in, finds the grab onto Yuan. Yuan doesn't see the jump coming and just gets immediately slammed into the grab. Trying to jump on top of the Kurumi once again, now tethered to his monk. Luo Ye does jump on the hip of the enemy monk. A nice little finesse you can do. If you hop up onto like the waist of the enemy monk, you can avoid the right click from the monk, and you just you negate the rock paper scissors gambit right there, and you can fully take advantage of it. But it's not very easy to do. Oh, eh? Cicada ults out. Tusik gonna try and find something. Kurumi ult is gonna get popped here. He's gonna get committed. AB trying to find a way in. The R&B focus from the pulse sword is gonna force the enemy Kurumi into using that ultimate as well. And now we're sort of in a standoff. Kurumi circles are out. OA need to back off. Try not to fight inside the enemy Kurumi circle. They are gonna be repositioning it. SS1 trying to push their advantage, but not going to be able to do very much with it just yet. Until now! Oh my goodness, a huge opener, and AB just explodes! SS1 definitely in the driver's seat right now. OA trying to salvage the situation. Cuckoo 2. Oh, and we've got the ultimate once again from Low. Double Mongol thing in the Yang is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if they have the time for this one anymore. 18 seconds left on the clock here. The sustain is just ridiculous. I was going to say, I feel that this is kind of where these comps can shine, but I forgot. There's a time limit on this, so Dunking, they aren't out of the woods just yet. Someone's got to fall.
Yep, and unfortunately for OA, they are gonna lose their Vulpine Essence, their red Soul Jade in the Yang, as AB did as one of those members, I can't remember who it was exactly, did die, but didn't die because of the red Soul Jade. That is certainly pretty rough, I have to say. It's not what you want to see. Both of them timing out now, and I was saying before, cleansing Yang depletion is a lot harder now. Now we've got more teams with it. This is rather suspicious, I have to say. We've got one dude on 2 different teams, also with Yang depletion. Not really sure how that's happened. I think they may have extended their Yang depletion timer beforehand from the previous Realm of Yang and still haven't. I don't really know. This is all very new stuff because it's new. It's a new patch that they're playing on, or not so new for us at the moment, but still, it was new for the NBPL stage this bi-weekly. Now we're gonna get a quick replay from the previous Realm of Yang. Like he chasing after Han. Get back here, buddy. Throwing hands. Dufu very, very low now. Forced to pop the ultimate. He coming out of all trying to find something, but oh no, that's not what you want to see. Lose the staff. It looks as though he does. His staff goes into the hands of the enemy team. Unfortunate to say the least.
Yeah, BBE still trying to make what they can out of the scraps of this fight. Good angle versus Han will actually knock that ASE representative out. Heading a little bit deeper into this one, BBE keeping all 3 members of Zhaowen going to be divided, perhaps conquered here, as we do going to get a quick pivot back onto Miss, who is looking for a flank onto the rest of that fight. Dufu doing a good job after going back up on armor to keep himself relevant in this one. Roy Hee looking to venture away on in, but meanwhile, we got several members of BBE going incredible low. I don't know what Miss did there to pull a miracle out of their hat, but all of a sudden, ASE almost found themselves on the cusp of victory, but Roy Hee playing hero will be able to stabilize it, and BBE are the only ones coming out with a buff.
That's pretty huge from BBE. And I said it. I can see them doing it. I believe in them. And look at what they've done for me. Thanks, guys. Thank you for affirming my prediction. I appreciate that. You guys are definitely very deserving of qualifying, I have to say. Because they've been putting in so much work and they've been just getting rolled for weeks and weeks, but they have managed to start off very, very strong today with 11 kills so far. But regardless of that, we do see yet another double grab coming out. If anybody ever gets double grab and they're not being staggered by someone, they are trolling. They're full sending it. They're full trolling. But right here, that was very nicely done by the enemy monk to deny the double grab slam. Pampy is going to be able to deny it, but unfortunately, he is still going to go down. ASE fighting this out. They have Yang depletion. They need to make it happen. They need to claim those soul blues sooner rather than later. It looks as though Ibin is going to be going down as well. 521 not going to be able to stay alive there. Fat Milk, this is very risky.
I agree. They're immediately just going to have to pop heal. They're already down a player. Fat Milk going to try to tether here. Oh, barely gets the berries out. It doesn't matter. I guess they're going to be able to drop back and just go for traded revives here. Pampy can maybe do something, but as you said, risky call. And with OA on the premises, this could just be over.
They are dead. Like it's not even close. There's no way they are dead for sure because Pampy doesn't have ult and it's zone 4. It's cooked. They are full dead. I'm not really sure why they bother doing that. It is, yeah. There's no way he makes it back into the zone, I don't think. Yeah, there you go. He dies to the storm.
Oh.
Very sussy coming out from 521. And ASE Han also goes down. Not really sure what was going on there. Maybe we still had Yang depletion, so it was just cooked regardless. But moving on, we've got SS1 going head-to-head with BBE on the Spirit World trying to contest. The slam comes through, but Roy Hee gets put on the ground, but he gets back up, going back to trying to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to. Not going to stand strong. The tome, the book, this tome, just, can we please remove tomes? Please? Can we just get rid of them?
I do want to say very quickly,
flashy- I mean-
BBE in a horrifying position. Were the leaders of the lobby all of a sudden down to one member with depletion on them. We got an interesting fight around Spirit Well because of that. ZK now trying to hand off with Wolves to make it happen around this buff. TE going to sneak on the backside of this one as ZK goes to chase him. Will be able to grab one. Spirit Well drops. That's going to be in favor of TE making out like bandits. And now ZK with less than half health is going to drop out of the Golem form. They have Legendary Arm, but the question is, will it be enough as the absolute blender is being dropped here? Multiple players going to activate Takeda ultimate, and that is going to create an absolutely horrific battlefield to try to wait on into. TE working on the ledge. They know there's a fight happening below them, but can they gamble on setting upon GG and SS1 is the question. And it looks like they will decide to back off for the time being, as Juan's in a lot of trouble. GG wanting to pick this kill on up and stabilize themselves off the back of it.
What is going on?
This is a wild game, dude.
Why is everyone flipping? Like, guys, we're flipping it like a burger right now. We're not at the cookout. Can we stop flipping burgers and just lock in? What's going on? You know, yeah, we've got a lot of kills on the board. You know, ASE are out, but they've got 9. OA's on 7. You know, Bowder's on 9. BB's on 11. 2 of them are out, unfortunately. But guys, I feel like we forgot. Did we forget that we're on the current patch? Because why are there 16 people alive with 6 minutes left? This is very this is rather monka, I'm not gonna lie. Why on earth are we all fully sending it? I mean, it's
interesting.
I get why we're trying to fight. We're trying to get as many kills as possible, but still, because you know everyone needs to try and qual. We're trying to get a good start to the day, etc. But at the same time, it seems counterintuitive. I'm pretty surprised that Realm of Yang is still getting, you know, like we're still fully sending it to Yang, and we haven't thought of, you know, strategies as to how to, you know, alleviate Yang depletion, you know, other than just flipping it, because it kind of seems as though what's been happening.
I tend to agree. This is a very interesting approach to a game that we thought was going to be conservative throughout. Hasn't actually been the case here. Now with Bane's Breath on the horizon, this is typically also something that causes everybody to just back off, try to buy a little bit of space across the map. But right now we got multiple people just running into the midst of these shadow geysers. And we're gonna see who actually wants to try to take a shot and maybe catch the team off guard here. Bauda, Monk ulting up top as an initiation, maybe. Looking for a Yoink versus TE could be the question here. Ultimately, Lin sees nothing. We'll just waddle away from that. I'm a little bit confused as to what their strategy is. TE now able to hold center stage. That being said, this Monk ult isn't going to last forever. And I'm a little bit worried about what's going to happen with Xiaonan. Has to drop out of this one. ZK from the Wolves going to dive in. They're looking to hand off. Will get control of the Spirit Well for the time being. And so far, there are no comers to try to take it back.
Two of them have Yang depletion. And the thing is, them getting this buff isn't gonna cleanse it. Look, it's just, they're still on Yang depletion. But thankfully, the Yang depletion is gonna last longer than the game timer has on it. So it doesn't matter. It's just, I have to say, the devs, they cooked. They cooked a little bit too much with this change. Yeah, I can respect the Yang depletion not being cleansed by picking up a buff, but the Vermilion Birds Might Soul Bloom being a thing and it not cleansing Yang depletion is just, I don't know. I don't think it's the best thing, because it creates such a strange dynamic where now, you know, everyone's obviously still gonna pick Vermilion Birds Might whenever they win Yang on the first Yang, and then you're forcing teams that lose to fully send it and hope that they find a team that's also got Yang depletion and not try and fight Vermilion Birds Might teams. But then those teams that have Yang depletion, you know, they're gonna get hunted. You know, we're at a stage of NARAKA where hunting paths and recovery strategies and all of this sort of stuff is very well established, and it's the depth of understanding has gone so high that it's not really feasible to have this mechanic just being thrown in. It's just a spanner in the works. It just makes things so difficult. It creates a sort of impossible scenario for so many teams. Now that is a very, you could say that it adds like a variable that it's a good thing that to throw a spanner in the works because of the fact that all of this has become so well developed and in depth, and that we understand things so much more. That these players are able to navigate these scenarios so well now, that all of it is so well calculated out that it's actually a good thing to try and create this this variable that's not very controllable, so that it separates the best teams from those teams that are only just good. It separates the best team. But then again, at the same time, with mirror matches and all that sort of stuff, I agree that it's in a mirror match, the people who win, they deserve to win because it's a very good expression of skill to win a mirror match, right? It's one of the biggest expressions of skill. However, in a battle royale scenario, because of those random elements of RNG being involved, because there are unavoidable elements of RNG within a battle royale, regardless of being able to mitigate a lot of it, it becomes a lot more difficult to in a mirror match scenario, because then it does kind of come down more so to the RNG. You get purple armor off drop. That's pretty huge. Regardless, I've been yapping for a little bit too long about this sort of thing. I do tend to do that, as you all know. We're nearing the end of our game right now, and things are starting to explode. The monk ults have come out to play, and now the cicadas, now that the monks have come out of that Vajra state, are going ham, and CJS looks as though he's in full control of this endgame.
Yeah, you would think so. Bowda here needs to rack up a few more kills. Lin going to try to work as the entry fragger here, diving on top of GG, and he's going to get cooked alive for that effort off the backside of the Flame Spitter. Once he comes out of this ultimate, it could be all over for what is right now the top kill team in the lobby. BBE bowing out on that early exit, still at 11, currently ahead, but I think now being denied those placement points could cause a real topsy-turvy topside, as we're going to see what happens as LXM for GG now is looking for double grabs of his own. Tudyk in a lot of trouble, gets clapped. Oh, it's brutal. OA getting wiped out. GG continuing their run of dominance here. CJS trying to take center stage, has the Takeda ultimate back up, will be able to fire off the Flame Spitter, and it's now looking like it could go the way of GG, moving up to 11 eliminations. Bowda now at 10. Everybody trying to find the last little bit of the circle. Nobody can touch CJS as the Vajra states end, and I think this will be it. GG looking to come out on top. Zem trying to hold on, may actually be able to outlast some of the drain coming through here. CJS on just a sliver. Zem going to drain, but it will be a tie-up at the very end. A fantastic showing between these players. GG come out on top.
They do indeed, and I called it just then before everything blew up. The GG CJS looked very in control right there. They had the optimal ability rotation that going through for them. They had the delayed Takeda ultimate. They had a Flamebringer as well, able to navigate very easily through that endgame. Very nicely done by GG. And this is the kind of GG showing that we kind of, we grew to expect from them. We expected that from them for a very long time. And then all of a sudden, last bi-weekly, the previous one, they haven't really been in control, so to speak, going into these end games. It was strange to see from them that they weren't able to navigate these end games as well as they once could. But going into today, first game of the day, they're looking pretty solid going into this end game. And they were set up very, very well. They had the Flamebringer too. They just kind of cooked. They cooked. It was very nicely done. Able to use because in these end games, right? Ability rotation is key. Ultimate rotation, resource management is the name of the game. If you're we see this happen all the time, where monks will pop their ultimates all at the same time. Boom. You know, one monk just like, you guys ready? Let's go. You ready? Everybody ults. Actually, I'll finish that point in a moment. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It's answer for treasures time. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And it's a prediction. Which hero will be the MVP of game number 1? Will it be A, Takeda, B, Tianhai, or C, Karumi? Now, if you were paying attention, MVPs are almost always given to the player that got the most kills. So who got the most kills on the team that MVP? That's your question that you're going to have to answer for yourself to get your hands on that. And only one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly and will be added and whispered in the chat. But back to what I was saying before, ult rotation. You know, the Tianhais, they pop their ultimate. It's like, you ready, guys? You ready, boys? Ooh. And then everyone just starts throwing hands. And then once their ults are coming down, you know, like, okay, cool. Takeda's, it's time. And then everyone just sends it. And then whoever's, you know, like, who's ever gotten grabbed, whoever's, you know, low HP, the monks are all just like, okay, we had our fun. Now we gotta run because they're all gonna get focused. And then it comes down to the Takeda's, you know, oh, who's gonna be the first one to throw the Furin Blast? Who's gonna be the one to send it out? Okay, he sends it out. All right, I've got mine to peel. But then because you used yours to peel, another Takeda's gonna see that and be like, okay, I can use mine there. But then the first guy who used his is gonna be like, okay, mine's off cooldown. Now I can use it. And it just ends up being a sort of chain of like a domino effect constantly. And it depending on how many Takeda's and how, you know, like how they're able to position themselves, it all comes down to spacing. It's very difficult to navigate, but if you got it down, if you're able to set it up and position perfectly, you're gonna be able to come out on top. And that's what makes coming away with victories in these endgames so impressive. Because especially in a mirror matchup, you're put in a situation where you need to be able to think 10 steps ahead of what's going to happen, and your teammates need to perfect space. Otherwise, they're going to get cooked because you're not going to be able to hold your abilities for the right time to use them to get the value that you want to get so that you can get those MVPs. And that's what GG were able to do in that endgame. But here we are taking a look at the total standings off of all 3 days, and 2 teams have gone up, or a couple of teams have gone up in points quite substantially, and some not so much, but none have managed to break their way into that top 6 just yet.
Yeah, it could happen by the end of the day here, but that was actually a relatively well-distributed set of points that we saw for game number 1. Top 3 all taken above 10 in, but nobody really accelerating to the rate that you would need to hit, say, the 89.3 that JL got in one freaking day. And that's back-to-back days getting them to 173. That's an untouchable mark, but yeah, I'm looking to see whether or not WZ can be knocked out of this 6th place position, as well as who can get over that 12 spot hump. So got a lot of different opportunities here, but let's take a quick look back before we move ahead to game number 1 and how GG managed to bring themselves to victory here. We got a very interesting fight going on here, as we have LXM on the Tianhai getting parried here, but creating enough of a distraction that now we get the handoff from the rest of the team. CJS is going to come in, move on some kills, all on his way to that 9 count as a whole. You can also hear just how strong these columns are for these players.
Unfortunately, we can't understand it unless those of you at home have managed to, you know, get on that language learning streak. I don't understand it, unfortunately. I wish I could.
I think we get the gist for the best, which is mostly just
okay, focus them on. Focus them on.
Yeah, this is the last final fight. So chaotic. You know, with the
Take it out.
Center stage and the way that the polls happen, it's just so dire, so tight. But yeah, GG with a deserved victory, and we got Takeda with a deserved pickup of the MVP as well. You said it before, Dunking. Usually the one who gets MVP is the one that gets kills, and 9 of them is going to get you on the board. CJS picking up more than a lot of the teams in the lobby on himself here. Fantastic showing off of jabbing, venting descent, ripple step, and phantom step, advanced heal, advantage group.
Advanced group. Makes sense. I mean, 8.2k healing. He didn't end up using it all that much, to be fair, but simply having it is massive because it's not necessarily, you don't need to have 20k healing to have been effective with an advanced group heal in your inventory. It's more about effective healing because, as I said, Takeda is like looking to provide peel a lot of the time. If he's got his ultimate up and he wants to, pop a quick heal, what can you do? You can't stop him. There's no way you can stop him unless you're going to invest a Takeda a shove of your own to try and do so. So, very solid to have it on the Takeda. Kurumi is constantly running for her life, and so is Tianhai after he's popped his ultimate. So, being able to get that on the Takeda, very nice indeed for them. But yeah, most kills, 9 kills. And one thing I would like to know, he was one of the F2 Takedas.
Yeah. Yeah, there was 2 of them in the lobby, I believe. CJS being one of them. Benefiting pretty damn well from that one. But
maybe we need some VOD review and see what he was able to cook with it. Because, I mean, not going to lie, though, in normal games, when not everybody in the lobby is playing Takeda, Monk, and Kurumi, it probably isn't as good, But because of the F2 in this lobby, and I was thinking about it a bit more during the game, it does set up a little bit. It does provide that, the agency to initiate, the agency to be proactive in fights. It's like F1. It's a passive skill. Obviously, you activate it, and then you are passively immune to a focus attack within a certain range. Of course, if you hit by a max range focus attack, it's not going to protect you. You're not just going to teleport over to him. But if it's mid-range, you do actually do a sort of like quick blink over and grab it. But max range, it's not going to save you. But with F2, it allows you to close that distance. It gives you a little bit of aggressive potential, and perhaps it was the thing that just upset a lot of fights for them. We don't know exactly because we didn't have his perspective at all times, but it could have been what separated them in that lobby. It could have been something that really helped them out a lot. And those at home who are looking to test it out, go and try and find the VOD for their perspective and see what they cooked up with it, because that would certainly be an interesting thing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got one Monk game out of the way, Dunking, but we're about to move into our second Monk game on the day. And, nominally, this has a lot of similarities, right? We have the Kurumi for game number 1 now being substituted out with the zipping. Of course, we have that Tianhai as the stabilizing force. But really, what I think that I'm looking forward most to is what we're getting as that transitory point from the Takeda. Because really, Takeda was the thing that really shook things up for a lot of these teams. How much effect can you get? How much damage can you get out of Takeda Ultimates was the name of the game for game number 1. So moving into game number 2, how do you feel that things are going to shift? Especially because I think we saw a little bit more of an aggressive bent from these players than I think a lot of us were expecting there from a composition that seemed so slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's unless it's so. Here's the thing, right? When you start off a day in a series as a competitor, Raven always says this: game 1 in a 6-game series in a tournament, it's good to get a Viper game in game 1. Not because Viper Syra Justina is busted right now. We're not talking about like how good a comp is. We're talking about Viper comp, just in general, and the fact that it's a comp that you want to be aggressive on, because it's something that you're not using, Transformer Ultimates. You're not like looking to necessarily scale to the moon to win. You want to get aggressive. You want to get kills. You're looking to assassinate players, blah, 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 blah. And the execution is obviously still very important. So it gets you locked in for the day, right? It gets you warmed up faster if you're playing and if you have to play like that, if you're looking for those kills. So starting off the day, getting really ugly, is actually a really good thing to do, because it'll get you, it'll get you warmed up, it'll get the adrenaline going, it gets you locked in. And so maybe, perhaps that's why everyone just flipped it in game number 1 today. Maybe because they're just trying to get warmed up, they're trying to get locked in, and they just want to send it, get that first game out of the way, and then go into game 2, go into game 3, more warmed up, potentially slow down moving forward. But we'll see, because we're going to be jumping into our second game relatively soon, and we've got, as you said, the Tianhai Kailin zipping composition coming on through. It could slow down a little bit. This comp, although Kailin likes to scale up, right? It's not as important as it is for Takeda. Takeda, for those of you at home who don't know, Takeda's ultimate, his V3, it requires him and his teammates to have all of their weapon bag slots unlocked and just get as many highest tier weapons as they possibly can, high rarity, so that it levels up and scales up his ultimate, because it's got 3 states: the base state, the purple state, and then the gold state. Base state, 3 shoves. Purple state, 4 shoves with a slightly bigger hitbox. Gold stage, even bigger hitbox, still 4 shoves, but even bigger hitbox that also pulls them back in towards you at the end of its animation, and it's basically a 2-second stun, essentially. So it's really, really important to get there. Kailin, on the other hand, he still scales, but it's not in the same way as Takeda. It's more just his damage on his ultimate scales depending on the weapon's rarity. He does have a pseudo scaling, so to speak. Like, the better armor you have, the more potential value you could theoretically get in your ultimate, because if you've got better armor, you're gonna have more armor. Obviously, I mean, that sounds really stupid, but that's obviously that is the case. But because of his ultimate being something that consumes his health as a resource to get more slashes and dashes, it means that by the end of the ultimate, let's say you've used a lot of slashes and you're very, very low on health, but you've got a good armor and it's kept you, your effective health is still much higher. And he also scales with health jades as well, but for whatever reason nowadays we're not stacking health jades on Kailin. Instead, we're going triple damage reduction, triple attack jades, as with most characters at the moment. I'm not really sure why that changed, but still, I mean, zipping is there to keep him topped up, but we shall see if it gets turbo oogly once again, Nyako. And looking at the drops, we might have a pretty oogly start in the Metab down in that bottom left, with OA, Bowder, and FBX all dropping on top of each other.
Yeah, the verticality of Metab sometimes leads to kind of non-fights where everything looks like it's hitting a fever pitch, that somebody drops to the ground floor and then nobody actually wants to chase them down there. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on what's going on. We could also get a potential clash there, because I believe that is ASE, BBE, and SS1 all clustered on up. OUG, Weibo, and Wolves trying to take center stage. 521 in GG and Bowda there up top on the right as well. So a lot of different drops, a lot of different places where you have these kind of like unit groups who could take fights against one another, but there's an inherent risk of third partying, of course, especially with how long fights can go. And therefore, I think it's kind of be similar to what we saw last time. I'm going to predict more aggression than what we were predicting going into game number 1, just because it seems like everyone wants to flip it like you were talking about. But it's just that, like, you take too long of a fight once everybody has ult, and all of a sudden you got 5 teams at your location, because Tianhai just works as this huge beacon by which other people kind of come on in and see what they can do. But we're going to see what happens now, as we got LXM versus Ivan. So GG versus 521 is our first fight of the day. Ivan just getting caught out and fed to the wolves. Well, not the literal wolves, but rather to GG right here. Trying to answer right back with some dash slashes of their own. Actually able to sustain for quite a while, but still less than half health. TE now going to close upon this position. We have a start of a third party coming on in here. 521 and GG both softened up. TE, I think, are looking for that entry point.
They are indeed. Now, I have to say, Ivan, buddy, you landed on the Fireflies for a reason. Use your ult. Stop running with no weapon. but he does eventually use his ult, but with a sliver of health, and it kind of just negates the fact that they even went for Fireflies. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. Lock in, guys. You got ult, just use it. Don't be afraid. And here, perfect example. SS1 also dropping the Fireflies, able to take full advantage, getting 2 kills right off the rip. Very nicely done. Now moving over to meta, we've got OA going head-to-head with FPX. Kiki and Tutik going head-to-head at the moment. Tutik does have his zipping, keeping him topped up. Kiki's not going to be able to get much value out of this Kylanol as he is already popped. No zipping to help him out, and he goes down. But OA, they're not out of the woods just yet. They got Bowder jumping in, trying to third-party this fight. And Bowder are looking pretty strong on the ultimate right here. We have that zipping ultimate ready to go. The Tianhai ult is going to be coming out to play. Lin popping up in that Vajra state, getting the grab onto OAB. But Bowder, you griefers, says OA, you're trolling. Why are we letting FPX get reses? And FPX are going to be able to res. As we see, ZGE does get back up the... Oh, no, it does get back into the mix of things, trying to catch some damage onto Lin. OA are going to be paying dearly for this. AB is going to go down. Bowder is going to be able to claim the elimination, but Lin now going to be on the back foot. See what I mean, says OA? You trolls. Bowder, you let FPX get the res, and now you're going to pay for it. NY7 going down. They're going to get grabbed up, slammed, and tech chased on the ground. But unfortunately, no re-grab just yet. ZGE not going to be able to snipe it out. Lin is going to be going down up on the rocks over there. He's kicking himself. Why didn't we go into this? Why is this happening? OA are going to be able to try and kite backwards, but it's not looking too good for them. And there you have it, the .9 coming on through, catching them in the bag. ZGE trying to kite away. FPX are looking as though they're kind of cooked right now. No Monk ultimate, Kylan dash goes wide. NY7 trying his best to lock him down, and there you have it. Bowder are going to be able to come out 3-man strong and quite a few kills, and now we're moving back on over to the Ballista that we saw at the beginning of the game with BBE and TE going head-to-head.
Yeah, this is an extended fight. I said I thought things would slow down a little bit once the ultimates are summoned, but everybody's just kind of got into this morass of a battle that has just perpetually occurred since game launch right now. So people are kind of fighting on fumes in a lot of ways as well, just benefiting from one another's corpses as the main thing to get a material advantage. BBE trying to get up top of this tower. Vertical grab shots here from Roy Hee, not doing a whole lot. And this is the problem when you're in a vertical situation like this. It's just hard for the Tianhai to do anything. Xiaonan actually brought down to the ground floor. Unfortunately, we get BBE's despawn before we actually see a whole lot done off the back of an attempted grab. That being said, Xiaonan waiting into the midst of 2 might be in a little bit of trouble. Bell comes out, but I think that's too little too late. BBE gonna clean up at least one.
BBE looking good. Roy Hee, Asbon, and Doofu going to be able to close out this kill onto Pete. There you go. SEA sniper right there. Roy Hee with the musket. Let's get it. Going up to 4 eliminations very early on and currently leading the lobby in kills. Looking good. You know what else is looking good? OUG. Oh my goodness. Baby you with purple armor and golden fist blades. Good lord. They did land on Salvation Podium, or just to the north of it, and it looks as though they were able to get the golden weapon, get 3 kills, and then path all the way up to Yushan Ruins. I'm not really sure why they went all the way up there. It's a rather long trek, but looks as though they're going to be coming out with quite the loot. They're certainly prepared for the realm of... Yeah, I mean, you can see their confidence right now. OUG, hey, yeah, with Turbo Stack, boys, let's get the Valiant Challenge. Let's get that red bounty and hope that one of these suckers comes can try and challenge us. Golden fist blades with purple armor, Kylan. They're not going to know what hit them. But speaking of purple armor, GG also got the purple armor on the Tianhai 4LXM. No golden weapon, but still looking pretty solid for them as well. All of these teams trying to prepare themselves for the realm of Yang that will be popping up shortly. Wolves trying their best to loot up. They spot out the purple armor from GG, immediately run the other way. I don't think we're going to be seeing too many fights unless ASE, haha, suckers, you've been baited. Golden fist blades, Kylan, you're not going to know what hit you. Jinyu popping up with that ultimate. Han hopping and skipping away, trying to disengage. The parry comes through onto Mist. The jump in. Are we going to see the double grab? No, we're not. As expected, as should be. Jinyu trying to throw hands. SS is taking quite a bit of damage. No zipping ultimate just yet. BBU is going to be going pretty low. Going to be popping that ultimate. Nice little dodge right there on the... Oh! Sky punch. Jinyu. Oh, coming out of nowhere. We do get the armor swap for SS. Focus attack on the cross. Massive. Jinyu is in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, able to keep full health though, so won't have to worry too much about the drain. That being said, has to worry about Han just being right on top of them, actually bogarting any way out of this one. He's going to try to win this the hard way. Big juggle, and this is one of those worst fights where you're off tempo from the start, and Jinyu just got nothing done that entire time. False parry back and forth, nothing happened from that, and then they were taken out. Now OUG lit apart at the seams. Han coming in. SS in a whole lot of trouble, loses the last little tick of armor that they had available to them. Han gonna get staggered on this chase down attempt. OUG trying to reverse fortune, and Baby, you may die to drain. Get the berries off the last second. And did ASE fly too close to the sun is the question. Zinyu trying to do what they can. Back alive, trying to make a mark. Missed on the trade. Still in a lot of trouble, surrounded on all sides, tries to hop away. Big parry, knocked out, ASC destroyed.
Oh my goodness. Now that was sussy, to say the least. OUG, they were arguably the most stacked in the entire lobby, and it was that close. That's not what you want to see. Jinyu kind of just getting absolutely decimated in the 1v1 against ASE Han. I'm gonna have to go back and VOD review that one, I would say, but it should never have been close. But Baby U is gonna be able to clutch it up with those golden fist blades and turn it back around, and they do rage res on top of them. But we're going to the realm of Yang. There were a lot of people waiting to go in, but only a few were able to enter. GG gonna be one of them, going up against WBG. Yeran is gonna be jumping in, gonna get one grab, purple armor, purple weapon grab. Is going to do a decent amount of damage. LXM does find one for himself, but not going to be able to slam, not going to be able to get that heal up, unfortunately. WBG trying to find a way in. Yali gets popped his ultimate. Going to be pulling the trigger now, though. Both Kylan Fs have been utilized. Yali is going to get slashed and slashed through the enemy team. Going to get 2 left. Not much health left to play with, though. He's going to get popped very soon. We've got the infinite dash right now for a couple seconds. There it is. Last dash going to be coming on through. Going to heal a little bit more. F going to be coming out from the zipping. Getting him topped back up once again. Jing is going to find a massive parry. The bell's going to come through. The parry got griefed, unfortunately. Yali going to be sending out these bonks, trying to find one. He's now in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Slide uppercut is going to catch, but not going to be able to finish him off. CJS going to be kiting it out. F. Ooh! Oh my goodness. F comes through. He manages to get the elimination, but he's not gonna live. And GG off the back of their MVP in game number 1. Gonna clean up this realm of Yang, secure their second purple armor, and that Vermilion Bird's Might looking good. Speaking of Vermilion Bird's Might, we also have OA and SS1 also going to be able to win their realms of Yang, claiming Vermilion Bird's Might, and Wolves, who didn't go into the realm of Yang, but instead went over to a Spirit Well, have managed to get their hands on White Tiger's Prowess, and now going to be going through the rotations and trying to find some of these Yang depletion teams to hunt down, take down, and get a few extra limbs get some limbs, as they've not managed to get their hands on any so far this game, but they're looking pretty scaled, so this could be a pretty solid opportunity for them to get those points on the board.
Yeah, we're in an interesting spot where I think that this is where the flag planting is going to occur. This is going to be the point at which we get a real defining moment as to where the rest of this game is going to go. Will it be a bloodbath? Will it be as chaotic as what we saw from game number 1? Or this time, will people strategize a bit more and just try to slow the pace? That's the question at hand. But as we get a quick run through of SS1 versus FPX, let's reflect to see how these team fights are actually going to maybe go in the future here. Luoye doing what they can to try to get in with a few yoinks of their own. Definitely have a health advantage over ZGE. Also on the Tian High there for FPX. Luoye, though, at the same time, unable to get a whole lot done in the way of grabs. ZGE going so worryingly low on the back end of this one, though. It might just still be over. Luoye sent sprawling, but here we go. Followed through from SS1. And it's down to ZGE getting juggled and torn asunder. As now Schwan going to hand off aggro. Try to get down on a Kiki. Down to a Sliver as well. You have Water on the back end playing conservatively, but it doesn't matter. They are going to drop SS1 coming out with the buff, but all of a sudden getting staggered as we return back to the live feed as FBX are looking for revenge.
They certainly are, and will they be able to get their revenge? Sweet, sweet vengeance as FBX do pop that Monk ultimate. If you get the grab. Second grab coming in, very nice. Getting the double grab. Terrain is not going to facilitate the re-grab, but CJS just wanders in. Oh, hello, what's going on here? And just immediately gets grabbed. The bell comes through from Luoye, but making himself a very easy target for ZGE. They're going to be able to claim those Soul Blooms, but they have a million birds, my Soul Bloom, so they've still got Yang Depletion, unfortunately, and they've just simply reset the timer. But we're heading over to the snowy area, the snowy biome, as 5-1 OA and Bowder going head-to-head right now. Kabam coming on through. Pampy goes down. AB goes down. 2-tick. Claiming an elimination there, I believe. Fat Milk, very low HP. Lin is going to get absolutely lit up right now. Good lord. Getting exploded, burning. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath going to be doing work. Wolves going to be able to come in with this beautiful third party. Perfect timing, coming on through, cleaning up that last kill, getting 2 for themselves. And then looking for the third. Lin grappling deep into the zone, trying to disengage, trying to get out of sight, out of mind. But we'll have to see whether or not he's able to achieve that moving forward. Wolves, they smelt blood. The wolf pack encroaches onto this fight, and they come out with a couple kills. But did they get any loot, is the question. Because I'm pretty sure quite a few of those players over there in that fight were Vermilion Birds Might players. Or players with the buff, and so with that buff, you don't lose any of your loot when you die. It's not available to be picked up by your killer, so they might not be very much that they were able to pick up just then, unfortunately. But Wolves coming out of the zone, they get spotted out by GG. GG testing the waters, sending a few musket shots their way, but no aggression, no further aggression. So I believe they're saying, okay, guys, yeah, no, stop it. Sorry, we've got so much money. Let's go shopping, and we've got Yang coming up. What are we doing? Let's go. And so that's what they're gonna do. They're probably gonna go shopping. They don't have 2 ultimates. So they might not be going Yang, but SS1 certainly will be, as they've got triple ult, and on top of that, I believe that's 6 kills. No, yes. I couldn't tell because the thing on the side was there. But they've got quite a few. Regardless, GG are going to be going to the Rumble Yang. And somehow they have 3 ult. They may have gotten Fireflies. Or maybe they were almost up. Regardless, LXM going to be monking up, matching Luoye, jumping over to the pillar, trying to find the knocker, but not able to do so just yet. And LXM is going to get knocked about. The grab comes through. Juan gets grabbed. Goes for the air B right there. Interesting. And Juan's going to be able to get out and not get slammed here.
All right. Fight continues here as SS1 looking to continue to ride that momentum they got from the earlier exchange. Don't know how it's going for them right now, especially off those Kai Lin slash dashes. We've got several players going worryingly low. Yuan trying to hold down the fort here in the duel versus LXM for the time being. Wu Yang's almost lost all their armor, continually sent sprawling. Will have to fire off Bell here. No comers onto that, no staggers to be achieved. That he's still in a lot of trouble as Guan is spent on the run as well. GG maybe looking to clean this one up, as now unfortunately 330 getting caught out on the far side suddenly brings this right back into play, as this one could try to reverse this. LXM loses 2 combos in a row, gets the parry bait. Oh, it's a disaster. SS1 holding the course are able to pick up a fantastic 3v3 inside of the Realm of Yang.
Looking very nice. SS1. They are cooking this game. I'm trying to see. I think that's... How many kills is that? 8? 11. And they just got 3. So they were actually... They were on... Okay, they were on quite a few more than 6. In fact, they... wait, no. Yeah, they were. They had 9 before that Realm of Yang. No, sorry. 8 before that Realm of Yang. Picking up another 3. Massive from them. Unfortunately, FPX, though, do still have Yang depletion. But, good for them, they were able to get the Spirit Well and reset the timer. So, but, okay, so this is a weird dynamic. This is a weird thing, a weird situation that is unprecedented, because it's before this bi-weekly we didn't have this patch, and it's we've still got we've still got people from the first Yang having Yang depletion after the second Yang has just completed. So very, very different. It's rather confusing, and I'm not really sure what's going to be coming of this, but we shall see. I wonder if they can keep Yang depletion going till the end of the game. XD. We shall see. Regardless, into the Realm of Yang replay we go. OA against OUG. Baby U gonna be popping that ultimate, trying to... Ooh, it does get pretty low. This loses quite a bit of health. Only blue armor, having been downgraded from purple from earlier on. Slashing, just absolutely sending every single one of them. Baby you get knocked down. Toothpick coming through, dominating this fight. Very nice from Toothpick, able to fully dictate the pace of this one. And SS gets, oh my goodness, gets juggled into the focus attack follow-up, and he's just got nowhere to go. Beautifully done right there. Now OUG with the Yang depletion going to be resurrecting in the storm right here. Oh, watch out for that one, buddy. Jinyu, it's knocked down. No stress. No, not a big deal. Just smart out. GG. Are we going for this fight? And they were looking as though they were the most stacked in the lobby before the first Realm of Yang, and now they're probably one of the least stacked. It's not ideal. I mean, probably not the least stacked. It's probably a blueberry team out there with triple blue and no gold weapon, but no, it doesn't look as though they're going for GG. It doesn't look as though they want the smoke. GG gonna be oh, okay. So here's something that I just noticed. GG, before they went into that second Realm of Yang, they had, 11 to 14,000 Darktide coins on each of them. So on average, each of them had about 13,000. So, and I was kind of expecting them, we don't have 2 ults, let's go shopping, right? But no, they went into Yang because the 2 of their ultimates were about to come up, or they picked up Fireflies. Regardless of what happened, they went into Realm of Yang anyway. But they still didn't spend the money. So, typically, when you have this much money, in Immortal War, you spend it. Because in Immortal War, the shop, it's not the same wares as the usual one has. You have a lot more choices. You can go for something else. You can go for a random purple weapon, melee or range. You can get a purple armor, blah, blah, blah. And so this... thank you, observers. Thank you, guys. You're making my point for me. You're legends. Right here, they didn't spend the money because of this reason right here. Because they were preparing themselves for the potential eventuality that they die in the Realm of Yang. And look at that. They've let 2 of their players die to the storm and are going to be able to buy both of them back. And now the triple Yang depletion is only a 1 Yang depletion on the zipping. And maybe maybe there aren't enough rebirth charms in the shop to buy all 3 and res all 3. So, but they're still in a much better situation now. And this is forethought. This is macro decision making right here from GG, and that's why they're one of the best teams in the league, and why we've thought of them as macro geniuses for a very, very long time. And they're able to alleviate the stress of Yang depletion.
Oh yeah.
With the forethought of having not spent money. Very nicely done, and that's exactly what I was expecting from more of these teams earlier on. But it looks as though GG's the only one who thought of it.
Okay, well, center stage here for the Spirit Well. Jinyu gonna try to leap forward here to space people out. Will be trading position with AD from OA, who wants to try to get onto the squishier members of OUG. Jinyu doing a good job of absorbing abuse. Is gonna be in a bit of a scramble situation coming out of this ultimate, though. And unfortunately, getting yoinked by Yuoye here could be a disaster. He's down to just a sliver, goes a tumbling outside of the Spirit Well, and SS1, dominant all game, are looking for just that next buff to make a mark.
This is so sad for OUG because they still had Yang depletion. They had Yang depletion from that second Yang that they lost, and it's so rough for them. It's so rough. They were looking so good at the very beginning of the game, and then it just went completely downhill. 6 kills, fully eliminated right here. Very unfortunate for them. But let's see who comes away with this buff right here. As we have a WBG trying to find their way in, trying to encroach on this golden circle. To no avail, though, unfortunately. FPX going to be able to come away with this little bit of real estate for themselves. Secured the property. Very nice indeed. And Wolves and FPX are going to be the 2 teams with buff right here. And now all of these other players climbing up to the top of this rock formation, to the top of this mountain. OA trying to disengage. They're looking very stacked up, but triple Yang depletion now because of that spirit line, that Yang Spirit Well. They might be in the hot seat. They might be aggressed on quite severely right here, but no, it looks as though SS1, they found the blueberries. They found TE. Blue Arbor, get him! Xiaonan is surely going down right here, as he's got a Kylanol chasing him to his death, and into the grave he goes.
Yeah, fight continuing here. Luoye wanting to just get a little bit more of the pie there, as OA is trying to desperately get away from the encroaching shadow as well. Meanwhile, Spirit Well time, we got Yali down to basically no health, going to be shot on all sides. This is what it's like expressing an opinion on the internet here. I'm telling you right now, Dunkin' Donuts. He's still on the run, still alive. A touch of health. Oh, and eventually he will, unfortunately, collapse around the Spirit Well as Wolves are trying to hand off control now. Peak in a lot of trouble. He drops off a platform here. Unfortunately, NiHQ is just so good at buying space, as Wolves as a whole actually get a whole lot off the backside of that fight. Really in a solid position for what could be Final Circle. We got 6 minutes left. We kind of hit the doldrums here, which allowed for you to, make a big thesis statement the last time around at about this position, Dunkin' Donuts. I'm going to see if you have the opportunity to do so again, or if somebody's going to pull the trigger and cause another fight to occur coming up here in just a little bit.
GG. Unfortunately, even though they put all that work in to cleanse Yang depletion after second Yang, they've got it again! 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They are going to have to make something happen soon. It looks as though there might be an opportunity right here. WBG sending it right now, getting the kill onto TE's youth, but Luoye, oh my goodness. This is not where you want to be. Get out! Get out now! Can I... No, he cannot get out. Can I move, please? No, sir, says OA, jumping in. The cannon shots coming on through. The swarm as well from Tutik. They pick up 1 kill, cleanse one of their Yang depletions. Now 5-1. While all of this has been happening, they thought, you know what, guys? Let's not flip it. Let's not troll, and let's try and get the Spirit Well. But little do they know, it seems, that the first team that jumps in onto the Spirit Well is usually not the team that gets it, unless it's fully uncontested. and they're not going to be able to do so. Pampy, having popped that monk ult, realizing this, immediately jumping away, trying to catch another player, and does so. Yuan getting picked up, getting grabbed and slammed, and 521 are going to be able to cleanse one of their depletions. OA going to be jumping in, trying to do exactly the same thing. GG jumping in now. The third team on that Spirit Well trying to contest that White Tiger's prowess, as they probably need it to be able to survive all that much longer. Are they going to be able to secure it though? And no, they are not. They're going to be pushed off by FPX. It's just ring around the rosy, just like musical chairs right now with this Spirit Well. FPX going to try their hand at it, but the cannon fire is a bit much. Oh my goodness. Do they get this? I don't know. They do indeed. Okay. Everyone else gave up? Nah, let's not bother. FPX gonna be probably the ones in control in this endgame and are fully set up to potentially take this one for themselves and secure that MVP. But they're gonna have to contest OA, who's on 14 eliminations now. 521 have managed to cleanse 2, only 1 with Yang depletion right now, but they're looking to potentially cleanse that third with Year Run just getting absolutely smoked right here. And there you have it. He does go down, but do we see the cleanse? No, we do not. We see FPX jumping in with that ultimate, slashing and dashing his way through the crowd. And FPX are in a really solid spot right now.
Yeah, here we go. FPX still trying to push that advantage. Kiki kind of having to make his way over past No Man's Land to get to the rest of his team, but this is prime real estate for this kind of desperate final circle. 3 minutes left on the clock here. Wolves, OA, GG, FPX, GG, and 521 all having a shot at this one. Pampy for 521 trying to just negotiate for space. I've been at his back here. Wolves gonna kind of cluster alongside them using this hut-ass coverage. But this is a very, very difficult situation to be in for everybody involved. Splash damage from these cannon shots being angled so nicely by everybody means that you can't stay in one place for too long. But at the same time, there are some of these teams with the finger on the scales. OA just massively advantaged in regards to the score that they've been able to rack up for themselves. Full legendary armors across the board. Definitely one of the teams to watch out for here. Now that SS1 has been taken out of the lobby, things have gotten so different. And I do think that we have a front runner here to try to take this home. And notably, congrats to OA for being the first team to actually get past WZ's scoreline on the day.
Oh yeah, true. Managing to push them down to 7th. OA gonna make it into that top 6 bracket right now. Wolves, I don't know if they've made the right decision right now because they're currently in the basement. They're in the tunnel below the ground right now, and they're basically just, it seems as though they're just gonna be fully playing for heal off unless the Kylin's gonna pop ult and come out of the storm at the last second and trying to make something happen with the monk down below and gonna be popping that ultimate to get that health reset. And we do have the monks up on the wall right now, OA and FPX. ZGE is gonna drop down. Not gonna try and contest this just yet. OA are certainly holding down the fort right now. Looks as though Wolves are swapping Soul Jades, trying to get as much health onto ZK as possible, it seems, as he does have quite a bit more health than his teammates right there. He does have all the health Jades. EG at the bottom, 330 still alive and kicking. LXM is going to get peppered by all of these cannon shots. And yeah, I'm not surprised. Ibin, unfortunately, he tried his best to stay alive. They tried to stay as inconspicuous as possible, crouching up against the wall, looking at the wall. If I can't see them, they can't see me. I'm not going, yeah, no. And it looks as though, wait a second, ZK has now been given the blue armor instead, and he's just going to sit there. Look at him. He's just standing there waiting. It's just waiting. Wolves, they give the golden armor to the Kylin. All right, get up there, buddy. Go have some fun. And there he goes. He's going in. He's probably going to be popping that ultimate. There you have it. He's popping the ult. He's slashing through everyone, trying to get as many kills as possible, slashing people out of the safe zone. LXM trying his best to stay in the air, trying to stay as airborne as possible and avoid all of this damage. He's going to try and save his ultimate for the last second, trying to get a few eliminations. Going to be able to get one. How many are we going to get, though? LXM is going to be popping the ultimate. Who stays alive longer? They're both going to be drawing it out, it seems. And Wolves are going to draw it out. There you have it. Not first place, unfortunately.
Wow.
But who gets the MVP? OA?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right? Yep, there you have
running
it.
up that score counter there, Dunkin' Donuts. Absolutely fantastic showing overall from them. I really thought SS1 could have taken it to the end, dude, but no. OA are actually going to be the ones who will get the lion's share of kills. And like I said, they're the first to break into that top 6. Now, as we say before, top 12 is really what matters. But, of course, getting those extra points is very valuable, gets you a whole lot more coming to the bi-weekly finals. And this is a decisive one, right? We're on bi-week number 4, the final one before we dive on into the fall finals and LCQs.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you if you're not up there in points after the bi-weekly 1, 2, and 3, then you need this bi-weekly 4 finals to go well for you. And as you said, it's a game. It's a game of qualifying. You want to be in the top 12, but getting as many points as possible, as you said, is going to be really helpful because these teams, they take a percentage, I believe it's 12.5% of their total points from their 2 days of play in the bi-weekly qualifying days into that finals. So the more points, the better. And obviously, bragging rights. It's always nice. Here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. Answer for treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And it is once again another game of prediction. Which hero will be the MVP of game number 2? Will it be A, Kailin Zhang, B, Tianhai, or C, Zipping Yin? And as I said before, the MVP is usually decided by the most kills. So if you're paying attention, you're going to be able to get that one in the bag. Or if you do still have to be lucky because those who answer correctly are only one out of those will be chosen. Only one will be whispered and added in the chat and win that special gift box. So get lucky, but stick around in case you do, and don't step away and potentially miss out on claiming your prize. But back to NARAKA. That was interesting, I have to say. It definitely seems as though everyone chilled out a little bit. We were a little bit more calm and collected going into into game number 2. There were quite a few more people alive. In game 1 we had, what was it, 16 or something people alive with 6 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, we had quite a few more players alive in that end zone at that point in time during that game. So it was definitely a little bit more calmed down. Perhaps I was right. Perhaps everyone wanted to just flip it in game 1 and just get warmed up for the day. Or perhaps they were just warming up. They made mistakes because they weren't warmed up. Who knows? Regardless, this is the scoreboard for game number 2. And OA with a monstrous 15 kills can be able to secure that MVP with 17 total game score. SS1 in second with 13 kills, 14 points. GG in third with a decent number of kills. A decent number to say the least. But No Cigar not going to be in that first place just there. Not going to get that MVP. As it going to be going over to OA. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is a whole heck of a lot of damage. Also, shout out to Kukatu for that healing count on the zip. Basically blanking 1.5 to 2 people out of the lobby just with their output on that front to sustain these fights and enable to get that absurd number on the Kailin Zhang.
Yeah, 40,000 is quite a lot. That's he's probably going to be the MVP, I reckon, with 11 kills as well. But here are our standings, ladies and gentlemen, in total for these 3 days. And WBG not looking so hot, unfortunately. 11 so far today. I mean, 11's not horrendous. OUG's on 8 right now, but because of their first day's performance, they're currently sitting in that bottom position. Bowder is going to be in 12th, currently holding the line on that qualification spot, that qualification threshold, and OA making it into that top 6 with 92.7, overtaking WZ.
Yeah, JL still staying strong at the top. I don't think anybody's catching them, but OA racking up 28 points already is actually the one team that I think is on rate to actually be able to push towards that 80-point benchmark. And given the fact that ALL, DRG, YZG, SR, none of those other teams were able to net anything close to that kind of score, there's a good shot that OA gets into second place here today. I can definitely see that being in the cards for them and see what value they're going to get.
Oh yeah, I would say so too. You know, currently second place, they have a just under 70-point day and then a 30-point something. But considering OA's performance so far with 28, that's pretty massive. They could very easily make it into that second place if they're able to keep this up. But let's take a look at the highlights off the back of game number 2. MVP'd by OA and brought to you by China Unicom. SS1 and ASE going head-to-head off the rip. And now into the Realm of Yang we go. The Realm of Yang replay for OA and OUG. OUG, they were looking good. They had it. They had it in the bag. They were chilling. And then I have to say, Jin, you just got absolutely cooked in the 1v1 between the monks in that snowy area, and it kind of slowed them down, unfortunately. They got the kills, but it slowed them down, and it just, I think it may have set the tone for their first Realm of Yang, and then this being the second Realm of Yang, they're just getting smoked by OA. OA were very, very scaled up. They were way more scaled than OEG there, but they played it very, very nicely too. OA, 2-tick, just an absolute menace. As we saw, 40,000 damage. He was the man in charge.
Oh, yeah.
He was the server admin this game, I have to say.
Yeah, and we can see that here, though. It really is just a class act on all sides. As we are looking at GG, actually, which were the ones to take home the lobby, if not the actual kill count, keeping themselves aloft for quite a while. They're sustaining very nicely. Doesn't change the fact that at the end of it all, it was OA standing strong to take it home, though. And it's just because they were center stage for so many of those big battles at the end there, and they had the resource pool to continually push things in their favor. Because of that, they're able to pick up a really, really solid score line here. And of course, an MVP for 2-tick, as we were expecting. We're going to see who locked in the A there for that chance to win some treasure. But this is going to be his third MVP on this fall split.
Massive from him. I understand now. Yeah. This is more along the lines of what you'd expect to see a Kylin running in the Soul Jade slots. You've got one attack Jade, but you've got Desperation, you've got Soothing Boon, Advanced Heal, so triple health, double damage reduction, one attack. And with that Advanced Heal and the Desperation as well, you know, you've got the Desperation, you're going to be able to just jump in, dump all of the slashes, get the attack bonus, do those few more slashes, and then if your zipping can throw you a heal, pop that ultimate, you know, you can pop an advanced heal yourself, and then you can stay in it for that little bit longer. But we're going to be thrown over to a quick break before we get into our third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL. We have 2 games under our belt, or 2 mirror matches of our day here for this day of competition in the Trios division, the last day of normal competition before we move on to a cavalcade of finals, last chance qualifiers, and incredible action. But with 4 games on the docket still on the day, Dunkin' Donuts, we got a whole lot of action ahead of us.
Oh, yes, indeed. We've got a whole lot more NARAKA left to be played, ladies and gentlemen. And it's gonna heat up very, very soon, because now we've got no mirror matches. We've made it through those first 2, and we're gonna be cooking up some compositions. Now, I think we're probably safe to say that there's gonna be a few, that we're going to see the Viper Sarah Justina. We're going to see more Monk, for sure. We'll probably see Tianhai, Kylan zipping a little bit. I think we're probably going to see the Enor, Matari, and Ferrier quite a bit as well. Probably one of the I would say that's in the top 3 compositions at the moment. I'd say it goes Viper, then I would say it's the Enor, and then it's the Tianhai at the moment. I reckon, though, that Sand Siphon, Takeda, Tamulk, Syra composition is gonna be doing pretty well. Mainly because I think it actually has quite a few things, or quite a few ways of dealing with the Viper comp. Because although it doesn't have, an anti-Viper stun, so to speak, it does have that Syra ult, which is going to be V2. So you kind of have a little bit of what the Viper comp has. You can match the enemy Syra. You have good sustain. You have good potential lockdown with that stun. And then the Takeda, although he doesn't do what Yushan would do, and make you immune to the Viper ult, or Matari that would make you invisible, so the tether doesn't attach, and so you don't get stunned. It does provide peel. As long as he presses ult before he gets stunned, and then as long as he doesn't get silenced, he's gonna be able to peel himself and his teammates. Now, obviously, you could say, well, they're just gonna silence him, Duncan. He's not gonna do anything. Well, yeah, but if he does that, if they do that, then his 2 other teammates, the Syra ult can come in, the Tamulk can do something. There's his Tamulk as well. He can iframe not only the Viper stun, but also the Syra stun. He can avoid both by simply pressing his F at the right time, meaning that there's actually quite a lot they can do against this Viper Syra Justina composition to Justina somewhat gets shut down by the Tamulk. It's a pretty solid pick, I would say, into it. Personally speaking, that's what I believe. So I think that comp may get a little bit more play than it has done in the past. But who knows? We might see a little bit of oogliness. We might see a little bit of a few shenanigans here and there with some, I don't know, Wuchen, Tessa, Yoto. What is that? That's apparently being played from time to time. I don't know if we'll see it, but we might do. What do you think we're going to see, Yanko?
I think that you're probably right. I think that as pressure mounts, we're probably going to get a few weird little picks edging out at the end here. But right now, we have such a solid set of comps that I think are just kind of head and shoulders above where everybody else is. And so first round, I think, is pretty deterministically going to go, towards those Vipers and those Syras. I think we're going to get some Monk compositions mixed at the end here. But I imagine that we're going to be seeing that Viper all the way through. It is just such a centralizing force. And I'm kind of surprised we get enough variation to actually see Temi in our top 3.
What are we gonna get in second round? Enor?
Okay, Enor. Pretty high prio. I've been liking them a lot, actually, in solos as well. But the prio is definitely locked in for a higher up here. Faria as well. Matari gonna round out that composition. Takes uniformly across all 3, and now moving on to the halfway point. What is going to be happening in this third round is the question, as all these bands have hit the board so far. This could be the point at which we begin to see maybe Tianhai sneak back in.
Now this is telling of whether or not... I have to say, I forgot about the Hardy Kylan. I did forget about the Hardy Kylan. This is a comp that we've been seeing come out quite a bit more now. All of a sudden, I have to say, I didn't miss Hardy. I didn't miss the cube. That thing is so stupid. I was playing trios yesterday, or the day before rather, and it's just, I'm in a fight. Guy cubes. Okay. He's got cube out. Alright. We'll continue fight. Oh, he's got cube again. Oh, nice. Can I kill people, please? It's so irritating. So it's really, really solid. Like the Hardy coming out back. He's once again back in the meta. I'm not gonna lie. Everyone thought he was turbo gutted. They buffed him a little bit again. He's a little bit better again now, but they didn't do anything substantial. It's just that the other things that were a bit too strong got a bit nerfed, and now he's better now because of that, basically. But I am glad to see that the Tumult, the Sand Siphon comp does get picked up here in that third phase. Now it was kind of along the lines of what I thought. You know, the Syra Viper Justina first pick, into the Enoch comps in second pick, and then third pick. It was kind of more up to them. What do they prefer on what map? And so I did forget momentarily about the Kyle and Hardy zipping completely. And I was thinking it was probably going to be some Siphon maybe, because you know it's pretty solid, as I was saying before. But we do get one, but the Kyle and Hardy zipping also has quite a bit they can do to avoid a lot of stuff from Viper Syra. Because, you know, the cube just does everything. It does it all, ladies and gentlemen. The cube, it does it all. It's just that good. And then Kylan, you know, as long as he does, even if he gets stunned, as long as he's popped ult, he's not gonna die because he's immortal. So zipping is the only one they can really kill. She can ult, and as long as she got cube up, she is chilling. So we'll see how well it performs today. But I think this composition, especially after JL, you know, they showcased how well it could do. They played it quite a bit before in previous bi-weekly. It's definitely a solid pick, and we shall see whether or not they're able to do as well as JL has. Nothing too crazy in terms of ability choices, but to be honest, I'm surprised to see the Zai coming out from Bowder and BBE, because Zai kind of gets cooked in the current meta. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Wu Chen Tessa, and then I don't know. Does Zai really work here?
I don't think it does. I don't think so. My thought is that Zai is just going to be in a position where they need to make first move. They can't afford to try to like bring back a fight after like a Viper ult gets dropped on their head or something like that. They will just get kind of split apart really badly. And I think that therefore, like, I'm really looking at the velocity of this game to kind of tell me whether or not it can make any amount of a mark here, because if the game goes super fast and people are like willing to be the engagers, I do think, Dunking, that there is a chance that this Zai can do work here, or if one gets out to a really big material advantage. But really more what I'm thinking is that people are going to play relatively conservatively, right? Like the Viper doesn't want to be the first mover anyway. They want another fight that they could third party drop in with their ultimate, and so we're probably getting a slow game.
I mean, I don't know though, because the thing is that's something that definitely makes sense for like old Viper comp. But now, to be honest with you, I think that it's actually almost it's not necessarily the case anymore, because they just have so much agency and so much to just do whatever the hell they want, because that comp is just ridiculous. It's just insanely good. Like Justina just jumps in, pops ult, okay, let's go, fully send it. Viper silence, and then you've got Syra or Viper ult to just do with what you will. You know, you can do so much with it. You have so much freedom. And this comp is just crazy. It's just crazy good. But one thing I didn't notice, now I have, and when we were looking at the character picks and ability choices, is that we've got Yushan, Karumi, Takeda. It kind of works, I guess. It's interesting, though. I'm not really sure. Regardless, we are going to see whether or not they're going to be able to come out with something right here. And it looks as though they are. They're going to be getting a huge parry onto OUG right here. OUG is just not having a good day so far. Jin Yu does get cooked. Forced to use the F. Loye on the monkey bars. Swinging forward. They do manage to close out the kill, and it looks as though SS is going to get closed out by Wolves. Jumping in with the third party on the Kylan Hardy zipping. NHQ, they don't have the ult charge to match, really, I don't think. Oh! Looks as though ZK is going to be the one getting the soul. The cube is off, and look at that cube! Now you see me, now you don't. Bye-bye. Nice Yushan ult, buddy.
Yeah, I kind of came into.
I don't like cube.
I haven't become a cube hater yet because I just haven't seen enough Haughty in my career casting NARAKA to really develop an opinion one way or the other. If anything, I kind of have just been like waiting to see it for the novelty factor. But yeah, cube's scary, and furthermore, Shawan is playing a horror movie right now, trying to get the heck out of Dodge. Will get clipped on their exit route, and unfortunately, they will be dropped here. Now HQ looking to clean up. Loye in a lot of trouble. Sent Spiral in one way, then the other on the cross up. And that is going to clean house in favor of Wolves. Great stuff from them, picking up kills early on, rocketing up to 4. But look at the burst of aggression we got from everybody early on right now. FPX, GG, SS1, Bauda, ASE, all going to be able to pick up kills early. Weibo as well, struggling down there in the 17th place position, are able to clip 1. They will need more to really make a mark, though.
I think ASE were trying to find a way in, and Wolves pulled the trigger a little bit too early. We're cubing a little too fast. Oh, but wait a minute, it doesn't matter because it lasts that long. There you go, Wolves is trying to find their way out. Yu is trying to disengage, and this is nice presence of mind from Wolves to immediately run over to the Forbidden Seal, to that no ult zone, and drop it down, opening up the fight to potentially be able to come out on top here. ASE missed diving in. They do drop that Moonbane on top of them. You know, you have the Forbidden Seal, we've got the Moonbane. ASE, Zhao Wen, and Han, though. What has happened? What's going on, boys?
Oh, guys, it just gets worse.
Both dead. What? Guys,
oh my God.
Stop greeting. You killed 2 of them. Leave.
Yeah, ASE doing a good job playing coverage off the back of the Bane's Breath here. Wolves in kind of dire straits right now. Miss is going to be able to use this coverage to recover armor. The question is, will they push the greed further? Dunking, it looks like right now they're just going to use this to beat a retreat, get all the way across the affected area into safety. But Wolves are prowling at 6 kills overall, and I don't think that they're going to want to let this aggression up. We still got a little bit of time before we get the spawn up of the Realm of Yang. I imagine they're going to be entering into that, but I think furthermore, we're going to be taking one more fight before you even get there.
Oh, for sure. And it looks as though Bauda is looking for it. They get the bounty onto Wolves. Little do they know, it's a cube comp. It's literally just Wu channel, but better. Like, grumble. I don't like cube. But anyway, Wolves. Looks as though they've, considering they've managed to get 6 kills already, they've got a considerable amount of money in the pocket right now. And Bauda are in for a nasty surprise if they run at them right now. I have to say, Lin, get your Wu channel down, buddy, because you're gonna need it. And HQ getting grappled. Let's get knocked down momentarily. No stress. Vibes are good. We are still chilling. NHQ trying to fade back. They sense this aggression from Bauda. They're trying to figure it out. Are they actually serious about doing this? Is this worth fighting? Or are we simply better off running away right now? NHQ gonna try and jump in. For the Peel has no F. Does get caught by the staff. Extended focus. Lin dropping down with the flying knife, trying to find something, but there you have it. NHQ is gonna be jumping in with that Kylan ultimate, and Bauda, I feel like they're regretting their choices as they have immediately disengaged. But the problem is, BBE are gonna be jumping in and ruining NHQ's day right now. But look at that, it's the Cube Gaming, but because he didn't put the cube in the good cube spot, he's gonna die anyway.
Yeah. Here we go, Bauda.
That's why they
continue to force this. This is, I think, where Zai can really shine. Coming on into with the chain whips available. Yu just completely isolated here. will just be melted by one of the most opportunistic teams we've seen out of the whole bunch on the day. They've been excelling in their performance so far, and I do think that Bauda will be a team to continue to watch here as they rocket up to now 5 kills on the docket. WBG, meanwhile, a little bit hungrier. They've already lost their first respawn as well, so if they want to take anything, it's going to have to be in relative safety. That being said, there is an option here versus BBE. Asbon in a lot of trouble. Dufu, the kind of same. Roy Hee trying to work as the leader of this squad, but Asbon not having anything except for common armor. It's just kind of a sitting duck. So WBG is going to try to find the initiation point. Syra ultimate going to be fired off. Yaron continuing to try to lead this charge as Dufu is trying to get to safety. And what that means is that now we have Roy Hee left behind, and Yaron is going to confirm this kill with a Viper ultimate.
Just look at this. I don't know, WBG, they've got the best comp in the game right now, and they're kind of butchering this. I'm not gonna lie, this is not looking good. Roy Hee is pretty low, but he's in ultimate. F gonna be trying to disengage. Dufu's still pretty healthy. And Jing is gonna get cooked right now. Roy Hee, nice little parry. Tessa ult is gonna be coming in from a separate team. Bauda jumping in for the third party, and now WBG fended off very nicely by BBE, but it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, now they're both gonna get griefed, and Bauda is gonna just reap the rewards right now. They're very happy about this one. Jumping in, taking down their fellow Tessa Zai Wuchen comp, but they are going to be getting big money, big loot out of this one. 2 players going up purple armor, and look at all that money they've got under their belt as well. They're certainly going to be able to buy anything that they want from the shop, as long as it hasn't been purchased already. They'll be able to unlock those Jade slots. Very nice, and a very solid third party from Bauda. But here we are going into the realm of Yang, and GG and ASE are trying to contest this Yang portal. Oh, a bit early on that one, CJS. Not sure about that, buddy. But regardless, we're going in, we're getting in, as everyone's flipping it at the edge of the zone right now, so no contest, significant contest at least. And GG are going to go head-to-head with OUG.
This should be an important one. GG navigating over, gonna get intercepted mid-air. CJS not gonna take a whole lot of damage off the backside of that, and will drop down right onto the head of SS. Immediately decides to activate ultimate on this Enor. Question is, what more can they get off of it? Good column play so far means that OUG isn't taking a whole lot of damage. We will see CJS get clipped right there, losing a segment of their armor bar. But 330 on GG's side is also kind of struggling in his position. Thundercrack coming in. Xinyu all of a sudden down to just basically nothing. And that could be the defining factor of this fight, as we do see the 3-gen ultimate on the end of this one. Try to bring things back. Baby U is going to come out at Enor ultimate. Still has a little bit of health left after disposal. Temi ultimate has been activated as well. OUG trying to use that as cover. Priya continuing to fire from afar right now. Good approach, double knockdown. Baby U trying to do what they can to keep OUG's hopes alive, as now they will bring CJS around and bring them to the dirt as LXM jumps on top of Colin to try to wait this one out. 57 seconds left on the clock. OUG all of a sudden in the driver's seat. GG have exhausted their resources, and 330 is about to go down.
This is looking good. Takeda, Tumulk, Karumi back in it. The OG Sand Siphon, or one of the OG variations, looking good. Calm and collected. All they needed to do was weather the storm. Don't die to Enor. Don't get exploded by the Thunderlord. And you win, essentially, at this point. Because what are they going to do if you Tumulk ult, Takeda ult, and then Karumi circle? You know, you can try and knock them out. The Karumi circle is movable now. It's not what it once was before. And so you can reposition it one time. And OUG, very solid play. Triple blue armor, but they make it work. Very nicely done. It looks as though 5-1 also going to be winning their run with Yang. And let's see how exactly they were able to do that. 5-1 going to be going for the Tumulk variation instead of that Justina that we saw so much of in the previous bi-weekly. Tumulk is pretty solid, I would say, in this composition as well. It's a little bit more committal in some regards. It's a little bit more committal than Justina in some ways. Even though Justina, you know, you think that it's very committal because you're dashing in, but the Tumult goal, it's sort of, you have to put it down in one spot and then that's it. You can't, you know, you're committing to that spot with the ult. But it looks as though they're making it work, and OA's 2-tick is going to go down. I'm not really sure how he went down, though. Oh, wait a minute, I know. Because Cuckoo 2, right, he pops his ultimate, but Enor ult ends, and I think when he came out of Enor ult, he was invisible while in the ult state, but then when he de-transformed, he'd lost the stealth, so he was still stunned. Is that what happened? I'm not really sure. I'm gonna have to look at that again, maybe in a different time, but that was interesting. Regardless, we've got a fight on the outside with OUG and FPX just immediately lose a member.
Yeah, and right now, it does look like we will be able to reverse fortune just a little bit here, picking up water, but that being said, ZGE is trying to make short work of, I believe, SS on the backside. Luckily, this big rotation from Baby U and company could work as a knight in shining armor. Peek is here for some reason. TE wanted to get their mitts in on the action right now. OUG, of course, with the Vermilion Bird's Might, able to take a freebie fight. That being said, Baby U maybe a little bit over-aggressive, is walking into 3. Somehow, with their ultimate on the Cicada, are able to force out the Faria ultimate, and all of a sudden, the fight sustain now means that OA is on the approach. We have TE in midst of this one. OUG are still trying to find a victory. Xiaonan is getting juggled like nobody's business, and we have Jinyu down to about half health with projectiles flying their way. OUG may have bit off a bit more than they could chew. They will have their Vermilion Bird's Mights popped here, and unfortunately, they won't live to see the end of this fight.
OA diving in. They're going to be able to cleanse 1 from a non-Vermilion Bird's Might player, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be OA Cuckoo 2. Unfortunately, he does go down, and since he had Yang depletion, he is down for the count. They've cleansed 1, and it looks as though it's 2-tick, but unfortunately, he's now getting jumped by 3 players. GG gonna be jumping in on top of him, but the Enor ultimate is gonna be responding. 2-tick fighting back, but CJS gonna be popping his own Enor ultimate. And going to be making it very difficult for 2-tick to actually disengage here. He's trying his best, but it's not easy. Wolves is going to be encroaching from the side. Might be the distraction that OA needs to disengage here. TE Youth also going to be trying his hand. 2-tick is going to be making his way over to the Farrier mech, though, and surviving. Thankfully for him, OA's still managing to stabilize. Does he make it out in the Farrier mech, though? Because there's quite a few people below him, and he might be just simply dropping into his death. Right there, we see OUG jumping him immediately. Wolves trying to dive in as well. 2-tick, unfortunately, he is not going to survive. But as he had Cleanse Yang depletion, they might be able to find a res, but we shall see if that eventuality comes to pass. Since all of these players are still here, might not be feasible. The zone is coming, though. They are going to be forced to move. We might be able to get that ninja res going. GG chasing down OUG.
Yeah, we're going to see if they're actually able to force a fight here. Of course, with Roma Yang right upon us, I think that this isn't going to be much of a contest. Everybody's just going to be mashing that E to get on in. Speaking of people getting into Realm of Yang, we've got ASE versus FPX. And on the other side, 5-2-1, still waiting for that opponent. But here we go. Fight underway. Zhao Wen from ASE trying to initiate by high into the sky. Now working ground level on this Justina. They're going to try to work as a stabilizing factor here. Bring things back as now the initiation's occurring. Viper on the chase down. That's a double stun. And FPX are already in trouble, losing 1 member. While we have abilities to spare, I don't think FPX has much of a way out of this one, especially as it is just going to be Syra from Mist unleashing their ultimate to create the next follow-through. This is disgusting, an exact testament to why this comp was so heavily prioritized. FPX with the easy drop out there, unfortunately. We'll have to try again in the future, as now we got OUG versus 5-2-1. Baby U and company trying to make a mark. So far, things relatively even. It's 2v2 right now. Temi ultimate being utilized, going to catch out SS now. Baby you down to very little health on this armor. So far, 5-2-1 do have the health advantage overall. Baby you wades it. I think a little bit too early on the initiation. Gonna get punished mightily for doing so. With that parry, won't lose everything. Unfortunately, they walk it again. Parried the second time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, lose most of your health bar. Good launch back. We are going to see OUG continue to try to stabilize, but SS is on one touch. Baby is much in the similar position. I've been in Fat Milk to slow roll this fight. They got 50 seconds left on the clock, and now there was a 1.
Oh. Can he manage? No. I was gonna say, he's making it tough.
Yeah,
he's making
yeah.
it hard for them, but unfortunately, it was not to be.
It's the real truth of NARAKA BLADEPOINT, and you know, it's a beautiful game, fantastic dynamics at play, of course. But Dunkin' Donuts, sometimes you see someone go on a generational run in 1v3 scenarios, and you know, they still drop before they can deal with everybody. Exceptional play will get you far, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to win every single situation. And that was a good demonstration of that right there. Good stuff overall, just not enough to actually bring it home, as too much damage is already done. And so 5-2-1, WBG, and AFC are going to be the 3 emerging from the realm of Yang with buffs.
They certainly are. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that one. On equal playing fields in terms of experience and skill, you know, you're never 1v3. It should never happen. As long as that singular person isn't just fully scaled to the moon, has ult, has buff, whatever it might be, and the players that he's fighting are all, you know, white armor, white weapons, you know, no ults, you know, it's not going to happen at all. The ability to deny the 1v3 potential, to the ability to deny in neutral, you know, like one person light attacks, one person parries, one person focus attack, one blah blah blah, whatever it might be. You know, you can deny pretty much all options by the person who's outnumbered, as long as you play it correctly. So it does come down to the players in numbers advantage to make mistakes, and it's nice and also not nice at the same time, you know. To be able to do that, to be able to 1v3, it's like you just have to be an absolute god to be able to do it. Yeah. It's just not feasible in this kind of environment, unfortunately. But regardless, it has happened in the past, but it's just very, very rare. So whenever it does, that's why it's just that hype and that crazy. Regardless, we're now on the outside. OUG trying their hand at cleansing their Yang depletion, and they do have one Soul Bloom picked up already. They've managed to cleanse one. FBX sliding in, looking for the opportunity to take down this team and cleanse their Yang depletion, but are they going to be able to do it? ZGE going to get aggressive. Nice parry coming through, catching Baby U slipping, and now he's on not very much health whatsoever. FPX, they do have cube available. It's going to be popping the Hardy ultimate, dropping down the cube. Their GE find a way in with the Kylan ultimate slashing through. He does get slowed down by the Tumulk ultimate, though. It's not being made easy for him, and Water coming in to try and back him up. The zipping ultimate has been popped. ZGE does not have much time, though. It does now expire. And now we're kind of back to a bit of a neutral fight with no ultimates to speak of, really.
All right, well, a little bit of a split fight right now. 5-2-1 trying to make their way up the cliff face. FPX in precarious position here, but they still need to get what they can off of SS. Roaringly low, brought away from everybody. Now onto the low ground here. ZGE trying to recover what they can off this play, but they got 3 on top of them. 5-2-1 trying to run the tables. They will pick up their 8th kill.
Very nice. Very nicely done by 5-2-1. Playing on the outside. Playing it for the third party right here. Able to come in at the opportune moment. Very nicely timed. The jumping in and claiming that kill for themselves. Going up to 8, as you said. And speaking of kills, we've got 8 for Wolves. in that. Oh, also who have managed to make their way into that top 6, overtaking OA, who has now been dropped down to 7.
Yep. All of them still theoretically in the safety zone ranking-wise for the time being, but Dunking, we got more action ahead of us. And for a chance for 5-2-1 to try to rack up a few more points. ASE playing the artillery game from afar up against the fire from Iben, as this is going to be around the spawn of a Spirit Well. Iben continuing to just provide control and spacing. That Flame Spitter is just such a defining weapon in these fights. WBG, meanwhile, going to occupy Spirit Well elsewhere on the map, and that is a precautionary Viper Ning ultimate to just make sure that they get coverage and we'll be able to pick this up. Meanwhile, this is the like meme where you have that like picture of like SpongeBob in the sewers on a side quest. Bauda just in the thick of things, getting back out of the shadow. Everybody low, everybody not super scaled. They are definitely going to be struggling coming into this late game.
Interesting what's going on right now. The that team just then, Bauda, they're trying to sit outside of the Yang depletion, you know, the Yang Spirit Well AoE, so that they don't get afflicted. And it looks as though one player did get afflicted, but at least not all 3 of them. But they were trying to do it beforehand with all 3 of them, but the 5-2-1 were refusing to take the buff. They were refusing to actually capture the Spirit Well and trying to stall it out for a little bit longer so that they could essentially extend the effective duration later on into the game. And so it kind of screwed over their timing, and now they do have one Yang depletion player, unfortunately. Wolves looks as though they did get the Yang depletion, but are going to be trying their hand at getting this flag in and holding down the fort over there in the Spirit Well spot. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do it that easily. We see 5-2-1 trying to defend it, and another team also looking in, heading over to Bauda. Up against OUG, Baby U is going to go down. Are we going to give this? Just so we are, 5-2-1 aren't all that interested in sticking around here. They're going to try and find a better position and play off of that instead. Wolves, they knew that 5-2-1 wasn't going to go for this because the storm's coming. You guys really want to sacrifice your potential buff by trying to stop us doing this, because we will fight you in the zone.
Yeah, I think that we are just going to be getting a very common dynamic right now, which is, hey, we're 6 minutes in. Everybody chill the heck out until final circle. You have what you have. If you need to try to take a fight because of roaming Yang depletion, well, tough luck. It's going to be a little bit difficult for you to initiate. We're going to see who will make that first move, and at what point will it come, as the timer does tick down now. 5-2-1, maybe sensing some weakness. Water's gotten too low. Meanwhile, we see the Bane's Breath fired off, and we're about to get a very, very chaotic few seconds.
Oh my goodness, Water. He dodges and weaves his way through that Moonbane right there. I'm very surprised he didn't get hit. Oh, unfortunate. He dies to the musket shot from Han, and it wasn't even armor pierce either. He probably did get hit by the Moonbane and just got lit up by Han. Unfortunate to say the least for Water. He does go down there, and I believe he had Yang depletion, so he is not recoverable here. Wolves gonna be picking at his body right now, trying to grab anything that they can. TE do have 1 on Yang depletion. Not too bad. Bauda with 1 still.
Hey, they're still around. Good for them.
They are chilling. We're gonna have to make something happen soon, though. They want to have all 3 members alive.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, we're down to 5 minutes now on the clock. WBG maybe looking for initiation. Pampy kind of alone to contest the Spirit Well spawn. WBG has a lot of coverage opportunities here with the Viper ultimate, and they know that people are going to try to step to this position right here, right now. This could be their opportunity to try to make a mark. That being said, 5-2-1 navigating this fight well for the time being. Are putting a little bit too much damage on the Fat Milk, maybe for safety, but Yaron has taken good chunks as well. Gem trying to continue that strategy, working from afar, but here comes that covering fire I was talking about. Yali going to go first with the Syra ultimate, turn that into the Viper one as well, and that's a lot of materials going to be absorbed here, plus the White Tiger's prowess. WBG could try to use this to actually take the victory. 4:20 left on the clock right now. Yaron immediately going to get aggressed upon here as Wolves are on top of this position. Good fire back here from the side of Yaron and company. Unfortunately, there's just too many people wanting to focus them down right now as the next Spirit Well is going to come out in WBG's position. They will now occupy top of roof as ASE has kind of unfortunately become the focus alongside Bauda of several other teams. Bauda trying to get to safety here. Don't think they're going to be given much of an opportunity to actually survive out of this one though. Zai just can't do enough off chain whips to actually keep alive. They're doing a good job hover dashing for the time being. Meanwhile, we got a party in the basement there as WB together. 9-7, an incredibly difficult situation. Bauda somehow still remaining alive as their 2. We'll be able to pick up 1. Youth is now upon their position, but unfortunately, I think that with this Maria Shen ultimate from Peak, this is end of the road. Bauda knocked it to the shadow. 11 kills on the board. Will it be enough for them to keep top spot, even if they get eliminated? Here's the question, as Pampy gets artillery fire off the back of that long sword. They will be able to pick up 1 more, 5-1, trying to make it out like bandits right now.
Oh my goodness, NY7, he was on that hero run right there. He almost survived. He was seconds away from dying to Yang depletion and only had a sliver of health, but he manages to get the Soul Bloom and then almost dies again off of a Wisp, but then gets another Soul Bloom, but unfortunately the Tumult ultimate was too much. The placement right there denied him an avenue of escape. He just goes down, unfortunately. But nice try, to say the least. And now WBG getting focused, getting encroached on right here, forced to pop both Syra and Viper ultimate. And now to top it off, they're going to be popping the Justina ultimate and getting aggressive, trying to fight back. 5-1. Are going to be the focus right here. Fat Milk goes down. It's not looking good. The White Tiger's prowess comboing off the shockwave, doing damage directly to the health bar. They got nowhere to go. One goes down, another goes down, and there you have it. But WBG are going to get pushed on by ASE. ASE jumping in. The Cloud Weaver, wait a minute, it might be over. ASE coming out of nowhere, coming out of left field with the Viper ult. Where you going to go, buddy? There's nowhere to hide and harm. Big play from him. WBG are going to be fully eliminated. I believe Yeran does get an ultimate back online. Xiao Wen going to try and go to the skies, avoids the Viper ult, but Yeran is going to get jumped. Silence comes through. Xiao Wen going to be able to close it out. And now in a 1 versus 2 situation, ZK is going to try his hand at cleaning this up. He's got the cube in the sky. He's going to be dropping down pretty soon. He's got the tome as well, I believe, unless it has run out now. I think it's good.
Yeah, ZK will be sent sprawling.
He tried.
And with that knockdown, it's enough for ASE to take this one home. A great play out of those 3 at the very end there, sustaining through what was a very difficult to navigate fight. A lot of spacing potential. In particular, that maneuvering out of Yaron's Viper ultimate, I think just shows how strong these guys are operating as a trio, and they will take the win.
Very well done by all of those teams at the end. ASE. Oh, yeah. Wait, have they shown the graphic for MVP yet? I don't think they did.
I'm pretty sure that it's ASE that's taken that entire thing, though. We saw them on the graphics in the stadium itself.
Oh,
yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Taking it home, and that makes a lot of sense, right? They were like racking up what, 12 kills at the very end.
They were getting
there?
kills for sure.
Oh,
yeah,
100%. So yeah, that will be theirs to take home. Kind of an unlikely group coming out of what I thought was momentum going some of these other teams' ways, OUG in particular, but ASE definitely opportunistic. They find early picks, and from that, they translate that into a material advantage and a victory that is much needed to keep them in contention, not only for this bi-weekly, but deeper on into the season as we're moving towards those finals.
Absolutely, but yeah, with that first place placement, getting their hands on the kill multiplier, it was all but locked in. I just need to make sure, because it's happened plenty of times where we've seen it happen, and it's just been that close, but not being able to secure the MVP. But ASE, they are indeed able to achieve MVP, locking it in for our 3rd game of the day. And now, very, very aggressive fights coming out there towards the end. We could see the Viper agency, the Syra, the Justina able to control that space so well. Very nicely done from them. The comp just does so well. But here is your answer for treasures once again, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And it's not a prediction. It's questioning whether or not you are paying attention. Now, the question is, how many players chose to play Zai G in game number 3? Was it A5, B4, C3, or D2? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst who answer correctly and be added and whispered in the chat. Now, I talked about it at the beginning of the game. You should remember there was it's definitely one of them. But regardless, going into our 4th game of the day, I wonder if we're going to see more of the same here. But the Viper's definitely coming out to play.
Oh, yeah.
We do see the Viper MVP coming through. Not the biggest surprise, but we see Sand Siphon doing pretty well with Karumi. It's looking pretty solid. It won Yang. Definitely something to look at, I would say, for some of these teams, because it's not too shabby. But we're looking at the scoreboard off the back of that game. Game number 3, MVP by ASE right here with 13 kills, first place multiplier, getting those ranking points as well, going up to 19.6 total game score. Very solid. But look at how close the scoreline was between WBG and Bowder. It was 2 points between them.
Yeah, that's a really well-distributed lobby right there. A lot of people getting their licks in, getting aggressive. But it is going to be ASE taking it home at the end of the day there for game number 3. We've moved on now to the halfway point on the day. We have 3 separate teams being able to pick up victories for themselves. But another thing to note here is that compared to how top-heavy those compositions were for the first 2 games of the mirror match, everybody is doing damage here. Everybody is getting a shot at picking up kills, and from there, that's a pretty even split between all 3 players on ASE to actually get that MVP. Unfortunately, I think things are starting to slip away from BBE. Dunking, you know, I'm right there with you, always cheering for this team. I would love to have seen them try to make the Miracle Run comeback, but now 18 points over 3 games, it's not great, you know, and I think that therefore we can confidently say them, probably WBG, TE, all out of the running here to actually make that entrance into the bi-weekly finals. Gonna have to be a last chance qualifier angle for a lot of these teams that have just been chronically underperforming throughout the course of the split so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, BBE, you know, the 18 though, it's almost as many points as they got on the first day in half as many games. So who knows? They had a really good showing in game number 1. I'm always a believer of the underdog. I certainly hope for the best with them. We will see. But taking a look at our top 6, only one team has managed to stay in there. OA is out of top 6 right now. They were able to get in and overtake WZ, but then they get pushed down by Wolves, who are jumping in and going up to 4th place right there, I believe. Very solid play from them so far today, getting over 30 points. Very nice indeed. Consistency, as they didn't MVP, but they've been playing consistently well. Now, taking a look at the highlights off the back of game number 3. MVP by ASE, brought to you by China Unicom. Seeing these early fights from ASE into the realm of Yang here with the Justina. This was absolutely enormous. I don't know what happened. Did we just not have Cube up? Did we not Hardy ult? I don't really know. Because it's possible we got... It's possible that there was a silence. That Han was able to get the silence onto the Hardy, and that's why they weren't able to do it, and that's why they just exploded, because that's just something that can never happen. That could not be happening. But unfortunately it did for them, and yeah, and then right here at the very end, we're just... I feel like WBG just forgot that there was other players in the lobby. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. They're just dumping everything, and then oh no, there's a Viper ult. Where do we go? They almost got away with it, but Nah, it was not gonna happen.
No. Well, here we go. It's actually going to be the Justina coming out on top with the MVP. Good stuff on Xiao Wen. I do believe he had the lion's share of the damage out of ASC, though by slight margin there for the game number 3, doing so with the Becca damage reduction. Of course, 3 attack Soul Jades. Alchemy and Cloud Weaver, honestly, not the craziest Soul Jade stack overall, but those Fist Blades, man, doing the major damage there. 11.7k for him. Congrats on his 5th MVP for the Fall Split.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that we're going for there. It makes sense. Makes sense. On the Justina, you're going to be dashing in, getting those freezes, and then if your teammates happen to get the stun, the CC with the Syra or the Viper, you want to be able to pump out as much damage as possible. But we're going to be sending it over to another quick break before our next game of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back very soon.
How many times?
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we're going to be diving into our next game of the day relatively soon. And now it's been rather oogly so far today. The first game of the day going much faster than we expected. The second game slowing down a little bit. And then game number 3. We did make it to very, very late in the game, but just not with, well, not very many players left alive. And not much room to really work with. So it's been a little bit of everything so far today. I wonder what we're going to be seeing in our next game. Do you have any predictions moving forwards? Yeah, okay.
I think that we probably have the dominant archetypes on lock. We are going to get some amount of variation, I think, coming to that third wave of the draft. Maybe the hottie is going to stick around. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of that. You know, we didn't get full cube gaming that last game. We got a few little bright spots of it. But really, name of the game was, once again, we have Viper Ning compositions running the board. We have them pair it up either with the Temulch or we have that Justina composition as well. Justina Syra doing a whole lot of work to just sustain and in particular dominate things like those Realm of Yang fights. If you could get Viper Stun into Syra Ultimate, the amount of draw that you have to just pull that fight deep and deny the opportunity for anybody else to do anything against you is so high. And therefore, I'm looking to see really who gets out of Realm of Yang, who gets those buffs, who is stuck with the debuff, as that's also been just this major factor. Fights get really chaotic, really oogly, as you say, because there's just so much on the board there in those situations. And so that's what I'm going to be looking out for right here, right now. Can a Realm of Yang actually lead to big fights, or are people going to play this a little bit more conservatively, as it's just turning into such a risk to try to go for those strategic plays where you're looking to pick people off and get that debuff off you following that first realm?
Yeah, first realm, the thing is, it's just, I don't even know whether or not it's, I mean, it makes sense that it's worthwhile to still go to the Realm of Yang, obviously. You know, the upside is massive. But the problem is that now it's just, the risk is matching. You know, it's such a huge risk to go into the Realm of Yang, and if things don't go well, it's devastating for your whole game. You know, you're just not going to be able to really recover that easily, and we've seen it time and time again now. The teams are just not able to cleanse. They're not able to do it. They get a few kills, you know. But we see a lot more teams going out now, more so in mid-game there, and then because, you know, some teams manage to get a Vermilion Bird's Might Soul Bloom, they extend their Yang depletion, but then because it's extended and not fully cleansed, they're still in the hot seat, and then it just drags out this whole, like, the Yang depletion feels like it lasts the whole game now, and it's just the game is in a constant state of just being forced to try and find something, forced to try and find these soul blooms, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know, I'm not sure. Now, would it be better to go back to the way it was before, or would it be better to potentially create like a separate way of cleansing it? You know, like create a different mechanic. You know, like, I'm not really sure what could be done. Regardless, that is food for thought as we're going to be going into our fourth game very soon. We've got the hero pick orders, the ban phasing coming on through with OATE and GG in that first phase.
Yeah, OATE GG going to be a very interesting top slot there. GG in particular going to be a big threat because they will be able to get the Viper composition this time around if they so desire to go that way. I think Viper is kind of a guaranteed lock. The question is, how are you flexing the things that surround it right now? And while I do think that the Syra composition is kind of the definitive best, you know, Temulch can do a whole lot to cause very interesting, very difficult to navigate situations, particularly around stuff like Spirit Well, that could be valuable to take. So here we go. OA going to be there, picking up, yes, the Justina Syra version. GG considering a little bit more here. Ultimately, just going to be locking these 3 uniform ones in across the board to now move to second round.
We do, and I reckon we're probably going to see the Edo Matari Feria composition coming on out once again. Perhaps maybe one team doesn't go for it, but there you have it. FPX and Wolves going to be locking it in. OUG still yet to pick. Are we going to rock the boat a little bit and go for something else, or are we... Okay, we are indeed. It looks like Jinyu, instead of the Matari, is going to be picking up the Yoto. And this is very reminiscent of the original sort of cannonball composition, as it was once called, with Yushan Feria Yoto. It was the original Feria comp that was popularized by yeah.
Oh, all right.
Taki, I told you, bro. I told you. Shit. Yeah. I hope he hears that. Probably won't. I don't know if he will, but we'll see. Let's get it. The time coming out. Oh my good googly mooglies. We've got Parker, Zipping, and Hardy. The Cube comp. The Cube can make anything work because the Cube is that good.
Oh god! Every single time I get as giddy as you do when I see the Tarka, and then I immediately get disappointed in game. So let's please not have that happen here, NBPL. I
hope it goes well for his sake, because it's they managed to get online. If it goes well, it's just so much dopamine. It just feels so good. But we shall see. But that is, very surprising. To be honest, I wasn't expecting it. Right then. It came out of left field, out of nowhere. But I'm very, very happy that I've been surprised here. SS1, let's see it, bro. Let's see it. You know that I am going to be fully locked in. Full critique of the Tarka Gaming. Let's see it. I wonder if he's rocking the Fireball or if he's rocking F1. He's definitely going to be running V2. But are we looking for the Fireball? Or are we going F1? I think F1's probably going to be necessary in this comp, I'm not going to lie. With Zipping and Hardy, you need a little bit of defensive stuff, because it's going to be really tough to not go F1 here.
Yeah, here we go. Gonna see what everybody's going for. We're gonna see where everybody decides to land. We got a very interesting game for on the horizon here. The Tarka locked in, but also we've seen just how fascinating some of these other plays can get. So, about Wolves, FPX, and GG here, showing their compositions. That Zypic still kind of worrying me in terms of its viability here. Down to only the one in the lobby this time. Perhaps with it not being as much of a lightning rod, with only that one selection, Bauta could make it work. We're gonna have to see here. Jinyu, SS Baby for OUG, going for kind of a divergent composition as well. Enor, we're going to be balancing it out with a Yoto Hime of all things. That's going to be something to watch out.
Yeah, Yoto, it's definitely good. It's definitely a solid pick, to be honest with you. It was originally something that was picked up with the Feria and Yushan back with the original the original comp, and or it was, we also had Hardy coming in there as well at times with the Feria Yushan, but Yoto was definitely in there originally, and after her buffs, she's definitely a little bit more playable now than she once was, and that's why we've been seeing her come out to play a little bit more. But let's see if it does better than the Matari, because the Matari is very useful in that it allows you to play a more, like, outside of ult, F ability focused strategy where you can get the F2 from the Enor, the F dash from the Matari, and then the F silence from Feria, and then you can reset all of those Fs by popping the Matari ultimate, and then you can sort of cycle through that process and potentially just win off of F abilities. But but with Yoto, you don't have that option available to you, so it's a very different. It changes some of the strategy of this composition. But to be honest with you, considering that Enor was almost always opening up with his ultimate at the very beginning of fights anyway, I'm not really sure if it was something that was really... I mean, it was still very good because Eno could ult and then he could throw out his F in ult, and then Matari could ult to reset, and then Faria could get 2 charges of her F silence, etc. But it's, yeah, I don't know. We shall see whether or not it does well, but we're gonna be going in right now. We've got Bowder and FPX going head-to-head right now with a Wu Chen composition. Lin just on the tail end of a lot of damage. FPX making short work of him right there. Kiki trying to chase down this, not trying to chase down, trying to heal up and get some loot in while his teammates chase down the last player remaining right there. Now heading over to Wolves and GG going head-to-head.
Yep, CJS on the run. Decent movement to try to trade back. Unfortunately, here comes the cavalry for Wolves. Doing what they can to try to split this. ZK actually going worryingly low. CJS able to get armor back on the far side of this fight. And all of a sudden, this is looking a little bit more even, though ZK is in a healthy position. Meanwhile, we got 330 absolutely burning down the opposition. Great utilization of the Syra ultimate within closed space. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Laser beam does work. GG comes out on top. Will be able to recover their third. And from there, rack up 2 kills on the board. FPX currently leading with 3, but GG, 5-2-1, as well as ASE, all able to make scores happen.
They have indeed. Unfortunately, some teams have not had the best start to this game. BBE, obviously, Bowder. SS1 as well. Looks as though they've lost 2 members, but they have their second lives, so it's not over just yet. Same with Bowder and BBE. Nobody fully eliminated just yet, as that would be rather sussy. But OA, looking good for them. They've managed to get Arcadia all to themselves and claim that Vulpine Essence. OUG, pretty close by though. Looks as though OUG wants to contest this floating pile that is about to spawn on up. And they're probably going to try and contest this one. Do have a bit of damage onto one of OUG's members, and OUG do have better armor on average right here. OA with the Vulpine Essence, though, could be a surprise factor that they need to win this fight. AB taking damage, so is 2-tick. The parry comes through, and there you have it. Vulpine Essence is going to get popped immediately, and Yoto, this is the Yoto Cannonball composition. The Yoto is coming out to play. The slash is big damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Jinyu is still gonna get focused down. 1 versus 3, nowhere to go. OA, they were in a very bad spot at the beginning of this fight, but somehow, some way, are able to clutch it up and survive. Doesn't look like the Yoto did enough there, unfortunately. But perhaps it was just that their ults just weren't up to begin with, and the loot wasn't there. Still, Yoto ult still needs to scale with the weapon rarity, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that Yoto is an early game pick for this kind of place, especially when you're the only Yoto in the lobby. What you're really looking to do is just batten down the hatches, take a lot of space up when it comes to a small circle, and then because you have, at that point, scaled weapon rarity, just melt people in an instant with the rest of the lockdown your team provides. So, not too worried right now. They will have to survive late. OUG not out of the woods just yet, but has an opportunity to make something happen in the long run. I would like to see them get a few elims for that point. Maybe a Realm of Yang fight could go their way. Here we go. WBG, though, engaging upon Wolves. Jing has already taken a lot of damage. The same could be said for you for Wolves, though. And that will, in fact, be the first player to fall coming out of this one. WBG, very happy with that quick pick. 25 minutes left on the clock. We're going to be talking about Realm of Yang here in just a little bit.
We are indeed, and GG looks as though they're very ready to go into this Realm of Yang with 2 purple armors, 3 kills under their belt. Not sure about the weapon situation, but they are on this Viper, Syra, Justina composition, so they can probably manage it regardless. They're definitely going to be going into that Realm of Yang. Now, taking a look at OA and 5-1 on the edge here, on the Mercurial River. 5-1 getting fully aggressed on OA, trying to find a way in. Pampy trying to fend them off, pops the F1. It's going to manage to find a heal. The range damage had come through and taken him down from full HP. Are we going to see the full committal here from OA right before the Realm of Yang? Yeah, rush in, popping the Justina ultimate. We do see the Tumult ult in response. AB, we're looking at him, looking in a different direction. 521 are going to be popping 2 ultimates in response to this, and now actually have to get aggressive so that they can get value out of these ultimates. Unfortunately, oh, wait a minute. AB's getting nothing. What?
Oh. Away. Still trying to fight with VN 521 here inside the Quicksilver River. Hampy gonna launch himself airborne. Oh, dives in. Unfortunately, going to be parried beautifully by Cuckoo there. I don't know how he held that for so long. But OA have an opportunity. Now the question is, can they use it to take a little bit isolated, in a bit of trouble here? But Fat Milk and Ivan, both are also squishy. The problem is that Cuckoo bit off a bit more than he can chew. All of a sudden, OA are scattered to the winds. And 521 move as one and bring home what was a deadly fight for a while there.
That was just... what? I don't really get it, to be honest. I mean, we're fully sending it before... I mean, this is a decent timer to be able to take a fight, but at the same time, it's just a bit... You know, it's like you have to win. Because if you don't win that fight, then you're not going Yang, and then you're going to have to recover while people are inside Yang, and then potentially not even find a decent recovery, and then be put into a situation where everyone with Yang depletion is going to be feeding anybody who doesn't have buff. And it's just... It's a little optimistic. And it just goes terribly wrong. I don't know how it went so wrong, because they actually had a really good opener. They forced out the Tumult ultimate with the Justina, and then they were able to force out the Takeda ultimate as well, but then the Viper doesn't get any value whatsoever. Somehow, they don't hold down the players to facilitate the Viper stun. And then the Syra ultimate comes through at the same time as well, which is also pretty sus G. You don't want to be double ulting right there. You want to... No, so I don't know. It was a massive blunder from OA, and just got their wires crossed. Didn't communicate who was going to be ulting first, who was going to be locking these players down. It's not ideal. And yeah, 521 taking full advantage, and then winning out in the fight at the end with the ult advantage. Very nicely done.
22 minutes into this game, Realming on the horizon here. Taking a quick look here. GG are scaling nicely. At this point of the game, they are threats. LXM still on blue armor, which might be a little bit of a worry, but SS1 fully on blue armor on the other side of things. Still camping around, ready to, I believe, contest. Well, we'll be Realming here in just a little bit. Across the ways, we will begin to see these teams start to, I think, get a lot more value out of these compositions that are all, for the most part, seemingly very intent upon going for extended team fights in constricted areas. And this is really going to be the first time we're going to see a lot of these pickups shine. In particular, this Viper ultimate has been such an omnipresent threat game after game after game. And hey, I forgot, we got a Tarka back in the lobby.
Let's see it.
Can it do something?
Let's see it. And he's got F1v2, as I like to see. Let's get it. Grappling up with the sky, looking for the right opener. We're dropping cube straight away. This is ideal. Justina ultimate is going to get utilized. Youth going to look to try and find a freeze here. Scale rush in, gets a huge chunk of damage. Old F2 activation. Laurier avoiding one of the dashes. Does get parried. Going to play it. Wait, no ult? Okay, we're tanking that one. No ultimate just yet. Parries for the Cavalry Bloom. Does have to ult here. Cubing out. We'll have to try and get back in soon. Syra ultimate has come out to play. The Viper F is going wide. Oh, can he get out of there? Oh, he can indeed. The jumping LMB is going to be able to allow him to disengage. He goes for the parry after the scale rush, but his ultimate's done nothing. Oh no, this is not ideal.
Ah, nuts. This is bad. Laurier going to be clipped there by the ultimate Viper. Yeah, not actually going to go for much of an engage on the other side is the thing here, right? We just get a little bit of damage off the repeating crossbow. TE still trying to navigate. Youth down, making this a 2v3 means that so far, especially with Zip sustain, as long as this is dragged out, SS1 should be able to take this. Xiaonan gets clipped. There we go. Finally.
Oh my.
You were sweating there, Dunking. More than the players at this point, I think.
What just happened? How did they get no value from Viper ult and Syra ult? How?
Dude, that was a fascinating one.
What's happening?
Pickoff on the probably like just space-wise during like a time in which like you need both of the other players to capitalize on the Viper ult meant that like there wasn't a whole lot of value. Everybody was a little bit spread out. I don't know. That was just like you make the most of the space that you're given, and Viper just wasn't able to do enough off of it. But let's look to see what's happening coming out of that, right? It's SS1, GG, 521, ASE, and Wolves all coming out with buffs. That's a whole lot of teams now with that very dangerous, very sticky now Realm of Yang debuff. We're going to see who's going to be able to make the most of this. 521 may have the Vermilion Birds might take it away from them in an instant here. Pampy just getting absolutely hammered from all sides here by ASE. Also victorious in their Realm of Yang. They're just looking for bonus points and some extra pickups here. But 521 at 9 kills already know how to reverse a fight, and they're doing so beautifully off the back of Pampy's Takeda ultimate.
Oh my goodness. I'm still reeling from the Yang, I'm not gonna lie. It's funny because the Tonka literally did nothing for the entire integration. He was just bait for the whole Yang. Anyway, we're outside of the Yang now. We've got 5-2-1 taking this fight. The Ballista seems to be in play. Jowen goes down, unfortunately, not able to survive to Pampy. Ballista does get a little bit of value, it seems. FPX taking down ASE missed on the kill feed right now. 5-1. He's going to be aggressed on by the Enor. Kiki trying to find his way in. Get quite a chunk of damage onto Fat Milk. Big damage combo from the Enor ultimate. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. I think 5-2-1 realized, oh my god, it's cooked. Just let yourself die quickly before the buff runs out. That's exactly what happens. And Kiki does come out of ultimate, but unfortunately, he immediately goes down. And GG with the optimal third party coming through, able to take full advantage and run this fight. Now heading over to Imperium, we've got WBG, PE, and SS1, I believe, all in the mix right now. Laurier gonna take down one. Oh my, yeah, he's not doing much else after that one, unfortunately. Don't release, just let yourself go down. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh!
Wait a second.
Okay,
oh, no.
The reversal's here. Oh
Wait
my
a second.
god.
The F2, big damage. Wait, what is that silence from Xiao Nan? Oh my goodness. Armor swap. Laurier's got blistering, big damage. TE's actually on the back foot. Oh my god, he's chopping them down. The ultimate, let's go! Wait, no, he's dead. Okay. What's happening?
Oh god. A roller coaster of emotions. TE are gonna clean up. It's SS1 at the end of that fight, but WBG are here to get some spiritual revenge for a team that was just absolutely pulling out the reversal of the century there for a second. Zhao Nan gonna have the desperation ult as the Viper here. Nobody actually is able to make contact with her. Zhao Nan's not going to be able to get the full wipe of the team, but gets enough to down last remaining member of WBG in a whole heck of a lot of trouble. And I don't know how they get off of back-to-back fights like that, but 16 minutes left in this game, and 5-2-1 are accelerated to 11 kills. SS1 and GG at 8 apiece. FBX is at 7. This is a bloodbath if I've ever seen one.
SS1 rezzed here. They're just fully trolling. Juan goes down. I don't, and now they're gonna try. Are they actually gonna try and salvage this? Surely not. Juan, get out of there, buddy. He's dead. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Are we gonna get the res? Maybe. They're all seemingly pretty distracted now. We've got the Aroma of Yang coming up once again. Yuan down for the count right now. Where is Luo Ye? Is he rezzing? Is he rezzing the Hardy? No, Hardy's dead. I don't see him on the map. Actually, I mean, I can't really see much on the map right now. There's a lot of names all piled on top of each other. We do go into the Realm of Yang, though, with the ASE. Going to be jumping in. OA and 5-2-1 also going to be going head-to-head in the Realm of Yang. Now, this is going to be telling. Are we going to get another win from this comp, from the Sand Siphon, against the Syra Viper? Or is it going to go the way of the Viper comp as one would typically expect? Pampy going to be opening up with the ultimate strike off the rip. 2-2. Threading that focus release, Pampy going for the parry. The rare addition coming on through. Justina ultimate is active right now. Oh, nicely done. Avoids the fight for silence, but not going to be able to get all that much value. The freeze comes through. The ultimates coming out as well. Once again, got Tamulk ultimate and Syra ultimate both on. Oh, both online right now. Pampy tries to disengage. He manages to do so, avoiding the Syra stun. But now we've got the Viper ultimate to deal with. Fat Milk does have Karumi ult, so it's not too bad if they do get stunned, but not ideal.
Well, there we
ultimate
go.
From
There,
OA is going to be coming
see.
out. Pampy get a max range.
Yep. Pampy launches, looking for the drop down on somebody. Multiple OA members without any armor available. Tutik now to half health, and that is another one wiped off the board. 5-2-1 are absolute monsters as they make this a 1v3. The Siren, last one left, and I don't think there's anywhere for Kuka to go, as 5-2-1 will claim another victory in Realm of Yang, and they are looking like the team to beat for yet another game running.
Wow. I don't know what's going on right now, to be honest with you, Nyaka. I don't know what's happening, because OA did not look like OA just now.
Nope.
No, they did not.
I think the dynamic is that 5-2-1 are not looking like the 5-2-1 that oftentimes has been struggling to perform this season right now. They are looking like a team to beat. They are looking like certified killers that are veering ever closer to the 12-point cutoff and entry into the bi-weekly finals.
I mean, you're right. 5-2-1 are looking really, really solid. I mean, they've been playing a lot better recently for the past few bi-weeklies, but still, like, it felt more like OA was just fumbling. They just did not look like the team that we know them for at the moment. It doesn't look like the team that should be in 7th place right now. They fumbled that so unbelievably poor. Like,
yeah,
I don't really understand. Like, it felt like they were constantly playing from the back foot. But then again, this comp is very, like, this is what I was saying before. The Takeda Tamulk. Like, the Sand Siphon is solid now. Like, it can deal with it, but still, like, even then, OA looked as though they just did not know what to do. They didn't know how to play it out. Regardless, let's take a look at a replay from a different two teams, ASE and GG, but with the same matchup. Mist diving in, has the ultimate active, has one shove left in his pocket. Gonna look to try and use it before that ultimate expires. Ready to peel at a moment's notice. Just throws it out for the sake of it at the end there, as he didn't really have anywhere else to throw it. Mist does get caught. The damage reduction F does get popped from the Karumi. Mist looking to go in from the top rope, dropping down with the R&B focus. Not going to find anything, but is going to be able to dive in and potentially follow up with that Tamulk, but not able to do so just yet. ASE is going to get taken down. Mist does get eliminated right there, but his teammates are still alive. It's a 2v2 situation. CJS gets parried, and now trying to fight back against Zhao Wen. Oh my goodness. And in the background, we see Han taking down the other member. And there you have it. Once again, Sand Siphon coming out on top, looking really solid.
Yeah. Interesting how we're seeing the dynamic of these comps shift from game to game. As a quick update here, BBE, after what was a very good performance in game number 1, has really been struggling as of late. Eliminated this time early with 0 kills on the board. They've fully fallen off of pace, but furthermore, I'm just kind of surprised they weren't able to channel what was happening from that first game deeper on into the series. And now, the other Vietnamese team in 5-1 looking to be taking all the glory. They're at 15 kills right now, Dunking. GG feeling pressure with the Realm of Yang debuff on them, trailing at a distant second there for this game with 9 kills on the docket. Well, I think that they're comfortably in position to keep themselves above that 12th place line. Right now, they do need to try to find a kill if they want to continue to rack up the score here and now.
Absolutely. ASE looking really strong. I feel like this is gonna be. I feel like we're definitely not gonna be getting into the end game right now. We have GG going head to head with OA right now. These two teams cannibalizing each other. This mirror comps matchup. We do see that. Oh wait, this is huge. OA is going to win this for sure. OA wins this right here. That Viper stun negated the Syra stun.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Ooh, LXM in a lot of trouble now. Yeah, won't be able to get away. There we go. OA on lock. Great strategic play there from AB. Now going to scale rush back down to the low ground here to ensure that the Wombo continues to go through. 330 trying to fight back, dig their heels and bare their fangs, and it's just not enough. That makes it CJS in a little bit of trouble. Yep, and there we go. OA will just take the fight, take the quick dub here, and get those debuffs off of themselves. At 6 kills, they made a case for themselves going into the late game. We got 9 minutes left on the clock. Usually what this means so far has been that it's going to be another 3 minutes of action, and then everybody gets too scared around the Spirit Wells.
You know, I was thinking it's not going to get the end game because we're going to have these 2 Yang depletion teams, and they're probably going to jump into everybody else. But they ended up finding each other, and now it's going to be, now it could potentially go a little bit further. It could go the distance now, considering that just happened. Like, those 2 teams finding each other kind of stops a lot of shenanigans from happening. But we're going to have a lot more shenanigans happen relatively soon, as this Yang Spirit Well is going to get picked up. And Wolves, unfortunately, not able to grab this. Wait, we just... Oh my god. Wolves not grabbing the Spirit Well fast enough, meaning that they get the Yang depletion, and then they don't manage to actually... like, they get the buff, but they still got Yang depletion. But then the thing that triggers me so much just right now is that Wolves... They had a purple armor on one of their players, and then blue armor on the other 2. Yeah, one of them's in Eneral, so he can't pick it up. But the other one's standing right there. And then we see the guy with purple armor pick up the thing that upgrades armor to gold, instead of letting the guy with blue armor. So now we have, instead of potentially having a blue armor, or potentially having a purple armor and a gold armor, now we have a gold armor, and then a blue armor, and then another blue. What is happening today? Like, everyone's trolling.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing. Big shifts in the meta, and we're getting people feeling one another out. But this does kind of feel like things have been left at their most uncertain in a way. Usually, teams get things unlocked pretty quickly here, but people are playing risky. People are trying things out, and I do love to see it. We're 4 games in. While we do have a front runner for this round, things are not necessarily completely unlocked for 5-2-1. We're going to see whether or not they're going to actually leverage this into being the last one standing in lobby this time. OUG have been trying to keep top of that Stone Spire. They will be forced off here as the Shadow continues to enclose around them. Wolves also trying to edge up here. They're going to have to contest 5-2-1 if they want full domain over this real estate, as now we do move into that 6-minute realm.
Wolves, they were in a good spot, and then they just trolled it. They just so trolled. Wolves, he needs to pop off like crazy this game to redeem himself. He's got the gold armor. Let's see what you do with it, buddy. But they're gonna have to do something soon because they don't have much time. 2 minutes and something on the Yang depletion. They're gonna have to try and find an opportune fight to take advantage of, an opportune third party. OA also in a similar position, but they have triple purple. And they're playing this Viper comp. We see OA, AB going up into the sky, looking for the Viper drop down. Do we see it? Looking for the silence. We find one. Nicely done. NY7 doesn't know what hit him, but the Tessa is going to be able to respond and prevent his teammate from getting fully bursted down. And now Kuku 2 popping that Syra ultimate, going to top up AB's shield. Keep him healthy so that he can get back into the fight. AB constantly looking for the drop down with the Viper F, potentially into that Viper ultimate. Not going to be able to find it just yet. We see them poking and prodding, trying to make something happen right now. With the Moonbane currently in play as well, it's making it a little bit more difficult. I think Wolves are going to try and consolidate on the Spirit Well instead.
Yeah, OA maintaining high position here for AB. Vipers will continually try to do this to look for the ult drop down. May have an opportunity to go for it here. Unfortunately, gets knocked down on their descent. Will decide to ultimately knock him for the engage here, as it looks like Zem is going to be caught out. OA might just want to do this old-fashioned way.
Trying to get on top of him. He does find the grapple, but not going to be able to get much off. Not going to get anything. And ASE actually are going to be the ones who are going to claim this Spirit Well, and rightly so, considering their loot differential right now. Triple gold armor. There is not very much many of these players can do to contest them right now. Where are Wolves? Wolves? Are they still alive? What happened to them? I don't see them anywhere.
Yeah, I think they may be in hiding. Not exactly sure what's happening right now. But what I do know is that ASC's found a good angle. AB not actually able to get a whole lot of value out of the ultimate that they were holding on for a while now. And will just get pummeled into the dirt by OUG. Finally picking up kills on their side. This is the team that was kind of underperforming in this game. They look to make a final stand here. That being said, ASE is in good position as well. Legendary armor on multiple members, as we do see 5-2-1 maintain the kill lead. Now moving up to 16. As meanwhile, we have ASE revving their engines at 11, almost on the cusp of getting to triple digits on points in total. And they want to do that here and now. Baby U into Enor Ultimate for OUG, trying to bring it back. Get some more onto the scoreline for them. They remain at 15th place, under that bar cutoff. Try to make it deeper on into this bi-weekly. So far, everybody except for ASE above the 12th cutoff has been eliminated so far. So this is their opportunity to make something big happen. But they're going to need every kill that they can get. And 5-2-1 will try to deny them, as they are now the ones moving on into aggressive positions. There we go. Wolves off the board finally. We see them only to watch them get eliminated, as Ivan's looking for an angle, launching back up topside with the rest of their team. Pampy just going to heal for the time being. Things slow down once again. We have 3 minutes left on the clock, and I think this is going to final circle.
I definitely could be right here. We have 4 teams. Oh, no, wait, no. Yeah, wait. I thought Wolves ZK was still alive, but I think he is dead. Unfortunately, the Golden Armor Matari was not able to do anything. We all make mistakes. We are all human. Let's try and recover moving forward. I mean, they're still in a really good position. You know, like Wolves, you can't see them on the current leaderboard because they're in top 4 right now. So they've done very well so far today. It is what it is. You know, a bit of a sus G game, this one. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. ASE currently looking to cement their position at the very top right now. Triple gold armor. There is nothing anyone can do to contest them in that. On that first floor right there. TE on the ground floor, holding it down. OUG on the outside, waiting, biding their time. Jinyu having that ultimate ready to go. It could be massive here. If the zone gets smaller and smaller, and Jinyu doesn't get silenced, we could see a big Yoto ultimate come out here, but it might not be possible considering that we have the Viper and the Syra to deal with. You know, the Yoto could very easily just get stunned out of that ultimate unless they're able to somehow iframe the stun with the teleport on that Yoto ultimate. 5T1 sitting at the top right now, biding their time, the same as ASE right here that are just below them. Trying not to get aggressed on, trying to hold their ground as long as possible. Unfortunately, no Rupture Gale Flame Breath for Pampy. The cannon shots are still going to be doing work. Wait a second. I thought that was a wisp from an enemy team, but no, they are chilling. Pampy still vibing. And now, wait a minute. We're moving down. First movers 5-2-1.
Yeah.
Is it going to play off? Are OUG going to be able to hold this down on the roof of this building? Or are we going to get forced off? Baby U does take a lot of damage, forces the Farrier Mech. Grappling up the sky, TE holding.
We do have the aerial launch to start things off. Baby U continually trying to hold what is remaining of the shrinking neutral ground here as 5-2-1 initiates, jumping quickly out of the shadow. Zhao looking for the ult of the century on this Viper, and we got a multi-man stun. ASC all isolated, still trying to stay within the same zone for the time being. Healing company for OUG have been knocked out now. Pampy is trying to keep the hope of 5-2-1 to last all the way alive, but Ivan's been taken out. Zhaonan also losing to the drain. Pampy, half health, maybe able to outlast everybody, and 5-2-1 take a deserved victory.
That was huge! Doesn't matter if everyone's stunned. Takeda has ult. He pressed his ult button before he got stunned. And look at that. They all just live. Karumi circles down, affected by the sand as well. The sand wisp from Tomulk, making it a stamina draining circle on the floor, right smack bang in the middle of the safe zone. No one has stamina. Nothing they can do. They're healing. They got Takeda ult active. They just couldn't do anything. No one died. And then, yeah, the zone disappears. People start dropping like flies. But Pampy holds it down with the Takeda ultimate, living until the last. And first place placement with the kill multiplier. And I believe that was 21 kills on the leaderboard on the left-hand side at the very end. Is a massive game for 5-2-1.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge boost to the scoreline. Certainly the case that that's the biggest single score from a team that we're going to be seeing on the day. First place on the placement side of things, but also just being able to hoover up 21 kills. And what was a game that was super aggressive on all fronts is a marvel to behold. And they deservedly will be able to pick up a massive game number 4. Two left in the regular season here for the fall split, and we got so much action ahead of us here. But Dunking, as the games begin to close on in and the tension mounts, is there anybody you think below that 12th spot that still has a shot at getting themselves up past the cutoff for bi-weekly finals?
I mean, it's a tough one. It is a tough one, I will always believe, for the underdog. But we've got the answer for treasures once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to the question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Justina Gu in game number 4? Was it A1, B2, C3, and D4? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly and added and whispered in the chat so that you can claim your prize. But back to your question, it's a tough. It can go anywhere. It can go anyone's way, really, because we just saw 5-2-1 get 21 kills in first place placement, and that is just that's shot them up the leaderboard. You know, the bottom right now. It's definitely not looking good for BBE. I don't think I'm a believer, and I'll continue to believe, but they're gonna have to drop 2 games like 5-2-1 just did minimum, I reckon, to have a chance.
Mathematically, what would they need to do here? Because that is a goose egg for game number 4. I really think that we're looking at like 30 kills in 2 games, and you might be able to do it. But look at this, right? This is the conversion. 22 kills, first place, 30.4 points. Everybody is really pushing pretty far above the bar that I think is humanly achievable, even if everybody just griefs to BBE. So I think between them, WBG also kind of being a bottom feeder right now, we do have teams definitively mathematically out within reason. And now the question is, who is still fighting over what is left? Congratulations once again, a 5-2-1 though on that game. 20k on 2 members. Pampy and Ibid certainly is a stat. Fabio didn't even have to do a whole lot of healing, right? Like the Zip was able to just play the damage to a degree as well, picking up 2 kills for themselves just because of how untouchable this team was. But yeah, BBE 37.5 overall. The cutoff that they're going to need to hit is to launch themselves over the 86-point mark that Bauda is currently at. And I just don't think that that is achievable for BBE WBG. There is a big jump to TE, and they have picked up 30 points on the day, but even then, they are in tough spots. While WZ, who was there at 6th place at 90,
I'm surprised,
barely making it happen. Yeah, you were saying that things were looking pretty locked in stone for the top 6, but this has been a precipitous fall for a team that now is on the brink of getting shut out of getting to those finals.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, to be honest with you. I'm surprised that we're getting to this scoreline. I mean, not surprised for some, but I don't know, the general kill distribution across the lobby right now was pretty even and very high. You know, it's just I'm surprised that WZ is actually going to be knocked out, because that's what's probably going to happen unless those teams in the bottom 6 just get 0 kills for the next 2 games. they're going to be eliminated and taken out of that bi-weekly final qualification, unfortunately. But we shall see. It remains to be seen. For now, let's take a look at the highlights off the back of game number 4, MVP by 5-1, and brought to you by China Unicorn 5-1, finding a good fight off spawn. And then this right here from OA, I don't know how this went so horribly wrong for them. They double ulted with Syra Viper and then weren't able to hold anyone down. And then even though 5-1 had been forced to use Tumulk and Takeda ultimate right at the beginning, they weren't able to punish them for it, and 5-1 comes out on top, setting them up for a huge mid game, and I'm pretty sure they won Yang. So they had the ball rolling early and cooked with it.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-1 with a fantastic showing, and we're seeing that pedigree of excellence here within Realm of Yang. They've been monsters in this, by the way. Not just in this game. 5-1 have been putting on a highlight reel whenever they get up close and ready to go for the 3v3. There we go, follow through to absolutely destroy OA, and they parlay that nicely to this big final circle fight. Panthy super healthy to start things off, coming through with the descent, able to sow havoc wherever they go, even as Ivan drops. Zhao Nan and company just don't have the health to try to deal with him, and so 5-1 remain the last team standing.
I actually thought it was 5-1 who were in there, and they were just sort of triple stunned, standing there on the Karumi circle. It was actually not there, it was ASE. 5-1 was actually just in the air, and 2 of them had gone down, and then it just came down to him at the very end. Pampy coming in clutch, cleaning up those last few kills at the very end.
Yep, Assault, Alchemy, 2 Non, then 3 attacks Soul Jades. I feel like something we've been seeing recently is not a whole lot in the way of crazy legendary Soul Jades and stuff from our MVPs. They're just making do with what they got, and what they got was 15k damage on Fan and 3 MVPs now for Pampy on this fall split.
Yeah, looking really I mean, getting legendary Jades, it's not easy to do. You know, like in Immortal War, unless you get absurdly lucky when you're rolling on the Soul Jade roll, you have to buy those legendary Soul Jades individually with a considerable amount of money. It's just not really possible to do all that easily now, especially considering that the entire mid and late game is just a constant state of flux and a constant like it's just so stressful. Everyone's just ridden with anxiety because Yang depletion is everywhere, and it's just so scuffed at this point that you're just trying desperately to hold on. There's no way you're going to be able to actually. I mean, you could maybe get lucky and get a couple, but it's not very feasible. Being able to get your hands on those Jades, you need to be investing in lots of other things to make sure that you're actually able to stay alive and actually make it. So it is what it is. Plus, I think for the most part, I mean, certain Soul Jades do make a huge difference. Moonshard Storm, for example, Merciless Havoc, Dragon's Roar. There are certain legendary Jades that really are game-changing, the Jades of Destiny, so to speak. But it's not always easy to get your hands on them. But Rupture Gale, we do see that a lot, and that's definitely one of them, I would say, the Jades of Destiny, along with a few others, like Phantom Step, for example. There are certain purple Jades that allow you to get so much value. If you get Advanced Group Heal, it's just massive. Legendary Jades, although they're really handy for holding down space and creating space for your teammates and for setting up peel, setting up wombo damage, etc. There are a lot of other Jades that they just give you just as much value, if not more sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we have knocked 4 games off the docket on the day, Dunking, down to the final 2. And every single game, I've always said it whenever I'm casting, especially late on into a bi-weekly split, that theoretically, these games are not more valuable than the games that came before. You have an equal chance to score in every single one of them. But goodness gracious, our team's now starting to play with a little bit of desperation. And given how wild things were at the start of the day and how aggressive people have been, I think that we're going to continue to get some very interesting play patterns, to put it lightly. Dunky, I know you had a few more critical things to say about how some of these teams are making decisions and taking fights, particularly around Realm of Yang and Spirit Wells. If you want to delve into that a little bit more, what do you expect out of these final 2 games?
I mean, it's going to be more of the same. I think the thing is, 5th game, it's the championship game. It's the big one, because it's actually almost more important than the sixth game a lot of the time, because game 5, it sets you up before that sixth game. You know, if you have a good game 5, you can you just need to get a consistency game 6. You know, you can you just don't need to go full pedal to the metal and just go crazy in game number 6 because you had a good game 5. It's a solid one. You're okay. And or let's say you don't have the best game 5. Game 5 ends up being an attempt at a consistency game. Like at 10 points or something like that. And then you're setting up for game number 6 to be your big pop-off game. You're trying to clutch it in the end, or you're just forced to do that. Like you have to go for that big game 6. It's just it also depends on what characters you're able to pick, depending on the pick phasing, how you're going to be able to navigate these games. And then when it comes to the Yang and all of that sort of things, I think there's a possibility, considering that it is still qualifying rounds, it's still day 3 for this bi-weekly. There are some teams that are all but cemented in qualification threshold. They're pretty much there. They know that they're in. Yes, getting a big pop-off game or getting a lot of kills, a lot more points would be good, considering that you take a percentage of those points forward with you. It's possible that there is going to be teams that might still look to limit test. They might look to try something out and see if they could do well with it, or see how it fares against certain compositions, etc. And then in preparation for the bi-weekly final that'll be on Sunday. So it's tough to say how all of these teams are going to be navigating this, but when it comes to Yang depletion with these spirit wells and with the actual Yangs, I think as the day's gone on, we've seen a little bit more smart play when it comes to this sort of thing. But I don't know. I think the last game was a bit of a fluke that we saw both of those Yang depletion teams after that second Yang find each other, because usually that doesn't end up happening. Usually we find ourselves in a situation where the two Yang depletion teams end up having to try and force fights onto the buff teams, or the buff teams end up fighting and then they try and third party, or something along those lines happens, and it doesn't usually happen that cleanly. We got to that point, we got past the second drum of Yang depletion situation very quickly and cleanly, because the two Yang depletion teams fought each other and they died within 30 seconds, a minute of having fought each other. So it's not the best indication and not the best example of what can happen, unless that's something that we're going to see happen more, and then we're going to just see the team that does have Yang depletion, but res the last second, and try and find the other Yang depletion teams and try and do exactly that. So we'll see. It depends on how they want to play. It depends on how things play out and how many people we have left towards those certain points in the game. But interestingly, in our second round just now, we actually had quite a bit of a mixture of different variations to the Feria and Enor. I think we saw Hardy, I think we had a Matari in there, and I think we saw something else as well. I wasn't able to catch it. But phase 3, it looks as though Hardy, Zipping, and Kylin is going to be the comp to pick.
Yeah, the consolidation's happening, and things are getting solidified at a rapid pace. That is universal picks across the board. A little bit of flexing in that second spot, as you were talking about, but the sentiment seems to be that Enor is him right now. Very, very good pick right under the Viper comps, of course. Now, here, coming into the last round, we are getting the most variation so far. That is a Tessa, which I don't think we've seen all the day. Wu Chen, Zai together. We are going to get Wu Chen in 2 of these pickups alongside Tessa. Akko is going to be the flex spot there in the middle. So we're going to see what this looks like. But the fact that we have those very uniform 9 teams at least entering onto the map, I think is something to keep an eye out for.
Let's see who's going to be the chef cooking this game. Did you say ACOS, by the way?
I did.
Because I looked away quickly because I wanted to quickly check on some stats from the previous week. ACOS making an appearance once again is interesting, to say the least. I mean, I don't know. ACOS in trios has a chance I mean, it's probably better than Taka in quite a few comps, but still, you know, I don't know. Akos, the thing is, the character is solid, and he's been a constant presence within solos for a very long time, but it's just that when it comes to trios and comp creation, you know, just because a character's good doesn't mean that they're just playable. You know, it doesn't mean that they can just be good in trios as well as solos. You know, characters in trios, they're only as good as the composition that you put together with them. You know, it's not about individual characters, it's about how characters work together as a team. And unfortunately, Akos just hasn't found it. But Akos, Wuchen, Tessa, no, I don't think that's gonna work. Not gonna lie, I don't know about that one, TE. That's very sussy. That is very sussy.
Strange things happen in the last round, my dude. Strange things happen in the last
V3 as
round.
well. I like it. Let's get it. V3 Akos. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Because this, I'm not going to lie. Actually, because it's V3 Akos, it has a little potential. It has a little potential. Because it actually does... It kind of counters Viper ult in the... If Viper is in ult inside the Akos V3 and bumps into the wall trying to get out, it cancels her ult. It's a very, like, not many people know that this interaction even exists, but it does. And it might catch a team off guard, but then again, I'm pretty sure all the Vipers that are playing in this lobby are going to know about this interaction. So we'll see if you're going to be able to get the value. Regardless, we're going to be getting on to our 5th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and some ugly spawns indeed. Quite a few teams going to be dropping in City of Tang down in the bottom right.
Yeah, City of Tang going to be a focus point, and then we also do have kind of the quad drop Bauta, Wolves, FPX, all together with TE right there near center stage on Sunwing. We do have Weibo down by Puzzle. That could be something that they try to quick solve here. They won't have any competition around it, but I'm predicting some action early as we do have those 2 hot drops. There we go. OA navigating top side. Looking for descending on GG below perhaps, but with 3 rare armors already collected, GG are in a healthy spot. Meanwhile, 5-2-1 off to kind of the wrong kind of fight to take. Scared away by splash damage early. They're going to back off. Let BBE and OUG fight this one out.
SS, oh my goodness. He's a lucky one. He is getting a purple flying knives out of that golden trove just now. And I believe he's going to be making short work of Dufu. Or perhaps not. Dufu heading back right here, able to get out of the corner. OUG forced back, but they are going to be able to heal up a little bit. They don't have that many resources. But this is a very spicy fight that we have in our hands right now. Hardy F does get utilized right here. OUG SS trying to take advantage of that. Han is going to be backing away. The tap dodge has the greatsword, but he's trying to parry, but it's not going to happen. Oh! The R&B focus does get sent, but SS able to avoid it very easily. And Zhao Wen nowhere to go. Stone form Perma getting chipped to death. And now inside this building we have 5-1 and BBE going head to head. Ibin, unfortunately separated away from his team, is going to get picked off, I believe. There you have it. He does get picked off by OUG, and OUG are looking to have a very monstrous early game if they're able to close out all of these kills.
Yeah, OUG off to quick pickups. This is the team that I think has always had the opportunity to make immense plays. They were denied a lot of kills there in game number 4, and they were trying to right that ship here in game number 5. Doing so with that increased pressure of being right off that cutoff, they need to score enough points here to unseat WZ. So far, they're about 1.5 points from entrance into the finals. That being said, a quick exit here could be a disaster, as that's 3 on top of Pampy. Pampy just manages to hit down multiples, although now finally Baby U has gotten around to their flank. And unfortunately, I think this might be end of the road for 521's representative. Starting things out, 521 off to the rockiest start so far. I think they're well within a secure spot to keep within the finals, but I wish that we could see another big rise from them as we did there in game number 4. OUG not out of the fire just yet, but so far profiting mightily from this extended aggressive play. They're at 8 kills. Roy Hee Eno ulti trying to find some of these members though. Jinyu knocked off the wall while trying to scale rush away. They get punished for doing so as they're down to a sliver, as SS is also caught out, and finally it looks like things are going to go in favor of another team, although SS is definitely looking for a reversal of fortune off this Viper ultimate. But good movement from BBE and solid coordination will mean that they are also just sent back to be revived at a Soul Altar.
Baby U. I mean, OUG still pretty happy with this, though, I would say. Still pretty happy. That 8 kills off the rip is definitely a solid showing from them, and yeah, it's going to be putting them into that 12th position right there. The threshold has been reached for them, and unfortunately, WZ is going to get knocked down and is going to be eliminated from the bi-weekly finals qualification. It is sad to see, but it is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Still, it is relatively surprising, I would say, that that did happen. It's just, I mean, it doesn't. It's not that we're not. It's like unheard of for a team with 90 points or something to not be making it in, but still, it's just. They were top 6, you know. They were top 6, and they get knocked out completely. It's just, it's unfortunate to say the least. Regardless, though, FPX now at the edge of Plume Castle, up against Bowder, is going to be able to pop that Viper ultimate, trying to fight back here. Lin is going to be able to break line of sight, actually, but unfortunately, he's not going to be surviving. Water and Co are going to be able to close out the kill regardless, picking up their 2nd elimination of the game. Now, Bowder trying their best to disengage as far away as possible. FPX going to give chase, but Bowder NY7 has managed to put a significant amount of distance between himself and his pursuers.
We got a null field here, which means this fight's gonna have to take place old-fashionedly. Good stuff by ZK getting around ASE here and allowing the Wolves to further initiate, finding an ideal angle to try to go for a Viper ult, but everybody just retreats back inside a null field. ZK now, without that cooldown, gonna have to venture back in. That being said, ASE having that fight kind of turn on a dime right there, now are going to lose a lot of health. Unfortunately, ZK has lost View as their partner in this fight, and they will eventually fold, leaving 9HQ all alone with ASE able to rally, swarming him like ants and pulling him asunder.
Very nicely done, calm and collected. ASE claiming 3 eliminations right there, overtaking Wolves. Wolves currently on 0. Does get put down to 5th place, but not in danger just yet. And GG currently in the Zai ultimate up against OA. OA popping Yushan ult and Karumi ultimate right here, topping themselves up. It's GG lick their wounds and try to disengage. See the chase down come on through. Yushan hopping, skipping, and jumping after these after the players in his sights, trying to catch up to them. Coming out of ultimate, CJS of 1 HP, literally a sliver of health, is going to manage to heal up here, I believe. There you have it. Does get 1 armor powder off, but unfortunately for OA, they're not able to take advantage of this low HP player. And AB is going to be left on his own, trying to disengage, and his teammates not having resurrections are going to mean that AB is likely going to be going down. Teleports away using the enigmatic rip. Going deep into zone here, but GG, they're not going to be giving this up. They are going to be chasing him until either he dies to them or he dies to the zone, I believe.
Credit where credit's due. This is once again what we were talking about, where this is individually such good movement on the part of AB. It just doesn't really matter at the end of the day because it comes too late in a series of unfortunate events that is going to knock OA out of the running super early here into game number 5. 22 minutes on the clock. They are gone from the lobby.
Fortunately for OA, they did manage to get a decent number of points so far today, sitting on 102. And I doubt they'll be getting knocked down into that bottom 6 off of this game. And of course, we do have one more game after this, so it's not the end of the world if they even get remotely close to not qualifying. Bowder, unfortunately, have not had the best start to this game. Game number 5 not going their way. 0 kills and having gone down. And they're going to be going into the realm of Yang with a white armor. I respect it. Now that is oogly. They're sending it regardless of the fact they have a common armor on the roster right now. But we're going to be taking a look at WBG going head-to-head with FPX, and definitely not a white armor team right now, as we have purple armor and a golden weapon on Yali. Kylan going to be opening up the fight with his ultimate, slashing through these players, trying to get as much value as possible. The Syra ultimate is going to be popped, though. Going to have to try and disengage. The Hardy ultimate is going to allow him to get into the skies. The cube to... Oh my goodness. The cube to disengage, but then just drops into a pulse with RMB and just dies.
Yeah, WBG in dire straits. FPX is going to have all 3 people sent back away after we do see the zip ult pop. Unfortunately, will not lead to anything, and FPX will make short work of them. As now, we will see what happens between Bauda and Wolves here. Bauda, as we said before, entering in kind of a desperation situation, full sending it, feeling the pressure so late on into this series. And so far, managed to keep themselves alive, which credit where credit's due. They're dragging this fight out. We got 1 minute 14 seconds left on the clock. Lin is unfortunately going to get clipped and lose all their armor for doing so. Wolves doesn't want to full engage, but NiHQ and CK are both going to try to just divide and conquer here. And Lin, I think, will just be comboed to death. Make that one down. Zem in a lot of trouble, too. And I don't think there's much in the way of reversal potential here. ZK and company are able to back off, trade off aggro in these situations. Being in the man advantage, they can heal back a little bit of armor. Zem, I don't think he has nearly as much of an opportunity. But as I say that, ZK's knocked out. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2, 1v2. But that being said, Yu has a lot of health. 9-7's down. No way. Oh my gosh. Zem trying to bring this one back. Yu healthy. Here comes the jump back. Hottie just gonna fly away from the fight to begin with. 27 seconds left on the clock. Both of them trying to just delay this one out. Yu just needs to try to find the engage.
No way.
This is so tight. 17 seconds left. Zem just trying to turn this into a stalemate now. I don't think he thinks he has a chance at winning now. He wants Yu and company to suffer. Bring them down with him if possible. 5 seconds left on the clock. Yu just needs one touch. I don't think they're going to get it, as now the timer expires and both will drop.
Oh, that's so painful. A white armor team ends up clutching a 2v3 almost, and then getting, and then they end up, it ends up being a 1v1, but then no grapples for the Siren, no grapples, and then he just kites him for 20 seconds. Oh my god, the pain. So much pain right there, and that means that we're going to have even more teams with Yang depletion right now, and I've talked about it all day. It is going to get very, very aggressive right now moving forwards, but FPX, one of the teams that won their Yang, is going to get taken down here, and they do have a million bursts which they can resurrect elsewhere, but OUG... Wait, OUG also gonna be, what was the team that, I think it was a team that was fully eliminated just now, because unless the timer just ran out, I believe. Actually, could have been that. Regardless, ASE is going to be taking the initiative with their Vermilion Bird's Might, trying to get aggressive right now onto SS1. SS1 being on the Yoto Enor Farrier composition right here. Mist is going to eat a lot of damage from Juan. The combo coming through from the Enor ultimate. Mist trying to disengage now, having lost all of his health. The hold check. Juan goes to the parry. The 1v2 situation. Doesn't get that one though. Oh my goodness, an ASE are able to take him down. SS1 Juan is fully eliminated now, as he cannot get back up, cannot get res without a rebirth charm, as he did have Yang depletion. And now, even though SS1 were able to take down one of ASE's members, they don't cleanse Yang depletion, and they're going to have the timer just simply reset. And right here we have Yuan trying to fend off OUG, who jump in with a third party, and there's nothing he can do. Tries to pop the ultimate, but just gets burst before he even throws the slash.
Oh, and poor SS1 getting eliminated now. 13th position on that cutoff. They are going to be in a tough spot because OUG is the caboose, right? They're the 12th spot. They're on the bubble. And they're 13 kills in at 16 minutes. Dunking, what in the hell is happening? OUG are on an absolute tear, but if they and GG can continue to raise that floor, SS1, Bauda, these other teams that were for a while there in contention with WZ at 90 points as the cutoff, suddenly feel so far out of the running, and we could just have our top 12 locked in at the end of this game number 5.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right about that one. I mean, it depends on how Bauda does here. I think Bauda definitely has a chance of potentially recovering their game right now. They have 2 players on Yang depletion. Depending on, I'm pretty sure they could still cleanse right here. They need to find something very soon, unless they've managed to reset the timer, which is definitely possible. Or unless they've managed to get a whole bunch of money, they could be able to recover that way and buy rebirths to resurrect the Yang depletion players by letting them go down to the Yang depletion, or just to the zone damage or whatever it might be. They're gonna have a little bit of time now to do that as well, considering that there are going to be teams going into the realm of Yang, freeing up a little bit of space on the map for potential looting and money scavenging. OUG looking very rich right now. Are we seeing them go into Realm of Yang? Yes, we are. And they're going to be matching FPX. 521 and ASE also already in. They're probably already fighting right now. We're going to be taking a look at OUG and FPX instead. SS on the Viper. They need to win this. If they win this, then it's going to be huge for them. Oh, yeah, wait a second.
Big ultimates being dropped on either side.
Water ulted first, but SS is going to be able to break line of sight.
Yeah, good stuff from them. OUG, not on the woods just yet, but FPX are in dire straits now. Kiki is dead. Water is dead. OUG, absolute monsters, bring a material advantage in, and they'll get even more of a buff coming out.
They certainly will. Now heading over to 521 against ASE. This fight is still going. Even though they started before FPX and OUG, they're still in it right now. Pampy dashing through with the Kylan ultimate has managed to do a considerable amount of damage, taking one of the enemy players down extremely low, but it's not going to be enough. Fat Milk does get eliminated right here, and now Pampy and Ibin are left in a 2 versus 3 situation. Ibin has no armor to speak of. Nice R&B focus coming out from Pampy, and huge parry, but his teammate... Wait, no, his teammate got parry as well. Wait a second, they turned this! It's... Wait a second! What?
521 are monsters, dude. They don't lose Realm of Yang. They're
just gaming!
Wow, incredible stuff. 521, lion's share of value coming out of this one. OUG, TE, going to be the other ones that they join. 13 minutes left on the clock here in game number 5. OUG.
Oh my god.
Looking for a kill.
They find a white armor, blue armor. 2 of them have white armor. It was Bauda. They let 2 of them died to their Yang depletion. And then Enor was able to get both of them up, but they died too far away from the rebirth, and now they can't get their loot they had before, and they're just cooked. They're just gonna get chased down by OUG, and OUG is gonna get another couple kills. What?
Yeah. Oh, poor Bauda. I love the fact that they played riskily, right? But this goes back to what I said before. The mental pressure getting to you in these situations where you didn't score in the past and now you got to score now is only going to hurt your outcome. You want to try to play every game like its own individual affair. But here and now, Bauda unfortunately losing one are on the brink of completely being shut out of an opportunity to make it to the bi-weekly finals. The final bi-weekly finals here in the fall split. TE's at 6 kills right under them at 86 points, but they also are feeling that gap and that pressure coming their way. GG and company holding strong. 10th place position, 9 kills for GG. OUG all the way at 18 freaking kills. Make it 19. They are going to skyrocket all the way up to 6 off of that. 102.9 points. This is a masterclass, and we aren't even all the way through.
What is happening? You know what's crazy? Is that now SR and YZG are both actually up for elimination.
Yep.
They're both on 99.5. And SS1 is at 90.4. Bauda is at 89.5. Yeah, they only have one guy alive right now, but next game could go their way. If they get a huge game, then SR and YZG, especially if SS1 does well, they too could potentially get locked out right now. But right now, we're taking a look at FPX up against ASE, and ASE just getting absolutely run through. And the Viper coming in. Oh, it's not even a Viper drop, it's just a Viper slowly walk into them.
Oh no.
SS is going to be able to get huge focus off of the silence. Oh my god, and OUG just cooking.
This is one of the most dominant performances we've seen. SS needs to try to get to safety though.
They're in
that
top,
train is beginning
they're in
to really
top
put pressure
4.
on them. Yeah.
They have 22 kills.
Oh god, 10 minutes left on the clock there. Good showing an attempt by FPX to stabilize. Unfortunately, that Viper play wasn't enough. The drain was too much. OUG, yet again, beautiful, opportunistic play. Get themselves to an immensely valuable position. As now, really, this is all brownie points. OUG on lock for this bi-weekly finals. The question is, how many more points, what percentage can they get in their favor? ASC notably no slouch either at 10 kills. The problem is Mist is getting isolated here. OUG working as gatekeepers are going to make their chances to sustain drop even more as they move up to 3rd place. Wolves completely out of this game number 5.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is actually mad. 23 kills. And there's 12 people alive with 10 minutes left. 10!
Yep.
Earlier, I was commenting in game 1 that was ugly, that we had 16, 17, 18 players alive with 6 minutes left. Now we've got 12 at 10 minutes. Soon to be 13, maybe. Actually, no, Harden's dead.
Yeah, the thing is that there's only so many more kills to be had because, yet again, we've had a bloodbath game. We've had so many people drop out and get knocked out early in this one. OUG, therefore, I think, want to push the issue wherever they can. There isn't too many people left that can actually step to them and really threaten them from a material standpoint. 521 is maybe one of those teams. That's 3 legendary soul chains on IBIN for the hottie, by the way. And that's really where I think that last bit of vestige of competition is to face off against what is now a juggernaut in the form of OUG. 521 want to try to get the Spirit well. OUG just going to handshake, get the other one. TE will try to contest this. This is a dicey call, though, for a team quite far behind in terms of materials.
This is insanity. And somehow... Wait a minute. I completely forgot. I completely forgot there was an Aegis in this lobby.
Oh, it's coming back.
And
we got Chekhov's gun.
Onto one of them.
All right, well, 521 going to be able to pick up Spirit well, and that somehow is OUG dropping a member. Zinyu gonna have their corpse guarded. There's no way for them to get the res off. That's a huge step back for a team that we thought was just gonna run through everybody. This TE will also be able to pick up a kill in their own right. GG still feeling the pressure from Realm-Yang debuff. They're already down their Zai, so they're basically out of the running, but 9 kills ain't no slouch. TE are really the people to look out for. Can they get a deep run going, a few more kills, and an opportunistic pickup? That's the question. 5-1 though, the opportunists coming down. Youth already in so much trouble. Set sprawling, stun locked, unable to get any health back. They are going to get knocked out here. 5-1, going to stomp on the dreams of a team right on the bubble.
Oh, they're chilling though. They're at 92 now. And Wu Chen's still alive. No? Oh no, he's dead. Oh my.
No, that's done for.
11 kills. They're at 92 points now. They just instantly went into a winning position for themselves.
Yeah, they have to make something happen in game number 5, but
there's 6
game isn't over just
7
yet.
minutes left.
5-1. FPX already out of the lobby. GG feeling the pressure. They got no ability to contest. They just got to sit here and pray for the biggest opportunity to fall into their lap. 5-1, trying to clean up. OUG knocked out of the lobby. 24 kills. That's probably still going to be enough for them to be the top team. But here comes Cube Gaming. 5-1, rallying from 4 kills. Now stacking up to 5. Looking for even more. GG unable to contest this. LXM caught out inside a shadow. Fat Milk and Pampy on top of them. And this is going to be 5-1. Back-to-back, last one standing within the lobby.
This is the most ridiculous trios NBPL game I've ever seen.
6 minutes left on the clock, and there's nobody left alive.
That's it. It's over. What?
6 minutes left, and that was a speed run, Dunking. 5-1, they will be able to pick up those extra ranking points, but it's OUG who are the very obvious top scorers on the lobby. I think maybe a little bit bummed that they weren't able to fully pick up the multiplier that they would get from lasting a bit longer, but an early game showing is what you need. They accelerated the pace of the game absurdly so, and OUG are on the cusp of pushing into top 2 if they have another game of that caliber.
What just happened, guys? What are we doing? What? Akos Hessa Wu Chen somehow gets 11 kills. I mean, OUG just cleaned up the entire lobby. But to be honest with you, TE actually did really well with the Akos comp. We didn't see them. I feel like we weren't even looking at them the whole game, and then all of a sudden I see the Akos V3 get used, and I'm like, wait a minute, what happened? They've been doing well, and OUG just they went all the way up to top 4. The game wasn't even over, and they were just climbing the leaderboard.
Yeah.
It's insane. I don't know. That was crazy. This is very contrasting. So, I quickly looked it up. Last bi-weekly, sorry, the 12th place team was Bowder, and they had 95.7 points, and that was the qualifying scoreline, right? The other team, the team that was in 13th, that almost made it, was Alliance, and they had 95, so it was a 0.3 difference. But so I mean, I was surprised earlier that WZ, considering that they were in 6th place, right? You know, teams in the top 6, it's not always that. Usually they don't get knocked down all the way to 12th. I mean, it does happen, but usually it's a team that's not done that well and is in that, you know, 7th to 12th threshold that gets eliminated and doesn't make it into the bi-weekly finals, you know. And then instead of it being a top 6 team, but WZ being on 90 points do get knocked down all the way to the bottom, which is actually below the threshold that last week was the qualifying scoreline. But now the qualifying scoreline is going to be over 100 most likely after this upcoming game, because we've already got so like the YZG and SR are both on 99.5, but SS1 and TE are both just behind them, and both could potentially overtake them moving forwards.
Well, here we go. Scoreboard coming out of that game. 24 kills on the docket for OUG, leading to a game score of 26 overall with 2 ranking points. Well and above, outstripping everybody else. TE not even getting to half of that score line. OAWBG left with the goose eggs at the bottom. And here we go. Showing overall, you know, I gotta say, for that number of kills, that's not the most damage I've seen.
That's no damage.
They just did so much so early kill-wise, and the game ended so quick that they didn't have to work through big health bars or a lot of armor.
I mean, OUG they just executed everyone. You know, they got a few good third parties, so able to last hit a bunch of people, but it looked like whenever they 3v3, they just executed really well, and they were just able to take down their opponents really, really fast. And then you don't, yeah, if you're killing people effectively and quickly, you know, a person with full health, full purple armor, you know, they're around 2,000 max health, effective health, you know, so it's not actually that much damage that you need to kill a player. So most of the time, you know, they're not going to be necessarily full HP. So I don't know. This is mental. For not a single one of them to have over 20,000 damage, but they had 23 kills is insane.
Yeah, here we go. JL still top of the leaderboard. Nobody's catching up. Like, as much as we're marveling on, say, that last game performance for OUG, imagine just doing that every freaking game. JL are well and truly the team to beat overall when we move into finals and beyond. But 5-2-1, OUG, ASE, all accelerating the pace of scoring fantastically, especially in the latter half of today. And those three, all teams competing on the day, alongside Wolves, are going to make up everything except for JL in the top 5.
Yeah, that's incredible. You know, this is truly one for the history books, I would say. This is a very rare sight to see just across the board with what we've seen so far today in this third day of Trios Biweek P4. But looking back on our game number 5, MVP'd by OUG, brought to you by China Unicorn. We get to take a look at OUG's just steamroll through the entire lobby. Look at that. They insta-kill that guy. He's just dead. Instantly. I mean, this was a nice third party that they managed to find. They managed to take down this Yoto. Poor Yoto, he's delaying his slash because he doesn't want them to dodge. And trying to bait their dodge into catching them at the end of it, but it's just, and this was enormous. Coming in, getting the Viper stun into the silence, into the double focus tag, into the focus tag with the fan, hitting both players, just insane. Oh my goodness, this would have been 30 kills if they hadn't gone down here, I reckon. They would have just kept rolling through, but they just, they got fiended, caught in the middle, ACOS V3'd, you know, it's just...
It happens. All right, well, here we go. Baby Yor is the one that will be named the MVP. 2 Justina MVPs on the day. Good stuff out of what is oftentimes the setup Dawn. But here we go. Skyforce, Advanced Heal, Alchemy, Overlord, Juggernaut with Intact Soul Jade number 2 to round us out. Like we said before, 17 damage, not the craziest, but 10 kills under their belt. Baby U's 6th MVP for this fall split. Great for them. And also 11,000 healing, that's sustained, super valuable in these kinds of games. And we're going to see whether or not OUG is able to ramp up the pace one more time, as we have a game 6 on our hands.
We do. Also, one thing I wanted to point out, Greatsword being the majority of the damage that you dealt, 10,000 damage with the Greatsword, you know, 1 charge with the Greatsword LMB, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. One of the most, I think it's probably the highest damaging single hit focus attack in the game. So, hey, Justina Greatsword popping off. Good to see. But here we are once again with the answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on the special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which team won twice in the Realm of Yang in game number 5? Was it A, ASE, B, BBE, C, 521, or D, OUG? Make sure to get your answer in the chat. And one lucky winner amongst those who answer correctly will be added and whispered so that they can claim their prize. But oh my goodness, Nyako, what a day. What a game 5. But regardless, before our 6th game of the day, we're going to be thrown over to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL. One final time for this bi-weekly number 4 trios competition. We're moving into game number 6. And, you know, this is the closing of a big chapter for a lot of these teams. Everybody striving not only to make it to this bi-weekly finals, but beyond into our LCQ, or at the very least, whatever they can do there. That can build out a resume to then make it to the fall finals. But overall, we've had a lot of teams make a solid statement as to why they're deserving of being there and taking it to what will be the last game of the day. Dunking, we saw an absolutely crazy game number 5 with OUG showing out with a massive 26 bomb or something like that overall in terms of the points scored, moving all the way up into the top 5 positions. And now we got a very interesting bubble as well, average of over 100 points to be claimed. And we have a few teams that are almost in that striking distance. Can they make it in one final push?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. After that last game, anything is possible, you know. Today's been an odd day, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a strange day, to say the least. But moving into our game 6, we have a few teams definitely just on the cusp. You know, we have each one of them could make it through, and YZG and SR are bound to be, you know, shaking in their boots at home watching, because they're about to get knocked out potentially from off the back of this last game, because it's not, you know, it's not impossible that all the teams that are actually in contention could get, you know, a 10-kill game. It's not like they need 20 kills. You know, they could just get 8 to 10 kills, and then they're through. And both YZG and SR just get knocked out. It's possible, very, very possible. And now, and SR being, you know, the team that they are, having won the bi-weekly 3, having and then what they won EWC. You know, and then for them to not make it into bi-weekly 4 is crazy. This is insane. So this is a very, very, very strange day of NBPL trios, I have to say.
Yeah, here we see a bunch of teams already with great showings on the day, with locked spots, still realizing that today's the day of opportunity to score, right? Like when you're pushing that 25 kill count, that's a significant number of points every game that you're then able to draw away and put into that piggy bank for bi-weekly finals. So there's a lot to be had that'll still incentivize teams to play aggressive, even if they are on lock for entrance into their final competition. So we have stuff from the bottom leading to pressure. We have stuff from on top leading to pressure. And we're going to see whether or not we get another bloodbath that mimics what happens in that wild game number 5. One of the craziest games I've seen here in trios competition for the NBPL.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unheard of. Unheard of. But what compositions are we going to see come out to play now in game number 6? Because we saw the ACOS V3 and it actually did very well. So who knows? Are we going to see more ACOS V3 and more teams playing this? Or what? Are we going to see... We're going to see more Taka out of nowhere, you know? Everything is possible going into this final game of the day. SS1, Bowder, and BBE going to be in that first round selection. ASC, WBG, and 5T1 in second. OATE and GG in third. FPX, OUG, and Wolves in last round selection. Now, I reckon Syra, Viper, and Justina, or Tumulk, is still going to be the priority. Most likely, if we can pick it. Then a variation of Feria Enor with either Matari, Yoto, or whatever else they might find. Yushan will be second phase. But third phase could just get very topsy-turvy. Who knows what's going to happen in third phase.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, but for now, we are going to get a Temulch flex for BBE in this first round. That has kind of been falling out for these other days, but SS1 season, Monkey see, Monkey do. Bowda going to be the only team out of these first 3 that is actually going to go for the Justina version of this composition, and that kind of surprises me. I actually don't think that Temi is correct here.
I mean, Tumulk is still really good. It's still solid. It's just that Justina offers a little bit more aggression. And it definitely is. I would say it's probably superior than the Tumulk variation for the most part, considering how much better it seems to do than the Tumulk variation. But Tumulk still does do quite a considerable amount. But going into phase 2, as I predicted, is going to be more of the Feria Enor. But across the board, we're going to be securing the Matari. Now phase 3. What are we getting? What have you cooked? Because it could be anything at this point.
Yeah, so far we have been seeing those kind of haughty compositions with the Zip, Kylan get locked in, and it's going to be OA starting off that trend here. We're going to see if GG makes it a 3-for-3 run of these characters. It feels like always somebody's flexing off of this, but yeah, that will in fact be another pretty centralized selection set here. And I'm interested to see this do a little bit more. I feel like this isn't a comp that racks up a ton of points. Rather, it lasts long and it can be very disruptive. So we're going to see what it can do here as we do get down to our last round. This is kind of where the Wild West has been. Things have been centralized for the top 3 rounds. This one, you kind of just go for whatever is left. We will be able to get a Yoto comp out of FPX here, going for the Tessa and Wu Chen alongside it. OUG front runners from last game. I think that they're going to be kind of trendsetters here. What are they grabbing in the last round?
I'm not sure. I mean, it could be anything. They seem to have a smile on their face. That might be the Taka smile. No, it's the Tessa. It's the Tessa's eye smile. It's in the G family at least. We get the Zai coming out. The Zai, Tessa, Wu Chen. I don't know. This comp definitely is a bit odd. The ACOS one probably better, to be honest with you, because it actually, it provides some lockdown. The Zai. It's just, I feel like you just have to get the stars to align for Zai to do well at the moment. She just struggles quite significantly. It's just not where she once was before. The the ability to play off Zai's strength was the big thing that kept the budget comp, or is what we would call it before, going in the meta. You know, it was Zai, Matari, and Syra was the budget composition, because you could essentially just put a purple armor onto Zai and still beat the teams that had more, like way more loot than you did, and it would just come online really quickly in the game and do consistently well. But now that Zai has just fallen out of meta, you know, so much just negates her pressure, denies her potential. It's just not really it's not the same pick that it once was.
All right, well, we got our teams locked in, ready to go. One final game here to close out our trios competition for Biweek number 4. And let's see where we go in terms of our compositions and their ability selections. We got a few interesting flexes. This time, no Akos to go for V3, tragically, but we're gonna see what other variants we may be able to pick up across the map here. I'm interested to see how Wolves is going to fare on Takeda composition. F1 V3, F3 V3 there for the Weishan, with the Kurumi at an F3 V2, I believe.
F2 V2, F1 V1. It looks all pretty standard right now, nothing crazy. Yep. Oh, actually, one thing that is... Wait a minute. Both Tamulks in the lobby are running V1, which recently got reworked and is the ultimate that now offers you a sort of dash in the sky. You double jump and then you're sort of floating in the air within your ultimate, and then it essentially gives you a sort of Matari dash in a lot of ways, where you could just instant release it and then it's like a sort of light attack dash, or you can charge it up and then it becomes gold. Because gold focus, but it's parryable in the same way that Hardy triple charge in his ultimate or Kylin V2 dash is parryable as well. Like, you can block it. But interesting to see that this is getting played. Very interesting. No Wisp reset. Instead, we're going for this one. Now, wait a minute, actually. The reason... Wait, could it be because... If the okay. So I was actually playing this composition a little while ago, and I was playing Tamulk, and I came to, you know, when I was going up against Viper, Syra, whatever, what have you. There was a lot of situations where I would pop my ultimate, and then I would have a wisp given to me by my, the sand wall, and then be put in a situation where I had to throw the wisp out before I was able to get access my F ability, so that I could iframe the Viper and the Cyrus stun, if need be. And there were a lot of situations where I had to throw it out first before I was able to do it. But I'm just realizing now that because the V1 actually gives you quite a bit of mobility, because you can dash out of your ult, you can dash upwards into the sky, and then also the fact that you don't ever give it a wisp, so you can never grief yourself with your own ultimate, allowing you to always be able to iframe as long as you haven't already used your F ability. That actually gives... Actually, I see the potential for sure.
Yeah, Bauda, off to a rough start. Sorry to interrupt here really quick, but Bauda was one of those teams on that bubble that we were talking about before. They need to score 10 points here. Losing their Viper early is not going to help matters whatsoever, as SS1 are also going to suffer a rough first fight here, and the rich get richer as GGOA, both coming out with victories in these early exchanges.
This is definitely very, very important for them. If TE is able to close out these kills, it's going to be really good. Start them off strong in this game number 6. Going up to 3 eliminations. Now, ever closer, 4.5 points away from YZ, G, and SR. Baby U, OUG gonna be jumping in, taking this fight against BBE. BBE not in contention for qualification at this point. There's just no way. There's no way that they could ever do it, unfortunately. And OUG are gonna be taking advantage of this fight. Baby U just standing there holding. Now that is one thing that Zai is still really, really good at against somebody who doesn't have an ultimate, against like early on in the game. Zai is extremely irritable. You know, she's very irritating, rather, not irritable. Although, I mean, based on the character's lore, she could be very irritable. Who knows? Regardless, she's very hard to deal with if you don't have cooldowns. And so, in those kind of fights, she is a menace and can be very, very impactful. But moving forwards in the game, when everyone's got ultimates, when there are Kylans dashing around, when there's Enors in play, Feria to deny you, even Takeda just disrupts you so much. There aren't many ways for you to be able to actually just to stand there and do your damage. You know, you can chase people down effectively, but it's not easy to get as much value as you once could. Now, we do have TE, who do have Kylan ult, who do have Hardy ultimate right now, looking to engage on OUG right now, and OUG, having just used ultimates, they're not in the best position, but fortunately for them, they had gotten quite a bit of money and were able to purchase a Moonbane, immediately dropping it down onto this fight and not having to use anything else. Immediately forcing TE to disengage. TE's youth not having to use his Kylan ult though, so they could still fight this out. Xiaonan having popped the cube. And looks as though Youth is going to be pulling the trigger on the ultimate. Zai is going to immediately get parried as well. It was a double parry too, and then they Wu Chen ported at the same time, so they lost 2 weapons off of that. Oh no.
Alrighty, well, here in the shipyards, we are seeing quite the critical fight taking place here. OUG wants to actually take the smoke. TE still feeling pressure. Big push off the great sword there by Youth, and now we got dire straits. OUG needs to try to rehand aggro here and stabilize. Youth going to lose all of his armor at the start of this fight. Pretty quickly, TE rallied back, looking for an angle. EXJ relatively low. SS just knocked out in an instant. And I do think that OUG may have overstepped a little bit here. They are playing with House's money at this point. They're locked in for the bi-weekly finals. But this was a sloppy fight to take, and TE were well prepared for it. Up on that vantage point, they're looking to capitalize and mop up the remaining 2 members of the OUG. There goes SXJ. And what a showing on this greatsword, by the way. Youth, kind of the difference maker, just with beautiful blue focuses.
Oh my goodness. YZG and SR are currently typing angry WeChat messages to OUG. Why are you feeding TE? Please. And they just... Oh my goodness. They could have, they could have faded back. They could have taken a step back and chilled. They did have a good, they had a good line right there. They were able to force out the Hardy ult and then force out the Kylan ultimate, and then it was a decent spot for them to fight. But then we see OUG's Wu Chen just running in with less than half of his effective health and just instantly getting fried by a focus attack, and then just I don't know. That was rather interesting, I have to say. Regardless, moving on. FPX going head-to-head with OA. OA, another team who are pretty much fully secured into qualification for the bi-weekly final, going up against FPX, who also are a pretty safe, I would say, 103.7 on 0 kills, unfortunately, for the moment, but they aren't going to be able to teleport away, resurrecting their teammate. OA going to try and chase them. Giving chase to FPX. Water, very, very low HP, hasn't had the opportunity to heal up after being resurrected, and immediately gets shot down by the pistol of OA's Cuckoo 2. FPX do manage to make it over to the Forbidden Seal. No ult, so no ult for OA, but no need for ults. It looks like as the parry comes through, they're a man down, and OA is looking to clean this up.
Yeah, OA finding FPX. Good position. ZGE going to be that next one, sent over to the Soul Altar, and OA have gotten themselves off to a rollicking start. 7 kills on the board, but the team to watch out for right now is TE. They are 1.5 points off of launching themselves over the duo of SR and YZG and denying them an opportunity to place here in the finals.
SS1, they're the other team to look at right now. I mean, well, so is Bowder, because Bowder is only what, 0.9 points behind SS1. Neither of them being on, having gotten any kills. It's definitely still very possible for both of these teams to come away with, a 10-point game and overtake SR and YZG. But we'll see. They're going to have to get the ball rolling soon if they want to have a chance at qualifying. Looks as though we've slowed down considerably from last game. Oh my god. I'm still having flashbacks to that game. It's crazy. Actually insane. But looks as though we're setting up for the Realm of Yang. TE is going to be popping their Moonbane down on top of the Yang, securing their entry. Bowder. Triple blue armor. Unlucky. Opens the gold trove. Doesn't get anything really to write home about. SS1. Oh, looking like they're in a pretty decent spot. They're also on the Viper composition as well, so this is definitely doable. They need to do one on the Realm of Yang, and then they can get the ball rolling for sure.
Yeah, this Realm of Yang going to be a defining factor for a lot of these teams in my eyes. This is where you can really begin to set a good run on the track to becoming a great one. And there are people who still are sitting below that bubble that can make a mark. But here we go. We got TE versus GG as one of our matchups here. And this is a full mirror, by the way. A reminiscence of games number 1 and 2. We got the Zip, we got the Hottie, we got the Kylin. We got Youth launching to the sky a little bit prematurely, but actually is able to find CJS flat-footed on the ground, getting a solid start off with this fan exchange. CJS kind of isolated from everybody else, but Youth gets caught by a massive long shot there from a long sword. We'll actually have to play a little bit more conservatively coming out the back end of that. Tempo maybe shifting back over to the side of GG. That being said, Peak doing a good job trying to occupy space. On the lower ground now, Zhao Nan onto that Hottie, gonna take to the sky, has the wings activated. CJS has been pummeled since the start of this fight in Realm of Yang. Now finally going to lose out on their armor and may just actually lose everything here in just a second here as Youth dashes and slashes through, looking for the killing blow. LXM 330 trying to return fire, but Youth just runs through all of them and continues that onslaught. Beautiful trades. Zhao Nan at their back, continuing to provide support to ensure that there's not a minute of downtime for this Kylin as they recover their health. Right back into the fray. Unfortunately, finally, Youth will make a mistake, get parried, but it's still not enough. It is still a strong 3v3, 50 seconds left on the clock. GG may finally be trying to turn the tide, especially as Peak takes a really bad fight on the very far side of this one. GG down to liver on some of their players, but Youth is into trouble, and with the Hottie already gone, somehow it's a man advantage over the GG side.
How on earth has this been drawn out this long? I have to say, Youth, he's somehow living. He was down to a sliver of health, and the zipping on his team managed to get the ultimate back up and heal him passively, but unfortunately not enough to keep them both healthy enough to go for this 2 versus 3. And GG looking very, very scaled up now. Golden weapon, triple purple armor. Gonna be grabbing that Vermilion Bird's Might, exiting this Realm of the Yang with the W. And now, speaking of Ws, looks as though SS1, OA, WBG all won their Realms of Yang as well. And OUG were able to secure the Spirit Well.
Yeah,
getting their hands on Mystic Might.
I definitely think that GG are now kind of the titans in the lobby. TE, though, are going to have to push the issue here. They lost Realm of Yang. They're at 6 kills. They should be scaled. The question is, what can they get here? Will they be cut off right at the very cusp of entrance into the top 12 is the question. They need 2 kills. They need to basically cleanse this debuff. If they can do that, then birth into the playoff spot is theirs. Fat Milk a little bit caught. ASE with a solid chase. Following through, Fat Milk just completely sunlocked, has nowhere to go. Han gonna be the one to actually land the killing blow. They clean up nicely. Bowda also experiencing a very tough spot. At 0 kills at 18 minutes into a game as aggressive as this one, it kind of feels like all of a sudden scoring those 10 points that they need is kind of out of the question. They are playing for somewhere within the bottom of that bubble. As now we do see Iran for WBG activating their ultimate. They're looking to force the issue. They're far behind on points. They are simply trying to go all out, and they will be able to pick out Cuckoo. And now they're looking for even more. No roaming aim debuffs. This is all just for the glory. They have the Vermilion Birthright. As Yay comes in with the God Ultimate, like for the multi-man stun. Cyro ult going to be the follow through for SS1 as they are looking to clean house. CGS has nowhere to go. GT in trouble. SS1.
Oh my goodness. What's even crazier is they only got 1 kill. Because the Kylin...
Everybody had a run.
Yeah, everyone ran, but then the Kylin that got stunned that just had immunity. He had immunity because of his own ultimate. But now that this has happened, it's given rise to Bowder, who now have the opportunity to dive in with their own Viper ultimate and take advantage of this chaotic situation, claiming 1 kill, now trying to cleanse the other 2 Yang depletions that they have on them. And there you have it, Bowder getting 1 more kill, going up to 2 eliminations, getting the kill onto CJS, and shortly going to be able to pick up this kill onto the Zipping 330 and XM right here, going up to 3, sorry. TE and Wolves also fighting it out in the zone. TE, they need to cleanse, but they've got 7 kills. If they get 1 more kill here, they qualify. Or at least they overtake SR and YZG. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. YZG get knocked out, put it into that bottom 6, and they are not going to the bi-weekly finals this bi-weekly, ladies and gentlemen. But now, the question is, can SS1 or Bowder overtake SR and YZG as well? Because SR is also on the same point threshold, 99.5. TE gonna be popping that cube, gonna be disengaging Bowder, trying to jump in on top of this team. They almost execute them.
Yeah, Bowder is playing with fire right now. They still have debuff on 2 of their members. Playing within Shadow, they are going to have to experience a lot of draining. They could just get gate kept before being able to re-enter. So it looks like they will just pull away, knowing that their time is up. This is going to be end of the road for them, and they will not be able to score those last 6 points necessary.
This is still, I mean, they've got a considerable amount of money.
This is fair.
Like,
this is fair.
It's 10,000 on XEM, and I believe he's going to be able to go over to his teammate. He's checking the rebirth charms. Oh, TE just bought one. Are they going to be enough? There are! Wait, he buys it! Bowder gets one of his teammates back up and online, but there's just so much happening. We're going into the realm of Yang instead, and SS1 up against WBG. In the opposing realm of Yang, we have OA and GG, but SS1's Yang is very, very important right now, because if they win this, it's going to be insane. Whoa, yay. Huge stun, catching 2. Yeah, Ryan is cooked. He is dead, and so is Yali. SS1, they win this Yang. It's cooked. There's nothing that Jing can do. He's gonna try. Nothing he can do, though, unfortunately. And there you have it. SS1 claimed their realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi.
14 minutes left on the clock, and we have the clear top and bottom competitors. The thing I'm worried about with Bowder is, right, like, they are able to, with their money, get the rebirth, get 1 person back. That doesn't mean a whole lot when you're going to have to start from the bottom, and when you're denied that opportunity.
They got another one.
Yang, it's just going to be so difficult for them as a now 3-man squad to do enough, but going to keep my eyes open, see what their chances are.
Have they just not seen Jiaonan?
Oh,
no, they were just pretending.
Okay,
they were just pretending.
Yeah, this is a big thing. This is a kill, right? Like, Bowder needs every last little bit of value that they could possibly get. Jiaonan trying to give him the runaround right now, but that is an escape path blocked out. And TE being eliminated at 100.5, theoretically they are still at risk, right? Like, Bowder and SS1 could catapult over them, especially now that they're locked out of the lobby, so the struggle isn't over just yet.
No, but they're chilling because there's no. It's only 2 teams, right?
Yeah, but if both of them get over 100.5, they could be knocked out.
I mean,
like they could be sent to 13th spot if SS1 and Bauta get over 100.5. I think.
Yes, feasibly, but it's also just there aren't that many kills left available. I'm not. I think it's. I mean, you are right.
It's tough. It's tight. Yeah, for sure. Placement points plus kills. Both of them are going to be needed. Basically, we are having to speculate on Bauta SS1 being like number 1 and number 2 in lobby. But theoretically, they have the most kills left out of anybody. And I think Bauta is kind of hurting on material right now. But SS1's in a really good position. They were able to get the Mystic Might. They're very much capable of extending leads. We've seen them do it before. But right now, this is another kill possibly taken off the board. WBG has found a very vulnerable representative of GG here in 330. He's trying to get the heck out of dodge. CJS trying to come through, playing the hero for the teammate. Ron actually going to get clipped pretty hard there. He's going to be in trouble once he gets out of Unor Ultimate.
Well, and you're absolutely right, as he just explodes.
Yeah, and the fact that this is actually an isolated fight without SS1 or Bauta's interference is really bad for SS1 and Bauta, right? Like, they don't know this is happening.
Absolutely.
And these are scoring chances taken off the board. And like you said, there weren't that many kills to begin with. That's just getting dicier and dicier. And now it may just be a question of SS1 and Bauta can play spoilers with one another. That's the other side of it, right? Like, if both of them get share kills, it could just be the case that neither of them are able to get past that 100-point wall. As we do get a swap up top, FPX will be able to get over ALL by 0.2 points there off that last fight. SS1 now looking aggressive for a kill or two here. FPX could be the targets. They are very much built up compared to FPX, so SS1 want to use this opportunity. Water, a vulnerable member, going to get hit by hookshot. Loye getting in there. Water already firing off Desperation F. I don't think that's going to be enough to keep them safe. They try to climb up to the top side. And because you have so many people stacked here and artillery fires coming their way, yeah, SS1 isn't necessarily able to force this as hard as they were looking to against Water.
Yeah, no, they would like to, but the terrain situation is rather goofy. You know, it's just if they happen to have the Wu Chen ult ready to go and they have it placed down at the top of the tower, there's no way that Viper can get up there. You know, if she's in ult, like she can't do that. So it's just, yeah, it's a very difficult terrain situation for them since they've already managed to make it over to the big tower. It looks like OG going through the rotations. They do spot out GG, but I don't think they're interested in taking this fight. GG, they I don't know if they're looking to slow down right now. I think everyone's kind of chilling for the moment. Everyone's realized that the lobby's already it's quite small now. You know, 21, and everyone's just trying to slow down these teams who are speeding up. I think by just stonewalling everything. Bauta, 6 kills.
Yeah, Bauta's really the one that I think is in the most precarious position. I think that, like, unfortunately, they're going to have to play this like they played their game number 5, which was not the most smart, but the most aggressive I've seen. They're going to have to do that again now.
It's as though they're going to be trying to get their hands on this Spirit Well. Draco Storm is going to be the buff available. And then we have, of course, the Yang Spirit Well coming up. It's going to be up for grabs soon-ish. Oh, yay. Wait a minute, buddy. Settle down. Getting a little bit too close for comfort. Eats a significant amount of damage now, Bauta. NY7 also in a similar position, losing all of his armor. Getting forced off the Spirit Well. OA trying to control it. The ult from Hardy's going to be coming through. Wait a second. Got the Q down.
Bauta needs to do something. They're really far behind versus OA in regards to materials. It might not matter. They just belligerently pushed them off.
They just alphaed it.
They're going to get a Spirit Well. This is huge for them. This is their last chance at deliverance to push past the 15th spot they find themselves relegated to. SS1, the other team, also in dire straits, trying to keep a hold of this other Spirit Well. But that is Han coming in for ASE on the Enor Ultimate, and Luoye has to back off with the rest of their team, and Yuan gets clipped.
Oh my goodness. Them getting this is insane. If SS1 gets this buff as well, I have a feeling that TE might be cooked. Because then that means that both of these teams are going to have the full prio. They're going to have full agency to dictate this lobby.
Yeah. And if you look at who's over them, right? Like, OUG, FBX aren't exactly, like, in great shape. SS1, pull the trigger! That's a 3-man stun! Bauda in trouble. Let sitting Ducks SS1 go to pull away. Bauda will be able to claim Spirit well. That was almost a complete folding of both of these teams.
Oh my, what's going on?
7.5.
Bauda actually gonna get this?
Yes, yes.
It's just, this is... And where is the rest of the lobby? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I know what they're doing. They were sitting in the zone trying to avoid the Yang Spirit Well, Yang depletion. And it looks as though OUG managed it, but SS1 and FPX are both afflicted now. Does OA get afflicted too? I can't see because of the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. But it looks as though ASE, even though they were afflicted, they're taking down FPX to be able to cleanse. They cleanse one.
Yep, ASE.
FPX fighting back.
As a group trying to move out of the central part of this fight. OUG just kind of fighting for scraps. They're at 4 kills. Not the highest in lobby. That's for sure, but like we said before, Bauda's 6 kills don't really represent what they actually have economy-wise. That Spirit Well is honestly the biggest boon forward on that front, and they are in fact able to pick up another. That's 7 on the board, and with SS1 losing 1 and the other 2 being relegated to this debuff, I think it might just be Bauda trying to get over top of them, and now they need 3 or 4 kills, I think, to basically be on lock to make it into top 12. SS1's chances are now down to a sliver.
Yeah, they certainly are. SS1 literally just needs 2 kills, though, I believe. Well, I mean, no, they need 3.
They need 3 kills.
If they get 3, they overtake TE.
Yeah, the problem
with that, but SS1 died.
Yeah, they've already lost 1. Yeah, this is the major issue.
But he loses another one.
Yep. Oh god, and they have debuff. This is it. Yeah, Yuan has nowhere to go. That being said, it isn't like Bauda's too healthy right now. They're at 98.5. They need 1 more to tie up with SR. I don't know what the breakers are. Would be enough. I think that SS1, once they fall out here, and Bauda's the last of these teams on the bubble left, they have a lock. I think with placement points, they could get over that hump. I'm not sure 100%, but they're healthy now. XSMU has legendary armor. Nice 7 is the only one on the team without it, actually. Zem's also up there. ASE trying to hold center stage as we have another Spirit Well coming through. Here comes the Parisian ultimate. Nice 7 trying to forge forward. Unfortunately gets CC'd by the exploding shells. Will be forced back once again. And Bauda, I think, will have to play this slow.
SS1, Yuan, wait a second. Can he ult? He gets the ult off. He is going to be able to survive. Getting back onto his feet. 98.4 points. He has 1 minute and 37 seconds to cleanse. He needs a Soul Bloom, or he just needs another team to get eliminated right here. And he might be able to get a little bit more with those placement points. He does have Bauda hot on his heels, trying to chase him down. Yuan on the rooftop, trying his best to disengage. He has the Pulse Sword. Not the best disengage scale rush, not the best movement options, but he's still making it work, going up and down, all around, playing Ring Around the Rosie with his peers right now. Trying his best to disengage. The combo breaker does get utilized. Bauda are hungry, though. They're fiending him. He's nowhere to go. 59 seconds, but a huge parry. Wait a second. Able to disengage, icing up a little bit of the pressure. Sends out the focus attack, but it's not to be. He goes down anyway, but OA are going to be the ones to pick up the kill. SS1's dreams crushed before their eyes. Not able to overtake. Not able to secure their qualification, and SS1 go down. Now it's up to Bauda. Bauda needs 0.5.
I think they got it off placement points, right?
The placement points are already included.
Oh, dang. Never mind. Right okay.
They need 1 kill. OUGSS goes down. to the zone. Wait a second, that might be it. Their placement points aren't going to be updated. No, it didn't really it didn't change anything. Okay, so we don't have a point increase right there.
Okay, there's 4 teams left.
4th
that's
and
why.
5th. Yeah.
Yeah. OAGG, by the way, had 16 and 14 kills respectively. We've been focusing so much on the bottom part of this leaderboard that we forgot that there's still monster teams left in this lobby right now.
Yeah.
That could constrict Bowda's ability to pick up those last few kills because they're up against Titans right now. ASE may be looking the squishiest out of the remainder, but Bowda can't really capitalize without risking a third party. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. I think we're just going final circle.
Yeah, I think TE is for sure in now. There's no way they can get eliminated, unfortunately. For SS1, they weren't able to clutch it up and get those points. So TE have qualified into the bi-weekly finals for sure. But now it's SR that's in the hot seat. Bowda needs 1 point, and they can make it through. OAGG, ASE. They're all in the lobby still. 8 kills for ASE, 16 for OA, 14 for GG, 8 for Bowda. ASE Han gets knocked into the zone momentarily, taking a little bit of damage. Does have that Enor ult ready to go. The Farrier ultimate down below as well. It looks like OA. These cannon shots, it looks as though we're going to be going to those final moments. Bowda done a good job to secure this rooftop, and Moonshard Storm is going to allow them to keep hold of it very effectively.
Yeah, GG
Such a tense moment.
Ground. Yep, Bowda. They do have that high elevation that the Viper Ning likes. The question is how long before they're pushed off of it. Circle's going to close, and it is going to decentralize this hut that ASE is also calling their home on the lower level here. Notably, everybody is still at their 3 members. Nobody has taken any damage. It's just full zoning. AB was on a little bit of an adventure there. OA was the most split for a while. Will just recentralize themselves. Here we go. Launch up high. CJS maybe trying to find an engage. Bowda still remaining up top. And we're keeping all eyes on this Viper Ning, looking for the opportunity to make a mark. Nice 7. Gonna take damage on Drain. That could lead to enough of an opening. Big ASE push with that Faria in the hands of Zem to actually try to dislodge Bowda from the rooftop. And Zem is in so much trouble now. Here we go.
The Viper ultimate, here we go. NY7.
Locked down. Multiple stuns. Can they do it? Massive amounts of damage to be had. Cuckoo 2 stun. Push into the storm. That's the eliminations. Bowda's done it. Bowda pushed up into the 12th place position.
They managed to do it, ladies and gentlemen, clutching it up, claiming their spot in the bi-weekly finals. 8 kills, up to 13, up to 14 at the very end there, and it's a draw. No first place placement multiplier, but it doesn't matter. That does it. They managed to clutch it. They don't get the MVP, but no need. That's not the aim of the game right now. The MVP is going to be going over to GG. GG's from GG. They were very happy. They had they weren't sweating. They were vibing. They had a solid game, a lot of kills. But Bowda able to clutch it. The Viper ultimate at the end. NY7 just sending it. And it pays off. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Bowda. Massive run from them.
Yeah. What a clutch way to finish it, to sleep into that top 12. Capitalizing on a brilliant opportunity there. They will be able to take it. But overall, it was a crazy showing from all of these teams. And once again, the stories were down there at the lower end. But yet again, we got other teams like GG putting on a clinic on how to dominate in what became a very aggressive day and quite the aggressive lobby.
Oh yeah, aggressive to say the least. You know, this has been one of the ugliest days, one of the most ooga days of trios we've had ever. You know, actually, for a game to end with how much, with like 7 minutes left on the clock. For there to be 12 players alive at the 10-minute mark, with OUG getting 23 kills at that point in the game, In game number 5, that's just insane. Game number 1 was mental as well. We had six minutes left on the clock, and it was, it was the 16 players. It got very, very fast. Game number 3, I believe, or no, was it? Yeah, game number 3, yeah, on Morris Isle, where we had about 6 players alive, and what the zone hadn't closed yet. So aggressive, so many kills being had, and I have to say it comes down to the fact. I think it partially comes down to the changes made recently, to the Vermilion Bird's Might, Soul Bloom being added, the fact that you can't cleanse Young Depletion by getting a Spirit Well now. It's just thrown a spanner into the works. It's sent everyone's strategies for a loop, and now it's just. Now everyone has to adapt and hope that they manage to find a strategy that will actually win them games.
Yeah, I don't know where things are going to settle, Dunking. I don't know if this chaos is going to be what we're living in throughout the course of our finals, or if this is all a symptom of everybody still trying to get to grips with these changes. But with things getting as wild as they are, with me being a bloodthirsty play-by-play at the end of the day, God, am I happy to see the change-ups that have been caused by these shifts in balance here in the NBPL, especially the Trios division. I do think that the Realm of Yang debuff is doing so much to cause these games to have fascinating little middle grounds where teams are eking out whatever niche they can super early to try to find the kills necessary to either cleanse themselves or to keep themselves safe for the long run.
Yeah, the money strategies, the ability to like have the money to get the rebirths to make sure that you stay alive. It's not like Yang Depletion isn't a full death sentence, but it's certainly very, very close, because it's not easy to farm a lot of money to buy 3 rebirths. You can't always do that. It's just not possible, especially if you haven't had the best game, so you just don't have the kills which give you all the money. It's just not. It is what it is, but here we are taking a look at our MVPs for game number 6. We have GG with 8 kills on CJS, 5 on LXM, 4 for 330, 29,000 healing for 330. Big heals coming out from him. We got 23,000 damage for LXM and 25 for his teammate. Oh my goodness, but it's crazy. 3 teams who were in top 6 at the beginning of the day before any games were played are now in the bottom 6.
Yeah, it just shows how strong these teams are and how many points were on the board to be scored today. Everybody getting enough to push them over the edge and enough to catapult above YZG, SR, and WZ. SS1 down with that pack with a valiant effort at the very end to try to make it into the top 12. They couldn't quite do it. TE will be that bubble slot. And shout out to Bauda making it all the way to number 8. This was such a tight pack.
It really was. The threshold was definitely higher this week than it was by last bi-weekly. It's certainly increased. Only 3 teams who are in top 6 remain in top 6. That being JL no, wait. No, none of them. None of them stayed in top 6. Wait a minute. No, I'm tripping. Not a single one, except for JL, stayed in. It was only 1 team. And JL just sitting at the top of the mountain, looking down at everybody else with a 50-point lead on GG. Oh my god. That's a full day's play for everybody else. It's crazy. But speaking of a day's play, this is our Game 6 highlights for you, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by China Unicom. MVP by GG. Got the Realm of Yang replay. 1 HP 330, but they're able to clutch it up. No need to panic. What a day. What a set of games, Nyoko. Actually insane.
Yep, here we go, fighting Realm of Yang, GG. Showing just utter domination, by the way. Here we go, mirror, and if there's a way to prove yourself, you talk about how mirror matches are really, really good for you to win, prove yourself. There are matches where you're in Roma Yang and it's a raw 3v3 is even more of the case. And I feel like honestly, for as crazy as this game was for GG, we just didn't talk about it because Bao to SS1 were the stories of the final game. But I really do love looking back on just how dominant this grouping was. There's that stun, by the way, that Viper Ning ultimate was so deadly and difficult to contend with. GG, I think at this point, they know that they have it unlocked regardless of who comes out with the very, very final touch. And there we go. It is going to be either Kylan Zhang, who will also claim MVP for the final time in the regular season.
Kylan definitely popping off, doing work today. CJS being one of them. 5 MVPs. F1, V2 rocking the quadruple damage attack Jades with the Juggernaut as well. And considering he had 8 kills, he probably had that Juggernaut stacked up at least to, 3, 4, maybe even fully stacked to level 5, which means bro was running around with plus 32% attack, because that's the only way where you could increase the stat, cap, because usually like every stat, melee resist, attack damage, and health has a cap on it, but Juggernaut is the only thing that can take you above said cap. But regardless of that, we're going to be throwing over to a quick interview before we end out the day. Enjoy it. We'll be back for closing remarks right after this.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invited Bao XEM again. Come to our interview. So please hello to our audience first. 请小红们先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
我是报道的小红。
First of all, congratulations to you guys qualified the bi-weekly final at the last second of the last game. So what's your feeling about today's game? 那其实首先肯定是要恭喜暴打在最后一局的最后1秒钟拿到了晋级的门票。对今天的比赛感受如何呢？
中间送了2把，其他还好吧。
I think for today's game we wasted 2 games, so it's just so. What's your feeling after you qualified? 在知道晋级之后是什么样的心情？
就练呗，其实这周决对我们没有太大影响，你保送不了了嘛，肯定。
Okay, so I think we still need to practice more because no matter we play the bi-weekly final this time, we still can't we still need to play the last chance qualifying competition, so it doesn't matter. So, when you guys were in the final circle of the last game and when our camera was on you and we saw your mouth moving so fast, so what did you say at the time? 其实在最后一局决赛圈的时候，我们的镜头是在你们所有队员的脸上的，我们看到你的嘴巴动得非常快，当时在怎么沟通的，跟我们分享一下在说什么。
有点急啊，要指挥的有点多，我红叶开大，希拉开大，拿头，口急，一直在喊。
Okay, so at the time I was really in a hurry, so I just keep saying about use your ultimate, Viper, use your ultimate, and to ask everyone to use the ultimate to deal with that situation. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, which role did Bao XEM use in Game 6? A Viper, B Justina, C Kylan, D Siren. 那这一次我们的问题是小恶魔在第6把用了哪一个英雄呢？ A 是宁红叶， B 是顾清寒， C 是张起灵， D 是齐拉。 So please count down time， 请给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. And what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
答案是 B.
Yes, the answer is B. Well, I also want to know what's your team communication be like? Because we always thought you maybe the one who speak more. 那其实我也想知道你们一般队内的交流是成一个什么样的状态，因为感觉好像每次镜头在你们队伍的时候都是你一直在说。
基本就是谁要开大或者干嘛的都是我来说吧，就是我来指挥他们怎么开大。
I think usually I'm the one who asks to tell everyone what to do in the game. Also, so for today's game, we can saw the total point line stopped at I think 100. And in our memory, maybe we still think about the line maybe gonna be around 90. So how do you think about with this time's line, or did you think about the line will be like this? 那其实我们也能看到，在今天的比赛当中，我们最后的分数线是定格在了100。那其实，在我们的印象里面可能仍然在觉得这个3排的分数线可能会是90。那对于 这一次的这个分数线结果你是怎么看的？包括你觉得导致它是这样的原因是什么呢？
这周也不是这周吧，这赛季以来，我觉得大家队伍实力除了孤儿比较断层嘛，大家实力都差不多。而且现在这个赛制嘛，就有镜像对决，然后系数只有第一名有系数嘛，导致大家分差拉不开嘛。就像孤儿那种，就他们实力比较断层才拉开了。因为拉不开，所以就导致分数越来越高。
Okay, so I think not only for this week, but also for the whole seasons, because in this seasons we have some new rules, maybe like the mirror matches. So it caused like the total point list because every team our ability is really close, and so maybe only for JL there are 2 strong in Nbpl, so they can get a lot of points, but for other team we're like pretty close, so for the total point list line will be higher and higher. Also, you know, for the last bi-weekly final, we can saw everyone created some new and weird combinations because of game 8. And after that situation, did you guys do maybe some training for that bi-weekly final during this time? 那其实在上一周的周决结束之后，我们也发现在最后面的比赛大家已经开始拼好阵了。那对于上一次的这个周决结束之后，有没有针对这样的情况去进行一些训练上面的额外的加持呢？
我们觉得一般来讲是要打到那种第7、第8局再拼呗。
Okay, so in my opinion, I think usually the final will be like around game 5 or game 6. But for the last bi-weekly final is not very usual. It's like an unusual situation. But if we still need to play game 8, maybe just created some more new combinations to do with the competitions. Okay, that XCM come to our interview. So just good luck to you to the bi-weekly final of this time. 那也是非常感谢小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访，能够感觉心态还是非常好的。希望你们在周决当中可以取得好的运气吧。Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
All right, and with that, we get to experience a little bit of what Baodo is feeling right there at the very end, that pressure mounting, but it's not over just yet, Dunkin' Donuts, because coming up, we will have an incredible set of series to close this out on what has been an incredible fall split. We got our last chance qualifiers. We even have our bi-weekly finals, and we also have our grand fall finals, all in the trios and solos division, which is also heating up if you guys haven't been following us on that side.
Oh, absolutely. It's always very spicy here at the Nbpl. You know, XCM was exactly right. You know, there's been a lot of rule changes, a lot of adjustments made throughout this whole season. So it's, you know, it's made things an adjustment. It's been an evolving meta, an evolving scene and an environment for all of these players. So it comes down to those who can innovate and find the right strategies, find the strongest, the most optimal strategies that are going to succeed. And JL, you know, TXJ being the man that he is, the general amongst all of these players, that they literally call him that. They have so much respect for the guy, and you can see, you can hear from XCM that even he just will openly say that they are just that good. You know, they are the best. You know, other than them, we're all pretty equal in terms of how good we are, but they're the only team that are, you know, that much better. You know, that can actually do that much better than everybody else. So it's like, it makes sense. TXJ being the guy he is, that they are able to navigate these rule changes, figure out what's best, what's not, you know, the best way to navigate the new rule system, etc. And yeah, you can see it. 170 something points off of their 2 days. The second place team this bi-weekly being GG, being 50 points behind. It's insane. So it's truly an incredible season of ever-changing meta, ever-changing environment for NARAKA, and it does make it all the more exciting for us at home watching. For the players, it can be a little bit taxing and a little bit difficult, potentially even a little irritating that you put so much work in to learn certain things, and then it's just unlucky, out the window you go. You know, but it is what it is. You got to adapt. That is what it means to be a competitor at this level. But here we are taking a look at tomorrow's schedule. for the bi-weekly finals for solos, unlike the normal days for solos, we do kick it off with a Lani mirror game. Because Lani is still by far the strongest, most picked, and most favored character within solos. So yes, Lani mirror game to kick it off tomorrow for bi-weekly solos finals, and then bi-weekly trio finals will be the following day on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. And then moving a little bit later on in the calendar as well, we have our last chance qualifiers on the 13th and 14th on Monday and Tuesday. So we got a lot of unbroken days of NARAKA gameplay action still coming our way for back-to-back. And then we get a little bit of a week break, and then coming back on the 25th and 26th, we have our fall solo and then trios finals to round us out on what has been an exciting and fantastic season. And Dunking, it's so nice to be here with you, casting just a small part of all that.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be able to cast, and I've thoroughly enjoyed today, and as I always do. But unfortunately, that is going to be all we have for you here today, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be us on the 6 games. I am Dunky Donuts, joined by NARAKA. We've been your hosts and casters. We've had a great time. We hope you have too, and we will see you next time on the NBPL. Take care and have a great day.